decision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? Try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
Ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Ay, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
You got your name in lights. You give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry. I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. Sit back, enjoy the show. Getting lost in more than we'll ever know. Yeah, kick your feet up. We've got time to lose. I'll be Bonnie and you be Clyde, and we can pretend that we never died. There's no other place I'd rather be with you. Don't leave me dry. I'm feeling like I've lost it all. Don't leave me dry. I watching while the credits roll. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Wanna feel the freedom of choosing, 'cause I'm in this shit for life. I let you fly. Please let me fly. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. We'll let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나는 rain 미 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들을 거야.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fight. Everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
We started 2026 with a bang, but today it is time to see how much damage the Ascension teams that ascended can do. I am your hosting, so I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Lou. Are we ready for more Turkish powerhouse? Because clearly we didn't get to see enough of that yesterday.
I mean, we didn't see enough. And as you're saying, the teams that ascended left us with a little bit of, we wanted some more, right? Because there was not like a clear final. There was not just one winner. And also, I feel like in the past years, the teams that have ascended have not done so well, and the narratives are made to be changed.
Exactly, and I think I also like the storyline of, you know, facing the team that qualified your organization into VCT. So there is kind of at the same time a banter and at the same time a thank you feeling that I'm pretty curious to see. You know, I've seen the Pacific players confident, but at the same time paying, you know, respect to their opponents. So
yeah, I saw some people disrespect our region. You know,
Who?
the
Names,
likes
I want names.
wouldn't be the first time.
Not worth knowing, like Shang, Som, all these dummies. Disrespecting our region, but I don't think they've quite understood the Turkish powerhouse yet. So I'm looking forward to showing them that a little bit later. But first, of course, we saw a pretty good Na'Vi, and for me, a very, very impressive Gentlemates. Who would have thought they would win their opening game?
Me.
I mean, I of course you did.
You know, the non-biased French caster, yes, but
Listen, to me, the KC, watch out. Let's not repeat what we have throughout the most of the past year. They still have chances. What we love about this kickoff this year is you have 3 chances. It's not just a couple and you're out. So they still, you know, have a couple of weeks to show us what they got. But I do agree. It was a surprise to see how good this Gentlemates roster looks, how they brought in new ideas. They were playing the maps with some new juicy compositions, and it was lovely to see some of those faces back on the stage.
Yeah, Maripo. You like Maripo?
Yeah, but I'm just buying it. Martin and Bipo at the same time. You know, I feel like they do have a pretty good connection both inside and outside of the server from what I was able to understand. And I think we also had an outstanding performance from Stark on the last map yesterday. So I think it's also important to have a team in which your IGL can also, you know, put up the numbers. And I think as a whole, Gentleman looks really, really confident. The only question I'm wondering is, can they do that against better teams? And we're going to have the answer in a few days.
Oh, they can. But we did also see skirmish, you know, it's the first day that it came into action in EMEA, of course. Now, coin tossers are out. The teams are deciding side selection with skirmish, and I can now reveal for our first match of the day, it's going to be LaRock versus Ninja. Now, LaRock is not much of a surprise, but are you surprised that Pacific are sending Ninja?
Seen it? Why didn't we send Seen it?
I would have sent 7. I don't know. We have to ask them about the process because we know that some teams are going to have different approaches, and that is good. Just like the meta compositions and whatnot, this skirmish is still new for everybody. So maybe you don't want to stress your players. Maybe you run a little bit of King of the Hill, or maybe somebody really wants to do it.
I just want to say that I walked past Loiter briefly, and I was like, why didn't you go? And he's like, nah, I'm not like that bothered about it. I think LaRock was the right choice. But this is the problem with this team, right? They're so good and so talented that they could have sent anyone. I would have been like, I understand, fair enough. You know, I don't even need to process.
I think Turkish, that good. There's going to come to a point if they start sending the players that imagine that they have a team that is like fully on the win streak, like 3 or 4 players have won, and you're the last one, and you're like, oh my god, I really have to close this one out.
Yeah, maybe the coach at that point. But we should talk about, I'm going to try and make this as simple as possible. So when you hear us say BBL, we mean the Pacific roster that ascended, because as you guys know, BBL, they kind of, you know, they yoinked them. So yeah, I just wanted to get that clarification on the way, because it's confusing. I think we can admit that it's confusing.
Yeah, because we are speaking about Pacific, which is technically who ascended, but the Pacific players are on BBL. So no more Magnum, no more Yampi, no more all that we had last year, which was, by the way, the best year for BBL is now different. But it's so good to see that, as you see, they moved in as 5. Yes, throughout the year, Comeback was out and Lovers Rock came into the roster, but it's so good to see that we have in EMEA a full roster that ascended and stick together.
Yeah, and I also think that for the Turkish community, it makes sense, you know, that for BBL to go back to like a full Turkish roster. So it does make sense, but it's a little bit confusing because BBL 2025, BBL 2026, Pacific, mixed logos together. I must say I was a little bit confused though. Thank you for helping me.
I think we're going to continue to be confused for at least maybe a little bit longer. But the good news is it is just very old school. It's BBL versus Pacific. Let's not live in the past, you know. They ascended for a reason. They ascended to compete with the best. And we want to know if they can beat the best. I'm glad you mentioned Lovers Rock, though, because for the unknowers, is he good enough? Is he just as good as Comeback?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, of course, it must have been hard for them to in the middle of the year. We kind of understand that if you get an offer like that, everybody wants to ascend onto the tier 1 and as soon as possible. Sometimes that story is not fully Cinderella if we all go together, because that's not the way dreams work. And but in esports, it happens sometimes. But it's good to see that maybe that was a point of realization for them to be like, okay, if we win all of this, we have to stay together. And probably is one of the reasons why we saw them sticking to the plan, stick to their guns. Lovers Rock comes in. I think he filled in the shins very, very well. And I think that when we speak about the best Turkish players that we have, I know that we have some very well-established names that if for any reason you watch it at home, missed out on Ascension, you are in for a treat. Because I can guarantee you most of these players had huge offers from very well-known teams.
All I'm going to say is this team beats Sen.
I mean, you're already, you know,
who doesn't?
After what I saw last week, honestly.
But
Sorry,
my quick question to you, Lou, is do you think it was the right choice for them to stick together?
I think it was, to stick together for sure. And I think that with Comeback's departure and arrival in VCT and the fact that Gentlemates didn't do that good, even though it was a good addition, maybe, you know, the players thought about it twice, you know, about is it better to like win it all together with your friends, with your like teammates that you considered as brothers, or, you know, take the long shots, give it a gamble and just join like a new team and not be sure whether, you know, there's going to be the synergy, the connection, the friendships. So I think that's a beautiful story that is being told by the BBL players.
It is, but there's an equally beautiful story on the other side, because the 5 players getting picked up by Pacific, I'm just going to let you go, you know, rattle them off, because Kakuka, I think in particularly one community needs to know about the arrival of 7 into VCT.
I I was very excited because I know that we get players from everywhere, but as you can see, of course, the 5 players are going to be new in. To me, also, look at the coaches, because Think was on that BBL last year. Now he's going to be on the other side. But as you're saying, the players, very, very important. So you have seen it. So if you talk about, we're talking about the new faces, but if you talk about old legends, old
The blue is so weird.
yeah, well, it should had a blue. Well, not the point, but as I was saying, seen it, an absolute legend of Turkish Valorant. Cupid and Ninja coming in together for this year. Alorante also joining in for Focus. But as you were saying, to me, there is a player that stands out even more than Seen It, and we love Seen It here. And it's Seven. He has been playing the game for a very, very long time, and that is surprising to me to say because he's only 20 years old. He was picked up by 100 Thieves when he was 15 years old. Do you remember what you were doing when you were 15?
Yes, but that's a chat for another day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And we don't talk about that either. But the thing is that he's been grinding the game, absolutely. He's been working with a lot of big names, also being in T1. And last year, he was competing in TSM, in NA, made it to that Ascension final and almost made it. And probably, in my eyes, one of the reasons why they didn't win that is because most of the players from that TSM, even MBS, already had offers from Tier 1. So they knew that they were going to make it. I had a chance of speaking with him. And yes, I am excited, not only because he was a cracked chamber back in the days, but also because he speaks Spanish. And I needed someone that spoke my language. I need someone to talk to.
Do you know what?
Besides our producer.
I don't understand how NA has done this again. Like, when they gave us Crashies, they're like, you can have him, you know, it's the dregs, whatever. Look what happened. And I fully expect the same thing.
They gave us narrates too at some point, you know.
And Casey narrates so much better.
Please don't narrate what they didn't see.
Right,
that is what happened.
That
is
we
what
had
happened.
the vision.
And let me tell you something. Next year, if Seven goes back to NA, it will be the same story twice. And I don't call that a coincidence anymore.
Okay. Yeah, all I'm going to say is when are they going to learn? When are they going to learn? What I would like to learn more about, of course, is CNED and Ninja as well. Lou, you had a chat with them earlier, so you guys at home, take a look at this.
Thank you, Yinsu. Pacific opened their doors to 5 talented players for this 2026 season, and I think they made a pretty good choice because I am joined by CNED and Ninja. Thank you first for joining me, boys. Good to see you in VCT Ninja, and we're going to get to this. My first question goes to you, CNED. You're playing with players who never played a game on this VCT stage while being the 2021 VCT champion. So I want to know, you know, how it has been for you these past weeks. Like, do you manage on focusing on your individual, or are you also trying to babysit maybe a little bit the boys? Tell us about it.
It's good to play with the fresh, you know,
blood,
fresh blood. So I'm enjoying my time. They are respecting me, you know, they are respecting my experience, and I try to also help them. But they are all talented players, you know. I'm just sharing my experience, and we are combining it basically. Yeah,
you don't have too much of a burden on your shoulders, right? They're helping you in the work. Ninja, your path is a little bit different. You started your pro career with Chippy Chapas, I think a year and a half ago in East Challengers. Then you had Liquid Academy, and now you're in VCT. So, you know, it feels a bit like a speed run from you. So I want to know, what are your expectations? You know, how has it been so far in Berlin? What do you have your eyes on, basically?
Yeah, it was a very quick run, honestly. It was actually 1 year from tier 2 to tier 1. Yeah. So far in Berlin was very good. I like my team a lot. They're all funny guys. We have a lot of fun. We're going out. Scrims are going good. For me, the expectations, I would just like to show my best and show people that I can play.
Yeah, both as a team and individually, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we wish you for this game, to be honest. Even though you guys are going to be facing the team that qualified your organization in the league. So maybe I'll go back to you, Ninja. What do we think about these boys? Who do you want to diff? Do you think it's going to be a tough match?
Yeah, for sure it's going to be a hard match. They're all very talented. The one of their players, they're duelist. I played with them in Chippy Chapas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's now we're meeting against each other. And I hope it will be a good match that hopefully we're going to win.
I'm sure it's going to be a very nice match. And my last question goes to you. Sined, the last time you played VCT with an international team was in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, with Navi. Then you always went with Turkish boys. Now back on an international team, I want to know how much you missed speaking English. What's different with international teams, basically?
I mean, in the first, communication was hard for me
Yeah.
to get used to it because I was speaking Turkish in a 2 year in a row with the Turkish team. Now, like, I'm trying to improve myself in communication-wise and like in game. You know, like try to also help my team.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going good. I think I'm getting used to it, and it will be better.
Yeah, we're back to British Turkish, my dear Sinet, and we wish you, of course, good luck. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
joining me.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, thank you. Teşekkür ederim. And
Bien.
we're gonna see if you manage to take the win in a few minutes. Back to the desk.
You need to teach me how you do the Omen TP thing, because that was insane. That was a crazy, crazy skill set. Sorry, bad joke. Speaking of jokes, Ninja said that he really likes that his teammates are funny. Who do you think is the funniest on that team? Who do you reckon?
I'm too biased to not
Probably
say
not
Sinet.
Cupert.
I was just gonna say the same.
With
Oh.
all due respect.
No,
all due
we
respect.
do this because we love
Oh,
him. We can say
yes.
these things about Cooper because we love him. But I am very excited to see Cooper, you know, finally on this stage. It's been,
Finally.
It's been a while. Yeah.
It's been a long while. There's a lot of experience both in the coaching booth, also in the game. So it's good to see that he has it all. Let's see if he has it for EMEA Tier 1.
Yeah.
It would be such an underdog's run if Pacific manages to take down BBL. To be honest, I'm not much of a
be
believer.
hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think it would be so interesting to maybe it's not the same in the same way, but I think I would love to see something a little bit like mates, like bring something completely unexpected, get in their heads because they're the new kids in the block, and there's some names on the other side that I know they want to go up against.
I feel like it's like a rivalry that hasn't even happened, but it's already a
Right,
rivalry.
right. It's already there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I do think the expectations probably is in the favor of BBL, right? They have to win.
Yeah, exactly. They have
Yeah.
to win. They have the pressure, but most of them are new kids on the block.
Yeah, but the last time they were on this stage, however, they did win. So it's time to see if they can take down Pacific and bring the players onto stage, everybody. Here's BBL versus Pacific Esports.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Pacific Esports.
Keep falling. Took a risk even though it might hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve. But it won't be falling.
Esports.
Well, nothing says you're ready for a fight than bringing the trophy that you technically didn't win against the team that did. Love it. Great start. But what I also love is skirmish. Of course, the new way to decide which team gets to pick in the map veto process. And I can now reveal to you guys exactly what happened earlier. As you remember, LaRock was representing BBL going up against Ninja on the other side. And it was 5-3 for LaRock.
Not a lot of surprises there. I think that we are favoring the Turkish aim overall in EMEA. We're not new. Ninja is, but you know, it was a challenge, and for now, predictions are going as planned.
No, but that's what it feels like to be Turkish in VCT EMEA. It's like you start the game with a free ult or like a Vandal in hand in pistol. Like it really seems like an insane buff to be Turkish. In VCT EMEA, first of all, but also in skirmish, and there is a reason why it rhymes with Turkish, I think. in my opinion.
We need more data on the skirmish. I think that by the end of the year, we're going to learn like if there's some cues, if there's like some tricks that you can do or that the pros are going to be using, or if there's how much mental goes into it.
Yeah, and of course BBL, they got to choose, and they are gonna choose
Nice.
Breeze. I am so excited for Breeze and for BBL's chart down here because it has been 216 days since we've had Breeze in EMEA. Do you remember?
Wait, I had 580.
Wait, what was it? Have I got my math wrong? It was Giant X, no? It was Giant X on.
I mean, it feels like
versus no, it was. I think
Oh,
you
maybe
are
I got
right.
the math wrong.
You're right because he was but he was against mates.
I'm excited.
It was a long
Either way,
time
it was
ago.
a long time
It was
ago.
a long time ago. The map
It
has
was
changed.
definitely Giant X, is what I remember.
Yeah.
We have a lover boy on stage. We saw a little Lego piece of him and his girlfriend on his desk. Sue, why aren't we bringing this to the stage tomorrow?
Do you want my actual answer to that question?
I don't actually.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna get to see Breeze and then Pearl. Like, what is this? VCT Americas?
I was gonna say this
We're in the wrong region.
These kids are making me feel old, but to me it was surprising. Now, outside of the jokes, the fact that BBL, it's so weird to not call it Pacific. I'll get used to it. We will all get used to it on its due time. But it's weird to see that they had not that bind band that they had throughout the entirety of Ascension. They also had it in Blender, so I was kind of like expecting that. But they did ban it on the second wave, but still, leaving that open, maybe getting into things.
Yeah, I mean, they picked Abyss. I think Pacific picked Abyss right after. It makes sense. I think it's a map where you can cook things. We've seen Gentle Mace yesterday with, the Brim, Astra, post-plant composition. So I think that might be, the chance to Pacific to suppress and to surprise BBL, because I think that on Breeze there won't be much surprise. It's a map where skill matters the most. Maybe, I don't know if you disagree with me, ladies, but you need to show on Breeze.
Honestly, I know there's been changes, right? Let's talk about those changes. What's been your favorite change?
My favorite, the one up mid, because now it's harder to miss the smoke, and that means that Bonka would have never missed his lineup. I'm sorry,
wow.
Bonka, I still think of you.
I still think of his Icebox 1v4. Yeah. Well, let's take a look and see what they're going to play, because it's our first Breeze of the year. You were right, by the way, it was 581 days. And LaRock is going to be playing Jet right off the bat. And
CNET on the
Yeah, CNET is...
What?
Wasteslay?
Wasteslay. CNET's about to Wasteslay. I think that they have a dynamic on CNET and 7 that I want to see. Both of them being very able to play the operator. That, especially in a map like Greece, I know that there's been changes, but I think that CNET has always been an absolute beast in this map. And I think that he's going to repeat the same with that, and the double control and the Sova just prevail.
Yeah, I'm very surprised of the Omen pick from Q-Birds. I thought that Viper would put everyone, on the same page, at least at the start, at the start of the meta, like Sova does. But I'm very curious to see what he brings with his Omen. Is he overcooking? We're gonna see.
I mean, we rarely see that, right?
Yeah.
We see people, some play Neon, some play Jet, but the Viper pick, like you said, has always been a staple since the dawn of time on this section.
But I still remember when here specifically on Breeze, we saw teams being like Viper and Astra, and everyone was like, whoa, what are they doing? Like, why is this so innovative? So I think I kind of like it. I think it gives a different twist, just like, for example, on mice like Icebox. I do know, and I do wonder, because without some of those changes that have been made to Breeze, the verticality of the map, that double height has been gone. So I think that could have a little bit more of an edge for Omen if that was still there. But I think that there's been cooking here, and the leader also has a lot of learnings from this past year.
Who knows? But yeah,
Earnings as well. Earnings as well, but in YouTube roasting.
You're buying the Omen. I'm not. So we're gonna see who
I'm
takes
down
the
for a
win.
surprise. I know that they've cooked.
I'm buying the double controller though.
Same.
I think Viper by itself on the other side of this is going to struggle. So I really like the Astra. I wish it was Astra Viper. I think that would
Astra
have
Viper
been...
is what we see the most. I mean, at least in GC, in my experience, that's what we see on every map.
Open mind. Yesterday made surprise with the Astra Brimstone on Abyss, and I kind of liked it, the way that they were playing around it and how they were showing both how to play on the defense and the attack. I want to give them a chance. I think they deserve it.
Yeah, and it's the first Breeze back as well, so who better to hop onto this map? Because I know it's Mitchman's favorite. So over to you, Mitchman and Tombiz. You got what you wanted.
Oh yeah, Sue, you really read my Christmas wish list here. A little bit of Breeze, Tom. It's been gone for a long time. Good times, but now it's back, and it's changed a little bit. And I think those changes will actually lead to a more enjoyable map to watch and to play. We'll see if that's the case down on the stage. His specific take on BBL, and already, Tom, what a crazy setup we've had.
Yeah, I think we can look at some of the changes that have come through on the map. A lot of it comes down to sort of making it easier to isolate a lot of angles, having a lot more positions that you can hold on. And I do think that's why with the composition we had coming in, it makes a lot more sense, because having a double controller, the Viper before was necessary because otherwise you walk into no man's land. Instead, then you section it off with the screen. Now you can use isolated smoke. So having two lots of smokers means you can just place down those certain angles you want cleared, and inevitably it will give you the angles you want to fight. So I do like the idea coming in from Pacific. On the other side, I do feel like I'm almost looking at an old school comp on this map.
Yes.
Maybe not so much the Yoru, as it wasn't quite popularized at that time as much as it is now. But I do think that they're going to go for more of the Angels, and Pacific, I'll be real, I think have built a better comp.
I agree, right? We have those two different perspectives, but coming into today, I think if you were to run these teams over in your head, what you're thinking about is BBL being that team that can win in terms of aim fights, in terms of those duels.
Yeah.
So, and for Pacific, you want them to be that team that's bringing it on a more cerebral level, that's able to avoid those more heads-up aim duels and set themselves up for success. In terms of the comps that are brought to the table, it looks like both teams are very much playing to their strengths, which is good to see. Down on that stage as well, something we talked about yesterday was sort of that perfect mix of old and new. And I think both of these teams kind of have that. BBL maybe more in the age game, but when it comes to Pacific as well, you have some crazy experienced players, man like CNED down there on the stage. You've got Cooper who's been grinding out as an IGL, being tested for the first time. Well, his biggest test at this level.
The funny thing is, though, you say, like, oh, experienced players, but to this stage, there are 9 rookies entering this game.
Yeah.
And CNED.
To this stage, yeah.
it is kind of mad. Like, obviously, we've seen them play, like,
best.
Ascension, or I think in Cupid's position, he's actually played on some decent teams, been a coach and an analyst on many others, so he's probably the most experienced within the server. Then you got the BBL roster that has been in the Ascension final twice, and even if they'd won it the first time, half their team couldn't have played anyway. They kind of won it at the best time, in a way, where you're allowed to have Lorok, you're allowed to have Loiter. So I think that this is going to be a cool matchup. Being real, I'm heavily favoring BBL. Like, there's a squad that's been together a long time. They have been... I don't even think anybody called them Tier 2.
Yeah.
Like last year, the year before. People were like, okay, this is a Tier 1 team that's in Tier 2.
Yep.
Then they ran it again, and everybody was like, well, if you need a scrim partner, you play them, because you'll find your weaknesses. You'll find them very, very fast. And then the squad on the other side is kind of like, it's a mixture of CNED, a champs winner, who's kind of been on the way back last year, playing smokes with Foot, and then a lot of players from the Tier 2 that you go, okay, they were kind of on the brink of maybe making it to other teams, didn't quite do it, and now they're in this Pacific roster.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Again, when you're looking for an IGL, you've got Cupid, VALORANT as well. I know had trials for a lot of different teams at this level, and he's ended up on that stage, maybe where he belongs. We'll see. It's been a long grind, and for some of these players, a chance to prove themselves. 7 that we haven't touched base on. Was chatting to the Spanish streamer and caster Ulysses. He told me that 7's going to be the biggest surprise of the year for me. So I'm very excited to see what he can deliver as a man who's managed to deliver on many different roles in the past. BBL leveling it up here and moving towards this B side. VALORANT and 7 with a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
This is where we'll almost get to test the individual brilliance of some of the players on the other side. An opportunity for VALORANT, but can only get the 1. Already a 3 versus 2. And the thing I'm worried about in this series for Pacific is if BBL get going, the steamroll can begin. Cupid, though, has already managed to turn this back into a 2v2 scenario, and they do have themselves a chance.
An opportunity. You got to flush out those players, though. BBL looking to swing together. It's going to be Loida. Point of contact on back pillar. Up goes Rose to help out from the side. He's isolated in the fight, though, and it comes down to the one-on-one. Loida! Oh, the flick is sublime! It will be the round going to BBL. A narrow margin for victory, but a 1-0 start nonetheless. It's hard to sort of come in here with any understanding of what that means, you know, in terms of, like, is this comp going to be better? Okay, first of all, is Breeze going to be attacker-defender sided in general? And then with these comps in play, I can see strengths and weaknesses for them both. A lot of unanswered questions in the first few rounds, but I'm excited to find out how it's going to play out.
I would look at BBL and go, these feel like comfort choices. Like, I would happily see Kreven play a Sentinel every single map, but Sentinels have kind of taken a hit. Like, that's been one of the major changes coming in, is that a lot of that utility takes a long, long time to refresh and can be a lot easier even if you get caught by it. So a lot of people have opted to shift away, and that's like a double controller. Makes a lot of sense in this meta. However, for someone like Kreven, I think that does make a lot of sense because he's fantastic individually. For Pacific, I feel like the composition they're running could end up as a meta-esque comp. But we're still, the jury's still out on that one as of just yet.
Yeah, there's a lot more data to be mulled over before we get to that stage, to those conclusions. For Lover's Rock, a little bit risky, but he's got players with their back turned after 1. Get a little bit more difficult. Potentially look to isolate him, but getting to him means crossing the whole rest of the squad. BBL just taking those ranged fights. It's worked wonderfully to start. The name of the game here is surviving with all of their players, right? They've made a lot of investments. You lose Lover's Rocket's not the end of the world, but from then on, the losses really start to add up.
Ooh, nice shot.
There's the first pick already for Pacific.
Yeah, it's a little bit of extra damage, but more importantly for Seven, it's an opportunity to get ultimate orbs, which we already know how impactful that Yoru ult can be, especially even though I feel like a lot of the rotations have become a little bit easier on this map, with mid being more of an option without just having to face an operator every single time. It's still one of those things where on this map, the rotation to the A side, to the B side takes quite a while. You need that info early, and that ultimate could be very high impact if you can get it on early. The problem, though, is the same can be said on the other side. Lover's Rock is someone who is going to be looking to build up as many orbs as humanly possible. And I'll be honest, I still feel like there's been a lot of talk about, especially Lorok and Loiter in this team. I think Lover's Rock is pretty underrated. In his Ascension final performance, dude was insane, and he was playing with an injured finger the entire time.
Yeah.
And it was his click finger.
I remember you describing the severity of that injury, and I really wish you didn't.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that, bro.
Please don't.
It's not safe for work, I don't think.
No one wants to hear that. Nice shot! Lorok's just running it down. Out on mid. This is a round where they should be coming in with weaknesses, but the advantage already sits with the attackers. An early play by Seven, though, to close in that distance on mids, putting the pressure on. It's forcing Lorok to, well, I would have thought go to side. He just tucks in.
Yeah.
He's holding that door angle and not being forced out into the majority of players. And he's going to be really hard to root from that position. A thorn in the side of Pacific's retake.
Yeah, they have to get him out of here. They can't just allow him to stick in the backline. It also stops VALORANT from being able to rotate. So they're having to send a lot of players just to try and clear him, and eventually they do. Cupid will be the one to find the frag, but there are still 4 more players on the other side sitting pretty. Kreven just stepping up with a double, and it's not getting any better. VALORANT, the last standing, and the other two, look how far away they are. There's a lineup surely flying in. Shot starts going. That may have even missed slightly, but it doesn't matter. Time was already gone. VALORANT knew it, and that's BBL 3-0 up on the attack.
Now, very strong start indeed. Again, no telling how it'll change when we swap over, but honestly, looking at the current trajectory, I think we can say if BBL do push up to that 7-8 round mark, foundations are set. They're laid for them. I do think on the attack side, though, here, now I'm thinking about it more, maybe I even expect them to do better on the defense.
Oh, you're really selling the hope for Pacific here.
Yeah. So now I'm getting very worried, and I think they are too. We've already got a timeout called for Pacific down on that stage.
Yeah.
Again, you know, I originally I was like, oh, for BBL, you know, 7 rounds will be fine. But I think if they come out with a middling half, they'll be able to put the pieces together on the attack side, and we don't on the defense, and we don't know for Pacific like how those smokes are going to work on this map. Seems like there's a lot of promise, but.
Well, I want to add in as well, like, maybe people didn't watch Ascension or maybe haven't seen much of this BBL roster before, but they are, and I mean this genuinely, maybe the worst opponent to play on day number 1, because I have never met people who are more confident in themselves as a squad. Bear in mind, like, the likes of, we're pretty confident that Lorok and Loiter had offers from other teams, big teams within the region, and they said no to stick together as a group because they believe, probably from their scrim results versus tier 1 teams, that they are good enough to go to events. So coming into a match versus the org they left for their new one that has picked up other people to try and replace them, they are sat there going, oh, we're winning this game. From what we heard about the skirmish, that they were confident they'd beat anybody that was thrown in, and even surprised when CNED wasn't in. They're like, oh, okay, it'll be even easier than we thought.
Area.
So you don't want to play this team because they are prepared, like Lorok did in the last round, to just run it down mid, insta-headshot you and go, right, now what you're going to do.
It is very early days, but you just think about that team for BBL who's already playing with so much confidence from the very get-go. And if they manage to have a dominant first map, their pick here on Breeze, it's going to be a real uphill battle. And I think for that defensive side, that timeout won't have been to win this round. They're probably going to be battling back from 4-0 down.
Yeah, they also have to change nothing in terms of synergy. This is the same team they played last year with. So it's a complete opposite for Pacific, who everything is new.
I like what they're doing here as well. Even though they're up against the eco, sending Kraven to the other side, seeing...
They're in the stack.
If we push one side of the map, do they get aggressive? No. Okay. What are they doing? They're rotating past it. They're giving us space, so Kraven takes it. He's now walked out on the A site despite losing the initial fight on B. It dragged the rotates, it left it wide open. The question is, can Cooper get anything done?
He's
the
been
man is stuck around.
He's been baited by
30
the
seconds
clone.
left.
Yeah.
That's why his heart's going on that angle. He's like, there's a guy here. I heard him. He was stepping, and then he stopped.
Spike
and that's what a
planted.
real person would do. It's not a real person.
Nice shot by 7. That weapon could be retrieved. The wall from the attackers even gets them in closer. Now there's a rifle on Cooper, one on VALORANT, a chance to take these battles and close to even footing. Lloyd is looking the wrong way. The flash is good. Cooper spots him, sprays, lands the kill. Down goes Kreven, and it's Rose. The shock dart. It gets him the first. The smoke about to fade. The shot needs to be clean, and it's right to the head. Cooper.
He's got all.
It's a body shot needed and found by Rose to close out the round. A Red Bull clutch keeps BBL with a flawless record on this map.
It's always funny because you have someone like Rose where the sort of criticism of him is like, oh, he's not going to put up the numbers.
He can IGL real good, but he can't shoot.
He's currently top of the board, 5-on-1, just clutching a 1v2 to start out the game. There's so much depth within this roster. And
1v3, wasn't it? Shock Dart got the first.
Yeah,
right.
There you go, 1v3. First one he didn't see, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it's not a real kill.
But he is going to be the guy looking across the stage, standing up, like, no matter what. 4-0. This is where the rifles come back in. A decent amount of damage at least, but the economy's still good. That's a better start at least, but it's a quick pace take. And Hunter's Fury attempted to be used.
Spike planted.
Stefan's gone quite aggressive though with this ult.
Oh, he's looking for it. That has the TP out of there. And the problem is he's on the other side of the map. It's going to cost so much time bleeding from the clock. But Cooper has come up behind. He's thread the needle. They thought it was clear because they pushed 7 back, but now they've got to deal with the leader. He's found himself 2, and that could give them the foothold. Another traded out as Rose is alone in the same spot as before. A 1v3, his first found, but the decoy absorbs the bullet. 7. But that kill puts the first round on the board for Pacific.
An important one at that. It definitely looked like they were beginning to get into the stages of potentially being steamrolled just because that clutch and then the fast-paced take attempted once again. But they've been able to get a lot of space or sneaking their way through mid. I like the fact that Pacific are definitely not shying away from a fight. I think that's where you would just say, okay, this is over. If they're playing passive the entire time, but that's now, I think, a second time that Cupid's managed to get up behind them.
Yeah, and a lot of that, again, comes from the fact that 7 is selling that ruse. And once he TPs away, they think, okay, we've dealt with the flank problem. But no, there's a second layer to it. Very nicely done. Much more needed, though. Is that a blip on the radar for BBL? Will they be right back to winning ways? Of course, they've got the credits to invest here. Might not be the case for the next, but with a Viper's Pit, Pacific don't really have a lot to fight into that pit. And especially with using the drone early on.
And Paranoia.
And Paranoia, yeah. You're really running out of options if BBL get boots on the ground.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit would be scary.
Especially with that off on scene.
Aggressive position. That's a bit of a risk from Cupid. Maybe just trying to take contact to give 7 that little bit of extra space. Cena getting aggressive. It's an opportunity, but a missed shot. 7, though, not missing. Continuing what has been a very strong start to this game and manages to escape. It will allow for a post plant, but look at 2 players. They're quite far away. It's very deep lurks, and a lot of time will need to be bought by those players within the site.
What's Kreven going to do with this? Right now, he's waiting for that rotate from B. In a couple seconds, he'll realize it's not coming, and either goes to the door or plays that flank, and it will be towards the door. The position of the plant, though, is important to think about.
Yeah, he just ran out onto the side and Viper's Pit from far away.
Getting that defuse is difficult, but now getting into the pit and the defuse, this is going to be a real challenge for Pacific. Wrapping around, they've got players at every angle. Wide swing from LaRock. That's a little crazy. All they need to do is run that clock down. Kreven does well to find 1, and it's Rose! 6 HP! He's made it around the corner! He's bought them time, and time enough! Another clutch for the IGL on BBL! The man everybody doubts his individual ability, but by God, he's got it in droves today!
No, that's what it is. The other players carried in the tier 2. Rose carries when he gets to the tier 1. He was saving it. That's the thing, he was just warming up all of that time. What an insane couple of rows. The worst thing is Valorant runs into the pit, gets rid of it immediately, and it's almost like a sneaky reveal. It's like him coming out of the coffin, like the Undertaker, just like, you thought I was dead. It's insane. 5-1. 2 of those rounds have been clutched out by Rose, and oh, it was very nearly an attempt at a third, just a round ago. And that's done a lot of damage to the economy. 7 has definitely been a bright spark, though, and him having a rifle at least gives some hope that they could do some damage in this round.
It is wild that 50% of these rounds so far have been Rose clutches, and only one of them was an attempt. So, fair play. The guy is 9-3 at the moment. BBL sky high in terms of morale. And that round, you know, not only is it important for BBL, for confidence, for Rose, yada yada, but it was a big round for Pacific. Put the credits into it. We're left now with pistols, who are taken down easily by a body shot from an outlaw. Valorante has a chance for a kill here, but LaRock's come to the rescue. And we might actually get off without a hitch here for BBL. Nobody going down. A big moneymaker round on the cards. And Cupert's not got his hand on his mouse, but he is tucked in a corner, so it's okay.
I think they're using this as almost like a mini tactical pause.
Yep.
Like, I might as well just use the time that you've got. You're not winning this round. Maybe he can get an exit or two, but if he has his ult, it really doesn't matter that much. And well, he's not going to do that much damage to the economy, in fact. They're just going to send out players to try and build up some of those orbs. And Cupid just isn't moving.
It's fine if Jack gets this. The Blade Storm, but
he actually dies around to give it. That's a good teammate. That is a good teammate.
Oh, that's really nice. Because obviously if he gets the kill, it doesn't matter. He's already activated his Blade Storm, so give it to a buddy instead. What a considerate teammate.
Yeah, and in-zone flawless as well. This is the thing. Like, a lot of the rounds had at least close aspects, but BBL were always building up at economy. 6-1 into the lead, and then you get an in-zone flawless round. And they're having fun while they do it.
I don't think I've seen Rose laugh like that in a long time. He feels, it looks like there's no pressure. He is just having fun with his buddies down on that stage and 6-1 up. No surprise. We don't know how they'll deal with a loss. We haven't got to see it all too much so far. CNET doing well. That's Krevin down early on and another on that mid push. Spike down, as you said, in an unusual position, but that's actually the least of their problems. It's a 2v5 now. Pacific, they found their mojo in this round. CNET certainly did with that aggressive off.
Yeah, it's kind of what you want to see from CNET and the operator. Like, he can take so much space off the back of the waylay and just fall back with no real risk behind it, but thus far he's been caught. Krevin's definitely been having a bit of a rougher time. I think they've done very well at isolating that lurking Sentinel in the majority of rounds. It's just, unfortunately, it's been the main hit that they've struggled to deal with. And more importantly, Rose, and he is still alive, although this one should be impossible.
Well, if we clutch this one up, I think he's going to be in the conversation for MVP of Kickoff already.
Not ready yet.
Should be impossible.
Hey, Mr. Fallen got an ace. He's now carrying.
Frenzy ace,
Is this a new wave?
30
the Turkish
seconds
IGL.
left.
The age.
Although hopefully for BBL they won't be getting the same result.
It very much is the age of the leader. The in-game leader, not the coach.
Ah, yes.
Not to say, you know, maybe it is his age. I don't know. I don't make that call.
Yeah. They have the leader and the thinky.
They do. They do. The thinky and the brain is no more. Been taken away. Lovers Rock. It's got to do so much work if they're to have a chance, and with nothing there, I'm going to make a bold prediction that Rose hasn't got this. Nice shot to start. He's on the other side of the wall, but yeah, going back through there ain't going to be a walk in the park. A second found for Pacific. Good work. But they got to climb right back into this, and the question that we don't know the answer to is 6 already enough for BBL? I don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because like they've obviously still got themselves the Senti Viper, which has always been pretty good on the defensive side, and then this sort of double duelist with the potential for, well, especially Lovers Rock to play the operator, but LaRock is, well, LaRock isn't a slouch at anything. Like, if you've seen him play before, you know he could pick that up if necessary. I am going to be looking, though, especially on the attack side, how they're setting up 7, because so far he has been excellent. Obviously, the guy coming over from TSM with a fair few years under his belt in Americas. That TSM roster last year, obviously led by MBS, it was a banger of a team.
And he got a lot of praise for his work within that as well. A lot of eyes on him. Ninja's already down to start this one out. VALORANT caught in no man's land, surrounded and dropped the 2 versus 3. Shot through the smoke, brings him right back into it. It's CNET and Cupid. The off. As the smoke fades, those players have made it into safety. And this ult not going to be easy. We can see, even if he gets it onto one player, which is a game of battleships at best, still going to be another with gun up, ready to fight. You've got post-plant Hunter's Fury to worry about. That's why Cooper goes around towards main. That cleared out. You know they're on site. They're not playing for the ults unless they're in the spawn, so you'll clear that angle out. But he's being caught. Did he get caught by his own ulti? I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, CNET, you silly goose. Cupert's alone now, trying to clutch it out. He's found his first. But the creep around might just catch him. Big swing from Rose, and another round for the IGL of BBL. That could have been so much different, though. If I hope I'm wrong, but I really think he stepped into his ult. He's done a governor, Tom.
I also don't think that ult reaches the back corner. I don't think it goes far enough. So I don't know. I don't know if Rose was even caught by it. Maybe he dodged it just to.
Oh no!
Yeah, like Rose is just shooting like normal. He's definitely not been slowed.
Yeah.
So he wasn't hit by the ult.
Yeah, I think he could sidestep it though. No, it was a little to the right. It covered like the whole back lane, but not, I guess, around the corner. Unlucky. Nice try, but the rounds keep adding up for that attack side. And hell, if 6 wasn't enough, maybe 7 is. Maybe 8 will be. Because it seems tough to stop them, and with the weaponry Pacific are bringing into play, I think an 8th round is on the cards. Now, the first pick has gone their way. It's the only real weapon they have. And the decisive lack of the Bandit being brought through for Pacific. They're very much rather in the Sheriff, and with so many long-range angles, even that little 145, I understand why.
It's a decent start to a round that they don't have a lot to play with. 7's ult could see some value. Of course, with the Cypher still alive, having someone lurking through mid wouldn't be a massive surprise. They do need to clear out CNET, and that's exactly what they do. And while Ninja trying to trade with a classic, it never really seemed like it was going to work out. And for 7, well, nothing's really gone well. It is clean as can be. Every fight going the way of BBL.
Poison's off.
VALORANT, he's known for
30 seconds
his
left.
headshot ability. Having a Guardian, but realistically, the post-plant clutches from Rose alone has been very good. And there's 3 other players.
Genuinely seems to be an impossible task for the Hunter's Fury to fall back on. Even if he hits 3 crazy shots, this one should be going to Rose. His clutch percentage has been pretty solid. The question of damage doesn't even come into the conversation as Laroc quickly puts a pin in that round. 8-2 now for BBL. It is round after round success. An odd blip here or there, a flash in the pan from Pacific, but they are quickly finding that flame extinguished. And I mean, there's always the rest of the veto to go to. You've got Abyss, Pacific's map. They'll feel more comfortable there. That's great. But those silver linings are looking a little bit gray, a little bit dull at the moment, because pound for pound, BBL, they are leading. Rose is leading, for God's sake, by a long shot.
Yep. Quick push once again. 7 already forced back, and half the time they're not even taking the spike with them for these early fights.
Jeez.
It's a IGL and IGL, and one of them's winning. That's a gamble and a half. I guess they're at a point of no return where 7's running through a snake bite to try and catch people off guard. It's not gone well. VALORANT, there's just so many players appearing in front of his eyes that... yeah, I think CNET might save.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you see a move and you think, ooh, that was a little bit of a bold maneuver.
Yeah.
That was a little bit risky, but I do understand here. It comes from not a place of calculation, but a place of desperation.
Yeah.
Nothing's working, for God's sake. Run through a snake bite, see if you can catch him off guard. When all the picks are going elsewhere, when the fight in main's being lost up against Rose, when, Christ, it seems like Rose is the next the next IGL duelist, perhaps.
The thing is, right, if you're only getting headshotted anyway, then if you're vulnerable, it doesn't matter.
Stun by shields.
Exactly.
Save the money,
If you're vulnerable and slightly low from a snake bite, it doesn't matter because you're getting headshotted.
Exactly.
That's another end zone flawless, by the way. Not one that was specifically necessary for BBL. Their credits are through the roof, and they are 9-2 in the lead. You were asking the question throughout the majority of the half, is will 5 be enough or 6 be enough? I think 9 might be enough.
What about 10? How do you feel about that?
I'd say that's an even better number than 9. It's a good number.
I actually know I don't have the math. I can't show my workings on this, right? But I have a feeling that you actually have a better chance to win with 10 than with 9.
Well, Hunter's Fury, that's already a tag. Oh, there's no escape. Cupid, that's another battle versus Rose. Not a fair one, but he's lost it. That's already, the IGL started this game quite well, but it seems like his opponent has just started to level up and up and up. They're trying to deal with Rose, and they have 2 quick kills back, the double. Hello, Loiter. I think he just got so used to being able to run around the map with nobody killing him that he just forgot that he had to shoot his gun.
It kind of actually looked like what I just saw.
Wait, Rose, you haven't killed 4 already?
It's the same towards A main. 2 players go out, took in those corners.
Well, they've seen them.
And it seems a little bit disconnected from BBL. 9-2 up, getting a little bit cocky, feeling it.
Here.
They've been punished. Okay, sure. But a 9-3 scoreline ain't going to be the end of the world. They don't have their big clutcher online for BBL, so without Rose, I think that this should be Pacific.
They've only got Lovers Rock and Kraven, and you know, Lovers Rock only like top frag the Ascension Grand Finals, so washed.
30 seconds left.
Lovers Rock has also been revealed, so for Ninja, he's not been having a great time, but it's... Did he fall asleep at the wheel? He must have thought that was a clone.
He has. Oh, yeah. Oh, the sidestepping clone, Tom.
I don't know what he thought, but why did he just stand there like he disconnected in real life? Oh, no. Oh, this is possible. This is possible. See, that's a clone. And then there you go. Seven's managed to get past, TP it in. An opportunity, but Seven will close out the round. It got a little bit messy. It got a little bit shaky. But they managed to get to 3. 9-3 curses on. Mitch, are you ready for the comeback?
He's out here to give me a heart attack, Tom. I don't know what that TP was. I'm so ready for a comeback, though. Defensive side. Oh, it wasn't too kind to Pacific, but now we're talking about double dive, double smokes. It's a different idea. Let's see if it works after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Time to jump.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Well, after the halftime break, it's time to get back into the game anytime now. For Pacific, 3 rounds on the board, a really tough defensive side, and it felt like BBL came out of the gate swinging, looking for nothing but those jaw hits and landing every single one. Pacific stumbling and crumbling, but now they're on the attack. Double dive and a new idea with these smokes, not coming in with Viper, but having Astra, having the Omen as well. It gives them a lot more flexibility for Cooper to try to lead this team. But the problem is Rose on the other side has been leading by example.
These are not the stats for now. I know it says it on the screen, but just in case anybody was like, 158 ACS, wasn't he carrying? Was he just hitting them for 1? And no, those are the stats from last year. But yeah, Rose is not normally the guy that takes you through the games with a 16-5 scoreline, as you can see from those stats, but he's having a worldie of a game. Now I want to look at Cupid for a different reason. Like, his calling here is going to be important. He can lead
cutting through
in terms of the calls. He can let them know where they're going. He can set up the ideas and hopefully start things off well.
Well, There's Rose in the ground already. Valorant with another
Crispy.
for Pacific. 2 opening picks. Time to group up, take a site, and avoid giving BBL those individual duels because it can be a slippery slope, especially on a pistol. With Ghosts on the other side for Loida and Lover's Rock. A challenge rounding that corner. Loida able to at least deal some damage. Set Lover's Rock up for a fight, but nothing's going their way on BBL.
Lover's Rock only able to get one. They don't even have to necessarily push this way, especially with VALORANT already clearing those back lines. Timing's not great, but Treven clearly not expecting anybody to be there, not ready for the fight. It will now leave Loiter in a 1v4 scenario, and CNED is waiting patiently. Does he check? Does he check? But he's not checking the box.
Spike play.
No,
CNED!
CNED, he's a young Turkish player. Oh, he missed! He missed! You got what you deserve, CNED! Oh, no one's going to clip that. No one's clipping that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
At least he's got a smile on his face.
Hey, you know.
They won the round still. It's okay.
We've seen Wisp in our time.
That made me so happy, Tom. You get exactly what you deserve. Oh my goodness.
It genuinely is. It's like the new kid coming back to the league, and CNED's like, oh shit, I'll show you who's boss. Be careful, Thinky. You might go back off the chair if you swing any harder.
Oh, well, that's a little bit of an energy injection for Pacific. A 4th round found now as well, and it's time to keep on adding those up. For BBL, left with classics. This should be where Pacific, correct me if I'm wrong, for the first time chained together a round. It's just been one here or there so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Kind of hope you're wrong, but I think you might be right.
I think I'm spot on. A chance for them to correct how things have gone, I think, so far.
Hey, if not, it's a great advertisement for the BBL bundle. That's all I'll say, because there are only classics invested. There is nothing else. So, realistically, you should be correct.
That's a really nice skin. I like that.
I'm always a fan of purple and gold. It's just it's a banger combo. We have not been paid by BBL to say that. What should we have?
You know what? They have my number, so I have their jersey. This is I'm not sure I like this. See, that's walking in with an outlaw in hand into the middle of sight, so he's surrounded by the maximum number of angles. But that means the maximum number of orbs for him to acquire.
He's just flexing on him.
It makes sense. That was a really risky entry to sight, solo through mid, but fair enough.
You know, he's like it's like Michael Jordan in his later years. You got to show these kids who's boss. Like, he's the Michael Jordan of Turkish Valorant.
I don't know anything about basketball, but I'm sure that makes a lot of sense.
Michael Jordan is very good.
I know that. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, very good.
Very good.
That's all I know. And
do you think it's Scottie Pippen?
Cool shoes. Mate, his free throws. Is he also a basketball player?
Yeah.
No,
I didn't just name another sport.
I thought you might have been catching me off there.
Maybe. You know.
Yeah, I'm wise to your tricks,
It's not the papaya all over again.
Well,
when you said you're a big McLaren.
Listen, not very well versed. If it's not played on a computer, I don't know what's happening. Most of the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Tends to be how it works, and half the time I don't know what's happening on the computer either.
Or unless it's an Irish sport. That is one hell of a start. CNED tried to knife him, so he's just wrecked him through a wall and through a smoke at the beginning of the round. Showing Unk who's boss. I like how Unk is only like 24 as well. Either way, trying to put some pressure onto the players on the side. But this crossfire of Lorok and Loiter is a fearsome one to try and deal with. Loiter taking the majority of the contact, and they know that he is here. That doesn't matter though. This is the youngsters we were talking about. How has he not died? He was in his drone. That's the Rose that we normally see. Rose in his drone gets swung, still survive because some 18-year-old has shot him in the head.
Yeah, that was remarkable stuff for BBL, and I think compounding on what we talked about earlier. Oh no, bro. When he's laughing like that, when he's screaming across the stage.
Laugh. That's outrageous.
Oh, it's got to feel bad to sit across from that. So Pacific, they managed to chain 2 in a row. And that's where the streak ended. Now for BBL.
He's doing the same spam through the box every round.
Built CNET at the start of last round. Yeah, I'll do that spam every time I play this map now. A nice little early opening. So it looks like Pacific, like they're going back to just mid control. Fighting those choke points isn't working towards B main, or towards A main, sorry. And B's never going to be a fun one. That mid split, it worked out. They got a lot of control. CNET was able to walk into the site, but this time there's an off wait for them.
This is where Lover's Rock is really hard to deal with. He's good at sort of taking those initial fights, and as you can see, immediately falling back. He has no level of greed to his gameplay, which as a Yoru player is the most irritating thing to fight against, because he's just going to keep repositioning every time he fires a shot. On the other side of things, they are at least going to be able to get some space in towards that site. Hunter's Fury being utilized, but as of yet hasn't connected, and now the full force of this defense has started to take back control.
Oh, the jump up from Cupid's good. He hasn't managed to spot Rose tucked in on that corner. And Rose strikes now, dropping Ninja. Dealing a bit of damage to Cupid as well, the 2 versus 3. Pacific, no plant found just yet. And as they attempt it, it'll be forcing it 1vx. It's not going to be an easy duel. And as time ticks on, that flank is coming through from Loida, making a difficult situation all the more challenging. A 3K from Cooper, but the spike needs to be planted, and now it's on the floor. 10 seconds, and no one to cover as the plan's coming in. Valorant has to be lucky to avoid the spams. He's on 19 HP, but still alive. Given a chance. Losing here, it sends BBL straight to the home stretch, a chance to close out this map and start the series off with confidence. But a few well-placed shots could buy Pacific a much-needed chance. It all comes down to the timing. Lloyd is just about to round that corner. Valorant needs to be quick, but Lloyd gets there first.
Difficult clutch to win with the amount of damage that was already taken, and the quick rotations from BBL made it almost impossible. The thing that was a little bit peculiar though was it feels like the 2 players on site knew the Rose was in that corner. They were literally full spamming that wall, and then Ninja walks out main completely unaware. That's the bit that threw me off. It does feel like maybe there's just a piece or two missing in terms of communication, because I feel like that was a free kill for him. If the guy spamming the wall goes, I think he's behind the wall I'm spamming.
Yeah, I think the only problem is, so Rose ran through the smoke right after the Hunter's Fury came through. Got a kill. And then when Cooper jumps up and doesn't see him, it's like, to us, it's clear. He's obviously in that
No, but I mean straight after that. After that, they're spamming the wall and hitting Rose for 70. Like, he takes a lot of damage in that corner. So that was after he jumped up. He jumped back down and went, he's in this corner.
Unlucky.
So someone thought he was there. Otherwise, that's an insane
Or it is, I mean, it could be just intuition, I suppose, but yeah, you give that little, there could be someone in the corner.
Yeah.
Get your teammate, eyes on it, instead of holding the smoke, different game altogether. And here he is, Kraven, that's my boy down there. I love seeing this guy play. I feel like he's has actually been figured out quite a lot here.
That's why you like him, the last one.
And he knows how to play the game, but he also knows how to play the game in real life. Avoid those beats.
Broke his right arm twice. That couldn't be you, though. You're terrified of everything.
Yeah, I never get injured, actually, as well. So
that's a really good thing.
They call me Colossus from X-Men. Untouchable.
How's your shoulder?
Which one? Yeah, both. Better than ever, yeah. But yeah, Kraven, I understand it, man. I don't like bees either. Stay away from.
I think you just don't like any bugs.
I like some bugs.
I've watched you run into the road.
Bite or pinch me.
Oh. I think that's all bugs.
Then I don't like any bugs, yeah. The teethless ones.
I like the friendly one.
Yeah.
Maybe butterflies.
They're all right. Pacific, this is it. Credits put on the line. BBL set to take 12 if they win this. Kraven up close, the man we just highlighted. We heard from him. Now it's time to see him play the game, wrapping around through those smokes. Through the orb comes Kraven, dealing and dishing out death. But it's only the double.
Decent trade.
Pacific managed to trade this back and get a plant and get the Cosmic Divide up so they can fall back to main. They can get post-plant positions. That's a great recovery.
Right here. That Divide has bought plenty of time for them to reposition as well, so any ideas that were there are gone, but that's a nice bait and switch. Valorant in the corner, not a lot of places he can go, but the crossfire, Ninja is well aware. It's left onto Loiter again, though. 18 and 8. He's moved to the top of the board on this defensive side. Has been fantastic in the clutch, but he looks the wrong way. This time, Ninja is well aware, and a big recovery round from him.
I think a big recovery half as well. Like, he was like 2 and 9, something like that, having a really, really rough game. And now he's got himself back up to sort of the bottom end of the scoreboard. He's playing a decent game. It means this half so far has been night and day compared to what we saw before. Working really well with VALORANT there. Gonna say, I don't know what was happening with VALORANT. He was trying to pop that smoke for a few seconds. I was getting worried. But he got it back in the end.
He's used to, you know, he's used to the Cypher way. You can just look at the floor and step off. It's like a little bit easier.
Well, 11-6. Disaster averted, but another one on the horizon. BBL have bought up the op on Lover's Rock. A nightmare to deal with at the best of times.
Yeah, he's pushing further and further down as well, knowing that he can just take that shot and get out of there. If there is anybody around here, and there you go. Look, immediately, straight back to site. He's gone. Like, there's no way you can now hunt him down. That's what makes him so irritating. They're re-pushing it, though, re-clearing it. In fact, even spotting the TP out, but Seven's got a freebie. And actually, again, Pacific have been able to turn this. Still got to deal with a couple of these players. Loiter up close, might not expect the player in main, but after a shot is missed. Oh, he's gone into the drone, but Valorant is covering, holding for his teammate. Now that operator rotates back into position, Rose once again, but it's left onto the op, and a mistake made with the spike down and a swing out. It will be 7 to close, a back and forth all the way through. But it is Pacific to win the round.
Considering how this started out with BBL looking incredibly dominant, that scoreline's going to start to get pretty concerning pretty soon. It's closing in. Pacific looked like they found their mice. Players who were not hitting even the easy kills are now all of a sudden starting to play the game. Everyone's online. Hell, if CNED's on the bottom of the board, you know the rest are doing something right. And it can only get more and more dangerous from this point if they don't take a moment, if they don't take a tactical break, reassess how these rounds have gone for BBL. So close to that 1-0 start, to getting their map under their belt. But even at this stage, it won't be as dominant a victory as it looked like it would be. It's time to course correct before that victory becomes a loss.
Yeah, I think this is probably the right moment for it. Like, up until this point, as you said, they'd lost the pistol second round. This is the first time in the whole game they've lost 2 buy rounds in a row.
Rounds, yeah.
So there was never really anything for the coach to sort of take a moment and be like, oh, actually, I need to be swapping things up. It's just, okay, maybe they're a bit silly, maybe they're over-facing, but we're starting to see that their opponents are getting back into the game. And I like the fact that, as said, it doesn't seem like Pacific is shying away from a fight. I think they've done quite well of sort of catching the over-aggression. Like, after getting that opening kill, I do think Kreven's push was a little bit over-aggressive, and you start to see players almost hunting for 1v1s on the BBL side. Like, all of those back and forth trade kills were because someone went for a 1v1. You had Loiter try and run into main to fight the player who was using a drone, gets caught from mid. Like, they almost feel unaware of other angles that they could be open to because they're so fixated on getting the kills. And I think that might be something that the coach, Key, has just got to go, yeah, we need to stop doing that.
On back in, this is a round that still has some promise. I mean, even if you look at the weapons they have, but the fact that Laroc's popped the Blade Storm too, Pacific have to be cautious. And I love how cautious they're being. They know they're coming up against a mixed buy. They know there's a Blade Storm. And so they spread out. Play down to a minute 10 as a default. Not just a default, but a default on range. That's what they're avoiding. They're avoiding that flash that could come around any corner and have a Blade Storm follow it up, a free kill and a dash out. They don't want to give those chances, so they play outside of main. They play in their spawn practically.
And now they've heard that flash go off, they reclaim the space. They're going back in to basically face off a spot that their opponents have cleared. So it leaves Laroc on an island. Okay, there will be a TP across the map eventually that could help him out, but I don't think there's any way that he can really hold this down without just hitting clip of the day.
And it's this mid layer to it as well from Pacific that's going to be so difficult to deal with. CNED, not the weapon I'd want, the Outlaw deep in spawn like that, but he's going to have the task of cutting off those rotations. Again, just not the weapon for it. Let's see how much he can get done, but VALORANT already finding one. CNED misses the shots, has to go to the pistol. Even lands a 140 onto Lover's Rock, but those shields keeping him alive. Thing is, though, retaking from here, even with the Outlaw in hand. 3 full shields on the other side, no easy fight. And Pacific, well, it's VALORANT making it look easy, robbed of the ace, but his work is very much done. Pacific closing that gap into 3. But as we said, BBL, there was promise, there were chances, there were dangers. This is the buy, though.
God, it would have been nice to see Valorante, the German in the league, come in and get an ace on his debut for the team and in VCT EMEA. It was very close. Loiter spoiled it, unfortunately, but he's definitely playing well. And that was the thing. Like, we know this guy for his Sentinel play. He's definitely been like sort of flexing a bit here and there with the smokes as well. But there's always been one thing that isn't in question, which is that aim. He's always had that in his locker. And especially to show him versus BBL is a good sign, but it's whether or not they can bring this any further already. That is a huge combo, but LaRock managed to dodge it.
Valorante is here to pick up the pieces, though, as Loiter goes down. Robbed of the ace in the previous round, but Valorante's back for vengeance. He's taking down Kreven, but much more needed, as Valorante on 30 health has only got Cupid by his side, but now the A site taken. A nice shot onto LaRock, a sneaky playthrough, gets the plant in favor of Pacific. But Lovers Rock, with that op, he just needs to find Cupid, and the second kill would be so easy, but what an uncomfortable angle to try to take this fight. With Cupid hiding inside that smoke, ships in the 90s, cross past him, and it's even Valorante to take the kill in the end, his third of the round. Some big performances now the past two from him, and that's put Pacific to a gap of 2. They are now hot on BBL's heels, and a team that looked set to take this with flying colors now finds themselves under threat.
Yeah, I definitely think you can see as well that the problems that are sort of there with dealing with all of these smokes. Like the amount of space that Cupid was able to get. Like LaRock was doing an incredible job. 3 kills off the back of just individual brilliance, but then Cupid's just stood in a spot he never expected. Like they are struggling versus this double controller on the attack side. And yeah, what we kind of expected to be a dominant victory, maybe what even should have been a 10-2 half. But now, since then, they've managed just a couple of rounds. And in this one, at least, not a mass to play with again. You've got a solo rifle picked up, a bandit put into the hands of Loiter. He's one away from having his ultimate online, which would definitely help out a little bit with the spam. It's looking like a B site execute here. The worry is, if a singular kill goes Loiter's way, he could put that Viper's Pit into play, but that's a lot of ifs and buts.
He's got the right weapon for it. The bandit up close, snakebite in, player on him, the fire rate's good, but Cena just about survives until Ninja has something to say about it. Dropping his teammate. But look what BBL have to work with.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury that's not going to be committed. I mean, unless they've lost their down mind. They need some pig. The Hunter's Fury's in. They've sent it. Rose is a madman, and he's found his kill. The Hunter's Fury lands. LaRock's flank finds 1, no, 2, and now 7. Mere moments later, is all alone. The walls closing in on him, and it's a crunch from Rose to put BBL up to 12. A ludicrous commitment with what they had. A man disadvantage, weaponry not in their favor. And he throws the Hunter's Fury through. It makes all the difference.
That's situational brilliance from Rose, honestly. That is him realizing, okay, LaRock is behind. LaRock has the rifle. If he just walks in, they're going to be ready. They're going to be watching that angle. There's going to be so much left that has to be disrupted. I throw in a Hunter's Fury. I displace 1 or 2 people. He maybe gets a freebie. He maybe gets an individual fight. The fact that Rose got a kill is just a little bit of luck that I think goes a long way. 100%. But then the fact that you saw the player on site on the pillar was not looking in any direction. They were just trying to dodge the ult. That's a free kill. And obviously then the second one is just LaRock being LaRock.
Now 3 chances to close this out. Roses, he's brought the Odin in. It's a dirty tactic, but we love to see it in play. But the B site is still the target. Even with that Viper's Pit up, the decision from Pacific is to wrap around. Already, though, CNET's going to be caught by the trip, giving away the play. The cage blocks sight, makes us very uncomfortable. for them to get anywhere near the site. Kraven in danger of the spams after the reveal. Lovers Rock hiding in that corner as well. They've dropped Kraven, but they don't know about this snake in the grass. And Lovers Rock strikes for one, Loida for another, keeping the numbers even. And with 7 tagged low, this could very easily be another BBL round, be the last BBL round of the map for Pacific. Back up against a wall, and the plant still needs to be found.
They still have both controllers standing. That might give them an opportunity to at least create a little bit of additional space. And all 3 players coming in from the same angle on that defensive side. No flank this time to worry about. But there is a wraparound coming in on the attack. A double sort of layer, the pressure all being put onto Valorant, but the cross is being held. It's being watched for, though. They're ready for that mid-pick. Valorant on the site has done well. Already clearing out one. Instant headshot on the second, and now Rosewell. An Odin clutch will be the cherry on top of the cake, but he's not even going to go for it. Saving the gun. A solid post-plant once again from Pacific. And they have brought things back to just 2 rounds. OT is definitely possible.
A really remarkable recovery from how this game started, where it did very much like
It should have been over 15 minutes ago.
100% more perhaps. The start of this game looked like a tier 1 team playing a tier 2 team. That's what I would expect to see.
It depends which tier 2 team you're talking about.
That's true. That's true. And for BBL, a timeout called. Their tactical break, their second now being used up. They're all out. With 2 chances to close this out. They're luckily not out of luck just yet. But it is getting dangerous. And we're seeing the promise of Pacific on the other side. Again, a lot of talk, a lot of hype about a man like Seven. We know that CNED's a man worthy of the hype that he's had in the past, albeit Turkish Jet has been, we're waiting for the prodigal son to return to that role for quite a while. At least he's not on Smokes. But
not on Smokes yet, it's only map 1.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
Although they have 2 others playing Smokes in this game.
Yeah,
so.
Cubert's an Omen boy through and through. So unless Valorant wants to swap over, which hell with the aim he's had so far, good a risk.
Yeah, but I think Valorant has that on anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you put him on.
But we are seeing that promise of Pacific. That formula really starting to heat up, and that is a team as well. I think it's a worthwhile conversation. I expect BBL to come in and be good from day 1. I know that they are. I expect Pacific to be a team that, hey, maybe for stage 1, for stage 2, they could be a contender, but I think that anyone in their position should need time. Hey, listen, good recovery already. Let's see how much more they've got in the tank.
Well, we've seen it before, where a team comes in. I think BBL was a great example last year, where a lot of it is people looking to make a comeback, or maybe being one of the last people to be picked up overall. Like, this team was literally announced yesterday. Which, come on, Pacific. You've known who you had a little bit longer than that. But, yeah, to see them already looking this good versus a team we expected to absolutely batter them is a good sign going forward. It's whether or not they can now go that little bit further. Can they take this to OT? Can they take their opponent's map choice and show a truly impressive attack side?
You know, very much shake up the meta as well in terms of the comp they're bringing to it. I like what we've seen from Pacific so far, but 2 more in a row. No room for error anymore, and they're moving towards the A site. Cupert sending it out towards B. I don't know if this is going to be a fake, a use of the paranoia, or if he's just clearing that space that BBL have been keen to take in the past. Cam broken, it's all making noise, but if he goes out there without his weapon drawn, it could be an easy pick for Lovers Rock. The op misses him, and now the play towards A, but it's being read by BBL. 4 players in position, ready for this blitz. BBL, they've outthought them. All they have to do now is land those shots, and one after another go in their favor.
Patience might just pay off. LaRock in the corner. He should have been a dead man for quite a while, but he's going to survive the round. It isn't so flawless to close. It took BBL quite a bit longer than expected to get that one over the line, but the fact is, they got it over the line.
Yeah, I think a big difference in the end is Lovers Rock taking so much aggression on that defensive side, so much space for the squad, punishing Pacific as they go back in, or if they go somewhere else, getting his teammates all that information, so there can be a 4-man stack on the other side of the map. BBL, they've won out on their map pick, but it wasn't quite as easy as it seemed like it would be. Now, Abyss, the map pick of Pacific as they look to bounce back. We'll see if BBL can close it 2-0 after the break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're like a movie scene, makes me forget everything. Oh, we were just kids playing like we knew the world. You got your name in lights. You give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry. I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17 watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17 watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. Sit back, enjoy the show. Getting lost in more than we'll ever know. Yeah, kick your feet up. We've got time to lose. I'll be Bonnie and you be Clyde. And we can pretend that we never died. There's no other place I'd rather be with you. Don't leave me dry. I'm feeling like I've lost.
Rose is, what did you think of his clutches on map 1? Rose is incredible player as individual and as his brain. Appreciated him. He was really good. He won the first map for us. Thank you.
He won the first map for us. You know, normally you hear that about Loiter, Larog, usual suspects, but you can't deny Kakuka and Lu,
Yes.
the impact Rose had on Breeze.
That's the perfect word to use, I think.
Yeah.
We saw it in the ultimates, definitely on the calls and on those key rounds where things could have gone either way. It was actually him tipping the scale in many, many situations. So it's good to see that he also gets the recognition from the coach, and I'm sure he did for the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, I think it's something pretty representative for IGLs, you know, to be good in clutches. But Rose, I think he had like at least 2 or 3 of those. And, you know, you see the man standing by himself, you know, taking the responsibilities also for his teammates. And as a player, I think it also helps seeing your IGL doing this good in a game.
That's why everyone else can just run it down, I feel like. Because
Yes.
he's there to tidy it up, to clutch it up. It got close, though.
Yes.
Did you expect how close it got?
I'm going to be honest, no.
Yeah?
That first half not only was close, I think that some rounds were a bit gimmicky. They were struggling a lot to defend on this map, and I'm speaking about Pacific. I'm still getting used to it. defending on this map with this double controller and the composition that we were speaking about, the Astra and the Omen. Sometimes you could feel like Loita was the difference maker just because there was a Viper wall there, and that caused a reaction in them. And they were like, oh, do we behind, front, utility coming in, behind, front, where do we want to stand? Little bit of a, I'm not going to say nerves because I think that the vibes were very good and we could see in the reactions that they were like having fun. Seen it try to knife player. Didn't happen.
I mean,
sometimes life
skill
is like that.
issue or what?
No, but I like the fact that probably the reason why it got close in the end is because the mental was never destroyed. You know, like they were laughing about
knew they
the
were going to
situations.
win. For me, it made sense, like, and especially with like
Angel cosplay,
you know,
W Angel
they knew they were
cosplay.
gonna win. I think they knew they were gonna win. But there is one thing that annoys me a little bit with this like beginning of the EMEA season is that I see fake comebacks. We see them every game. Yesterday we had 2 of them. Now we've got one. You know, the team's starting to get
The
resilient.
fact that you're saying that about
when they're
KC,
being,
Lou, wow.
I mean, they're being led 11-5 and they start to wake up. And I mean, it's good for the team, you know, for the team energy and, you know, like confidence and stuff, but it should happen like earlier if they really want to win the series.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players, you know, it's their first time. We've heard a lot about nerves in the past. Even the BBL Pacific players back in 24, they were talking about nerves. You know, they were like, oh, we're not quite sure what to expect on a stage this big. I like to hope it is that because as we head to Abyss, you know, the excuses start to run out because Abyss is their map pick, right?
Yeah.
They should thrive here. Do you think they're going to be weird? Do we go weird? Because it was weird on Breeze.
I want to see
if Breeze is Omen Astra,
it's weird.
What would you consider weird? Like
Veto.
Is Brim
Veto?
Veto? I would love to see some Veto. I actually love that you say that. Maybe not on Pearl. I would be super down to maybe see some Veto, maybe some Chamber Keys if we get there, you know. But we obviously have to talk about Abyss. I was saying at the beginning of the show how I would love to see 7 on that Chamber. Maybe Abyss could be one of the responses.
Yeah,
what do you think,
Lou? I agree with you. I think Veto is a very solid pick on Abyss, and I wish that we could see that Veto or Chamber. I'm happy either way.
For BBL, though, I don't think they get weird, right? And I think it was almost kind of obvious why they chose Breeze.
Right?
Yeah,
we mentioned it.
If we go on that line and we think about what they were playing in Breeze, they were pretty standard with it.
Well, we heard it from the coaches on the side of BBL. It's time to hear what Leader had to say ahead of Abyss.
Omen Astra picks we saw on Breeze was very unique. Can we expect the same creativity for the rest of the maps in the pool? I mean, yeah, you guys can expect it for sure because we like to cook in a way of, you know, make sense. We don't really go with crazy comps, but I think double smoker is the meta, and instead of Viper we just pick Astra, like Omen, you can say. And yeah, of course, like sometimes we gotta play meta comps, sometimes we gotta play not meta comp, but, you know, kind of similar playstyle. But yeah, just wait for some surprises.
I know we hear that often, but I believe him. I fully believe him.
I think he's lying to us.
You think he's lying?
No, Lou, listen. Actually, don't listen. Just you go back and watch Thinker's smile. He's like looking down because he doesn't want to establish eye contact with the camera because he knows he's going to give it away. But if he said the double controller is the meta, he also said maybe not the Viper. What combination would we like to see here in Abyss?
My favorite thing is like he was like, oh, was the Astra a replacement for the Viper or was Omen the replacement of the Viper? In my mind, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
That is great. But on Abyss though, would you agree that there might be a couple of agents you wouldn't want to see them not play? You know, like even Viper, we were a little bit
I don't want to
confused.
see a Viper on Abyss.
No, as in like it was the must pick on Abyss. Like you don't want to see them, you know,
Astra?
stray too far.
The Waylay. I would like to see them keep
CNET
the
Waylay
Waylay
again?
or yeah, maybe some Euro like
VALORANT
that. I would
Astra.
like if that's the route they want to go without the Sentinel, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
I'm down for some CNET Jet.
Give me Astra Valorante.
What? Well, they're cooking.
Okay, you're right. He wasn't lying. He was lying.
I told you, SK.
I mean, he was hello cooking. We're gonna get 7 KO, which yeah.
So here's the thing: on the side of BBL, no surprises. They keep that double duelist and they play very vanilla, just keeping the Cypher, which I think was of huge value in that Breeze and probably was the difference. Maybe a couple of rounds, but for Pacific, seeing the KO and the Tejo, a lot of surprise here.
I'm glad I got the Tejo.
Wait, is Brimstone? This is the second time we've seen it on the Biz.
100% pick rate. 100% pick rate.
At what
That's how you
point?
define the meta.
What is going on? But what about because Valorant's a very different player from Vinny though.
Yeah, they are very different, and I really enjoyed his Astra on Breeze right before. But I think he's gonna be able to play a little bit like a sneaky rat. You know, I'm not seeing Cooper taking those lurks that much. I think it will be more of like a support also to CNET, and CNET having both a Tejo and a KO to entry and to retake is something that he really, and I hope to see him capitalize on.
So they're going to go for the double initiator. Seven is pretty flexible, like I was saying about the duelist and whatnot, but he is a flex player. I really want to see the Tejo because I think that it's still very viable, that it's going to work very well. They're going to have a lot of info to play with. But again, yesterday we were speaking about all the solutions that mates were finding to not having a sentinel and playing on this map and how to measure aggression. We were also speaking about those post plants, and obviously with the composition that Pacific are playing, they should have an edge in that part of the map. But they have to get to that part. In Breeze, if they would have had the money to bring in the operators early, maybe we would have seen a different result.
Yeah, and there's no better place to make your Tejo debut, right, than on this stage against BBL. As long as he doesn't governor himself, Mitch and Tom, I'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about that is he's on an agent that silly Mitch forgot doesn't governor yourself.
There you go.
You get a boost, don't you? You don't even get slowed. One of those
He
things.
didn't get goved, but he did get killed.
No, he did get tripped.
Do you know what I've realized?
What's
This is
that?
actually, so they're asking, oh, Brimstone, is it meta? It's actually just because Alpha versus Omega, Valorante's got to get his kills in. So he's actually just picked the Brimmy just for that reason alone. So there you go. He's all in. He actually doesn't care about this match at all. He's only looking to try and make sure his team gets the skin.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's why we've got you, Tom, for the
That's why Mini did it as well.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of kills, so there you go.
Nice.
Really is boosting them. No, but
putting in the work.
I like it. The amount of delay we saw yesterday was fantastic. I will say I'm a big fan of the Yoru melee. I think it's nasty on this map. I think DRX showed exactly how it can be utilized, and I don't blame anybody for yonking that.
No, without a doubt. That double dive was terrifying on the attack side to start out in the defense. BBL, well, they look just as scary as any comp could. Cupert's left alone, a 1 versus 5. And again, you know, you think back to that last map, it was a very strong start for BBL.
Got you.
Although they slowed down in the end. No, well, I would say more so that Pacific warmed up. They were getting disrespected, they were getting ran down on, and then they started to play the game. Let's hope it doesn't take that same kind of warm-up period here.
He's managed to get one at least, but he's being swarmed the entire time. Solid start for BBL, more importantly, a solid start for Lovers Rock. I think, as I said, like this guy getting the Yoru early is always going to be terrifying, but he is straight in to that Outlaw, just looking to try and farm things up. And if they get off, this is the thing, if they get off to the same start as they did on the last map, it's probably going to end the same way. Eventually, they'll have something to get them over the line. And I'd be more worried, if anything, because I think that this comp is so good at getting you in on the attack side that I eventually believe they'll win it out in the post plant.
Well, for Pacific, it's down to those classics. You got Ninja coming in, Sheriff in hand, but the rest very much underarmed. Lovers Rock inside a smoke with an Outlaw. The hip fire gets him one, I believe, and then he's straight on out of there. Nicely done. It's a risk, but one that's clearly paid off this time around.
Well, the interesting thing as well going into the comp on the other side is we already saw it early. Obviously, it was only Cupid left alive. But the composition that's being run from Pacific is actually a bit worrying for one reason alone. And it is that we saw in the defense how aggressive BBL were willing to be. You no longer have that sort of backline protection. You don't have any utility that's going to be just, oh, this bit is locked off, no one can get past here, we don't have to worry about this. And so they're going to have a lot of global control across the map to consistently keep an eye on everything. They do have the double initiator for that, but that kind of has fallen out of fashion at least a little bit recently, and we'll see if that bites them. It's always also going to put an awful lot of pressure onto CNED to get them info on the entry. And yes, that was an end zone flawless. That's why I talked through it, because it was so ridiculously clean.
Yeah, as it should have been, I suppose, from the very get-go. So very nice stuff for BBL. A convincing second round, tagged onto a strong pistol.
Yeah, he's one up ult, by the way.
And Lovers Rock one away indeed. That could make it Much easier to get back into a site play in
Yeah.
those retakes, if they even need that. Rifles out for Pacific, and this is where I don't want to hear any bark. I just want to see the bite. This squad needs to do damage. The BBL will be off to another flying start.
I feel like I've seen that before. Just he was on the other side. But that's the problem. We're seeing that individual brilliance from Laroc, but this time he actually has something to get him out. Dash nowadays kind of sucks on Jet, but it's very good on the waylay. And they are just getting slammed! It is almost whitewash again. Not quite the flawless this time around, but you might as well think it was. 4 players standing in a bonus round, Mitch. Yeah, this is more dominant than last time, and well, this time Rose hasn't really had to do anything.
Yeah, the usual suspects. 8-0 start from Lovers Rock. Couldn't even believe my eyes looking down at that.
Weird, did he even get the kill in that round? No, he did. He got one.
At the end. Okay.
It was the other 2 that he got everything.
Yeah, at this point, for Pacific, it's a bit of a stinker.
That was a buy round, by the way, just in case.
Gonna really
I could
hurt.
understand if people went, oh, was that just Classics again?
No.
They do Classics twice in a row.
Now they're on the Classics. Now they're on the Sheriff. And now they should be on a 4-0 deficit for Pacific. It's all about the next one. Or doing some damage here, but the economy, it's, to be honest, actually at this point, you need that damage. The economy's getting out of control for BBL. The confidence is there in droves! Laroc has taken 4. I mean, it's only the pistols, but my God, I wanted some damage from Pacific, and they get nothing. Everybody's got full shields at the end.
That was an in-zone flawless, by the way.
Oh,
just in case you're wondering. In-zone flawless.
They didn't take damage.
Another one. Yeah, no, this
one
been,
bullet.
So in the last one, there was a few players dying here and there in these rounds. So although it was dominant, it wasn't quite like this. Yeah, Laroc, just in case you're also wondering, Lovers Rock and Laroc both have their ultimates for this round.
Up. They have 2 deaths on the entire team, and if everyone went into that round on 1 HP, they still would have won.
They're both Laroc.
Flawlessly.
They're both Laroc.
Well,
they got their ultimates.
Pacific's map pick, guys. It's going to bounce back, don't you worry. It is early days. It's just the context of the previous map, and then thinking if BBL keep their foot on the gas, if Pacific don't find their magic formula, and right now, we need a miracle formula. A 5th round being sought after by BBL and off in the hands of Lovers Rock. And look, here's my other issue. They're playing so passive here. This is where BBL in the previous map were like, all right, let's start just swinging. Let's get aggressive. Let's take fights. But now Lovers Rock has the opportunity with the op, and everyone else is sitting back, letting Pacific make mistakes. Letting them run that clock down.
Where the cam is. There you go. You found it. It's deep within B main. So you can see Krevin is currently not even on the site. A lot of that is also because he doesn't want to get hit by the 9. It doesn't want to give anything over, but it might start getting into his head that, okay, he hasn't had anything to do just yet. Already early rotation, but maybe a little bit of a mystery, but a lot of that is because of the deep control that Laroc has already taken. Maybe a little bit wary of middle. And he has himself that convergence path available to just basically stop their whole push in its tracks.
Loida down to start with, making some headway here for Pacific is 7. Definitely the standout on their squad in the previous, but that rotation, that over-rotation you said it could have been. Well, it's been dealt with. Every single player dropped by 7. He's got 4 under his belt as Laroc moves to the smoke. Cupert, it's a big risk to walk through here. 3v1. You should win the round off time alone, running that clock down, but everyone's taking their individual fights. If you're looking to give Laroc an opportunity, this is it. Luckily, he won't be punishing to start with. The stun doesn't land on the players in the corner. The shot to start is straight on 7's head. Ace denied, but the round won't be. Pacific finally on the board.
Yeah, he was great in the last map as well, but you can definitely see some of the individual brilliance he's bringing from this squad. Crispy aim to get them their first round, basically just trading off of everybody else, making sure that he swings in time. That will be their first round onto the board, but we have to see whether or not that's the start of something or just a blip, because more important, Alorante had a great first map, quiet right now, and seen at 0 and 5 on the board. That's it, it's going to be tough for him. Like, he's the solo duelist, it's not a 1-2 punch. He basically has to dive in and, wow, try not to die, but ultimately, if it comes to it, die to get the information for the team.
Well, they're moving straight into that angle. It was being jump spotted with the TP. Loida sees nothing. Now LaRock goes walkabouts. Refract online. He can get out, but his teammate can't. Loida caught in the open is punished. A nice start for Pacific. Again, it's 7 on those entries. A few good rounds from him, and it's giving hope to Pacific. Rose desperately trying to steal that hope away. 7 not out of the round yet. He's on his knees, but he's right back into the fight. Pacific will find themselves a post plant. 5v4. Hold on. BBL are getting ahead of it. Ult's already sent through. In comes Convergence Path. Rose good for one. Kraven on another. It's chaos. And BBL thriving inside it. Ninja started without a weapon, but recovers one and puts the numbers back even.
And the operator still just holding the angle, but a nice double from VALORANT. His 3rd of the round, and as said, he was yet to get himself onto the board before this, but now is there to close it here. Solid stuff. And I really love the sort of layers of utility we saw there from Pacific. The sort of opening flash to get them that battle, the fallback, then the paranoia was sent in to catch him as he goes away, the salvos that trap him as he tries to escape. Like, they were very reactive and very quick with all their util. But the attempted retake was also really nice from BBL, that ultimate combo that they were saving for such a long time. It's just VALORANT at the end, that double headshot that turns the round in their favor. And surprisingly, it's going to be an early timeout. I don't think there's been any major warning signs just yet for BBL, but they want to get ahead of it this time.
I said 7 was like the standout for me, and I think that's where he finished like 20 and 15, something like that. Like he was definitely putting in a lot of work, but I think VALORANT had some really high
His
peaks.
second half was insane.
Yeah, like he won them a lot of big rounds, bailed them out of bad situations as well. And here we see, I think that was a 3K, right? So
yeah.
Those were his only kills so far. He got on the board in spectacular fashion.
VALORANT in the post plant was by far their best player. Like, the second the spike was down, the problem is in these first 4 rounds, they didn't even get close to get the spike down. So he doesn't, like, that is the thing. You have, in my opinion, one of the best Sentinels from the tier 2 for a long, long time. So it's not surprising that once the spike's down, he's basically just doing a sight hold as he normally would. So the second he gets in those moments, I have full belief he's going to pop off. It's just when they're losing the early fights, as they were for the first 4 rounds, well, what's your Brimmy going to do?
Exactly. Got to get him in a position, set him up to succeed. For Pacific, rifles out, and a fight on mid being sought after. Lover's Rock is waiting here. Gate crash, not even halfway gone. He's got so much time to play with. The drone will be broken, he knows now. Blood in the water. The reposition up top, it's dangerous. CNET's good to find one, and he's pushed them all back out of middle. A refract and the gate crash taken. Great work by CNET.
Yeah, his first kill on the board, but with their climb back already beginning, it's not a bad position to be in. Obviously, the credits that were there for BBL, they're not really in any trouble even now. The operator in hand for Lover's Rock, and well, that's who they'd be walking into if they were to head towards this B site. The A site left a little bit more open, and it seems like there's going to be an attempt to try find the gap. Ninja walks up, but then Lover's Rock, because of that TP, actually goes moving the other way. They are just catching them with rotation. Even still, though, Loiter will survive for now. Now they head back in that direction. Loiter might just be able to catch him, though. Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. He's waiting for the fight, but now he looks to delay them. 25 seconds left as they want to try and run into this site. Loiter under serious pressure, but he dodged the knife. Can use the paranoia to slow them down, allow for a rotation. He's done excellent work, but it's not enough. 7 once again with a high impact triple. And Pacific, well, the calls were good, but it did nearly fall apart if it wasn't for that multi-frag.
Yeah, which again, he's been so reliable in Pacific. They got these 2 players, but in the legwork in those big moments, set up well by CNET to start out, as I said, getting spot on mid, moving up top stairs and fragging from there, sending all that mid control back into the hands of Pacific, and from there, they get to strike into that A site, but this would not have been an easy round. We're up for 7, 4-3 on the scoreboard. Pacific climb back very early on. Despite 4 dominant rounds that we've seen from BBL, Pacific, they've recovered early, and 7 again is able to pull them back in. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I thought LaRock has managed to escape that one, but I think he just placed his refract a little bit too far forward, and because of that, they were able to get him with the spam. This is a full rotation. Obviously, for BBL, this is a bit of a weak buy, so the gambles are going to be a lot heavier. The B site, all that's left is the utility of Kraven, and still a wide net being thrown out. That's the only thing with these sort of heavy fakes, that if BBL were to just stick to their guns, they might be able to hold on to this, but now the cam's been shot. This is the thing. It is just potentially another ruse. They don't know if their opponents are just committing directly into that site and then they're seeing utility thrown in on A, so they stick to where they're going, but it is just a fake. Eventually, the B site will be where they walk in, and I don't think they're going to know until the tripwire is
30
shot.
seconds
That'll
left.
be the moment that they figure out that they're on the wrong side.
Go ahead. Stand your ground. On the upside, dodging a lot of utility that will be coming your way.
This is where they go now.
Another rush over from BBL. And the Bucky, not going to be the most useful. Hunter's Fury available. Again, normally I would say they're not going to use it. I know how Rose likes to throw them in for retakes.
There's no flank this time, though.
You would think they need a pick, and that was almost it. 7 on 77 HP as he runs for the hills. Lover's Rock drops him. Hunter's Fury now in the back of your mind, and it's going to be popped here and now. VALORANT strikes just in time, though. And with Lover's Rock down, it's only Kraven to follow up on this furious Hunter's bow, but nothing to land for BBL. A very strong start to this map. Now sees them neck and neck with Pacific.
Yeah, like the calls that Pacific are going for, especially in low buy rounds, are definitely a bit risky. Like going into a site with 10, 15 seconds left. There could have been a stack there, but I like the way that they're playing with those rotations. Constantly, like, sort of breaking the cam, pausing for a long time, then you see the paranoia throw in, and that's where you kind of go, okay, if you're BBL, do you think that you're going into a fake? Do you think that you've gambled correctly? And Pacific are now on the other side of the map. It's smart stuff. Here goes those aggressive swings once again. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to lose his TP, and then he would have just fallen straight off the map. But Lover's Rock escapes in time, and he's back in position once again.
Spike down A.
Very well handled, the cam in the chaos. Now a storm brewing on the side of Pacific as they've lost 2 players, but 7 has crept into the smoke. This could pull them back in. He could be the one to breathe life back into this round for Pacific again! 7 is unstoppable. The A site now under threat as the spike wraps up from middle. This is ludicrous! CNET's got the spike, and he's got a double! A mad round from Pacific, but it's worked out wonderfully with Kraven in a 1v3, and he's been spotted too.
That's unfortunate. All the sneakiness of this round has dissipated, and he's definitely been the man to have a rough time so far in this game. Looking for Ninja, might just get that one, but while 4 HP and 2 to find, the rest are already scurrying away back to the site. They don't need to fight this, they don't need to risk it. Maybe if they knew how low he was, they would. It's CNET to close things out. And honestly, if that, I don't think that was the plan from the get-go. If your plan was for the spike to lurk through mid, then Cupid, we need to have words. I think then you've lost the plot. But the fact that in the moment they were able to just create magic.
You see me, yo, you see me, KO lurking!
KO lurking inside the smoke on that A site. On a pedestal, and for good reason. He's shooting down on them. 5 on the board.
He's now joined Lover's Rock and Larocque.
Yeah.
Like, from the start of the game, where there was like 8-0, 7-2, something like that, this has been a massive turnaround.
5 in a row. Now, I'll tell you what, he is definitely stunned by that one. Nowhere to go for Kraven. And this is a round where there's already weaknesses for BBL, but those 2 rifles still surviving. Larocque primed and ready to pounce this. Oh no! The reveal! He had the shots, they landed for so much damage, but no kill. The same story with Cupid, who ends up with 2! And Lover's Rock, he's all alone now. The man looking for a flank a little bit earlier on. He's TP'd over, he's with his buddy. Well, he's with his buddy's corpses.
Spike planted.
And he's gonna try to...
He'll be with them soon.
He'll be sent straight to them. Look, damage done on Cupid and VALORANT, but the first challenge is from CNET, locking in an in-zone flawless. Pacific, we're 4-0 down. They are now 6-4 in the lead. Remarkable.
Yeah, it seems like everything they're doing is
enemy
paying off.
remaining.
The risks, the fakes, the individual plays.
Oh,
Sure.
okay. I've been teased. I see.
Yeah, sure, 7 has been the mantle behind it, but everybody's had their moments thus far. And for BBL, I think as many, they will have come into this game expecting to dominate. Definitely confident, but it's now starting to fall apart. Now a 6-6 scoreline wouldn't be bad for them whatsoever, other than the method in which they got there. However, the way that Pacific have been winning these rounds, and well, you could see the reactions. I'm sure there was another there, 7. That's another open of him. He has been insane.
That was really nicely done as well, using both salvos in that early contact towards A main, knowing that that's a spot that BBL are looking to fight for, and knowing that Larocque's fallback will be just around the corner, that you can salvo as well. It's caused a lot of problems, forced him out in the open, gave a pick away now to Pacific. Also means the BBL don't have the convergence path to work with, which is going to be very useful on a retake. For Pacific, their chance now to extend that lead 7-4 as they move through mid, but they're going straight into Rose and Loida.
Dash in.
Standing ahead.
Rose will kick things off. A lot of pressure from utility. The spans, got to be careful. There's another player around the corner. Kreven with one,
down,
Loiter
B.
another. 7 trying his best to trade it, but wall forward, the push through the smoke. Well, it now leaves just one standing.
30 seconds
VALORANT caught. And even a wrap around behind him. Not really anywhere left for him to go other than to try and fight them for the spike. It's not like the economy is in any way, shape or form a worry for Pacific in the next round, so he's got to try and go for this, but at this point the clock's already gone.
10 seconds
I guess he
left.
was maybe expecting someone to try and rotate, but it really doesn't matter anymore. It's all about damage. Is he going to take anything away? To be honest, I'm waiting to see if he ever goes for a fight. Taking the spike at this point is a little bit pointless.
Well, he'll get nothing
Last
for his
round
trouble, but
in
the
the
orb
half.
for the death. And the final round of the half about to play out. There you see the salvo sent through. 7 after jump peeking the first corner to send that player back. Now comes swinging in to push him out of the corner he retreated to. CNED clearly frustrated with how some of that played out. For Pacific, pause the Technica before we jump into round number 12. And for Pacific, like I say, I feel like they've had really good rounds, but it's hard to think about this half without all your thoughts being overtaken by a man like 7. Again, he was great in the previous map, but there's been so many that moment inside the smoke is lurking KO on the A site. That was magical, man. And the thing is, the second I see him in the smoke, with the game he's been having today, you just know he's gonna make something out of this.
Hey, you know what it is? It's probably he played in the Americas Ascension. I'm not sure you watch the other regions Ascension. He probably doesn't know who he's up against. Just you know, just another day of the office. Who are these guys? Oh, they played on our org last year. Well, I'm here now. I'm the one in tier 1 with him. I don't give a damn. And you can see like the way that he's reacting. He's the sort of player you want on a team. Not even because of the individual things he's doing, but because of the screaming, the shouting, the hyping everybody up, because that's the sort of thing that you look over at this squad, and sure, Cupid's been doing it as well, but Cupid might not get the most individual highlights of the players that he currently has in his team, similar to Rose. And I think that like CNED's always been quite passive in the way he is until he's elbowing a table. So I think that having someone like him who is going to be that sort of like that vibes guy, the guy who's making everybody laugh while making some of the best plays, it genuinely is worth its weight in gold. And that's the thing. I do want to give credit to the sort of the TSM of last year. You look at those players being picked up into the likes of 100 Thieves and MBS and the work he did. Clearly that was a squad that built an incredibly good roster, and they've mostly all been picked up for the tier 1 this year. So I think as an import goes, it's so far so good. He's looked fantastic.
I don't know if I read that correctly. Was there taunting on one side of the stage? I see 7 fingers being held up and then a gesture across them. I think they might have been talking to 7. A little sign language across the stage. We'll find out maybe a little later on. But yeah, a little technical break. It wouldn't be EMEA without them, would it? And I think for BBL, a chance to equalize on this. They've been slow, much slower than I expected after those first 4 rounds. it really is strange. I think we had a change up on Breeze first to second half, but with the composition in play, with the changes to the map, I think that is a map that just will have more entropy than what we'll expect elsewhere, a little bit more chaos. But when it comes to a map like this, I expect it to be a little bit more back to normal. And if in the first 4 rounds, a team's got like 2 deaths, they've been running it down, it doesn't matter what part of the map, they're just shredding you in every single fight, you're being embarrassed. I don't expect you to suddenly bounce back and look stellar on that stage. I think it is a large part due to like Valorant and Seven having a couple of rounds that have really put the wind back in their sails. But for Pacific then, they have some like, when CNED comes up behind on mid with the spike, there's just some moments like that where I'm like, what? The risks you're taking are insane. But of course, because of that, your opponents don't expect you to do that. So
it was just like, we saw them attempting stuff like in the last map where he's running through a snake bite in a 3v fight. But that's the thing. It feels like the good thing for Pacific players, and again, you can make comparisons to the BBL, the tier 1 BBL of last year, where expectations of this squad are low. Like it's not like they've come in and spent the most money, or they've come in and they've got that team that won Ascension. They don't have either of those things. They've had to build everything from scratch while being the Ascension team. That's a very difficult thing to do. So most people look at this squad and go, okay, they're going to be at the bottom. And even if you're not putting them as like, okay, I think they're going to make Masters, or they're going to. So you come into this game versus a squad where all of the players, maybe other than CNED, was taking L's to the Pacific team of last year, all the way through the year, and probably the year before that as well. Like anytime you played them, you got wrecked. So you're going in against a team maybe you didn't expect to beat, and you're going into a game where everybody expects you to lose. So you can just have fun. You can take risks. You can play comps that are a little bit weird, and your opponent has to try and deal with that. And I think they're doing all of that excellently.
Well, that's a hell of a reveal, but not much to come off the back of it. Lovers Rock going deep, and he keeps on going. Another down for Lovers Rock. They're trying to push him out of position, but LaRock comes in to help CNED from the window. Finally puts an end to that madness. And the advantage back in the hands of Pacific with Krevin again on his own. A 1 versus 2 this time, a much more manageable issue. But the complete lack of information goes both ways. They don't know where he's coming from.
Planted.
He doesn't know where they're gone.
The thing is, they can have an educated guess. They're so deep already, and seeing nothing this far, and even if he was fully within the A site, by now they would have spotted something towards mid, something towards the spawn, and that's why they're wrapping around Heaven. Because there's only really one place now that he can have been coming from, on that flank. And he's always been on the wrong side of the map at the wrong place in the wrong time, unfortunately for Krevin, and it seems like that's the case once again. They were a little bit low, a little bit tagged. It seemed like there was some hope, but they eventually figured out where he was. I'm on 7. He's going to have to up the number in his name. 16 kills in the first half. Very impressive.
Yeah, matching up pound for pound with what Rose was able to do in the previous. There's been a different hero every map, more or less every half. And perhaps it'll be the same as we go into half number 2 of Abyss Pacific on a win streak. Let's see how far they can take it.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5 at the halftime after a blowout first 4 rounds for BBL. Pacific have not only caught up, but they've taken the lead. coming into half number 2. It's their map pick, and now it's time to see them on the defense. 7, the man that drew a lot of our eyes, but you got to look at CNET. We expect so much from this guy. And looking back, well, at most played agents, it just looks wrong, doesn't it, Tom?
Yeah, this was last year where there was a role that needed to be filled on foot, and although he's always been known for that duelist, he filled in pretty well. Like, those stats were not bad for someone playing the Omen fit. It didn't feel like it was the right fit for him or for the team. Now, coming into this roster, back to the primary duelist, back to what made him famous, back to what made him one of the most, well, prolific players in all of Valorant back in 2021. We are now looking at that CNED. Well, hoping that he'll come back to that once again. In the first half, he was decent, but he wasn't the man that was taking over.
Well, side control already taken. Lover's Rock is in there, and it looks like Pacific will back out, conceding that control, but the flank coming through could be massive, but they're waiting all the while for CNED to go walkabouts. Huge play from BBL. They faked that B site beautifully. Where Pacific now are scrambling. They don't know where it's coming in.
We call that spot Boaster, right? Back on those stairs all the way in the spawn. I think he's played that one a few times. Yeah. His little lurk spot, but yeah, that's worked out wonderfully. Making a gap. A site very open, but they are pushing back towards B once again. It's the pump fake, going back into the same position once more, and it's something that Pacific have read pretty well. They've spotted out exactly where one of them is, but they haven't managed to deal with 7 again, looking to take over. The trades back from VALORANT, even better, from a deficit to an advantage in a matter of seconds. Look where the spike is. It now needs to be retrieved.
30 seconds left.
Cubert's wrapped around the window as well. Their eye's going to be drawn by him as VALORANT comes back in for more. Low HP on the rock and the body shot enough to close it out. Nicely done. Great distraction from Cupid, but phenomenal shots from VALORANT across the board.
As I said, like, I think this defensive side is normally where you expect to see that Brimmy really have the impact. Like, much more into his almost classic Sentinel role. You got utility to try and delay them, and then just that pure raw aim that we've seen from VALORANT for a long, long time in the Tier 2. There was a reason he was on Focus and Mouse and even Heretics back in the day. Very different looking Heretics roster to the one you see now, but he has been around the block, that's for sure. And for a quote-unquote Tier 2 player, that he's always been talked about in the sense of being here.
Yeah. And when it comes to, said he's been around the block, when it comes to buzz around his name, you know, he used to have a little, now he's got a lot. See how much he can really do at this level over the next few months. An easy round presented to Pacific, and they make it look easy. An in-zone flawless found up against the Pistols, as it should be. Everything going to plan. And for Pacific, with a 4-round lead now, after last map, after the start to this one, they've got to be feeling like this game is already theirs.
Well, yeah, winning 9 of the last 10 rounds, it really does paint a bleak picture for the side of BBL. Already. They walked out with their opponent's trophies. They're now looking to try and walk out what many thought was the opponent's win. An escape plan of sorts for Cupid, even though he was slowed. This bonus round definitely has some legs to it. A few rifles in the mix along with the SMG. Maybe not the man I'd put the SMG on, but I do wonder if maybe there's a sheriff or something for 7 to back it up, because he's been so clean with it. You also just have to talk about, will BBL now be feeling the pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we saw them on the previous map slow down, but then lock in towards the end. Once the pressure really started to mount up. Whether that's the case here or not really comes down to this round. Pacific will have so much runway to work with if they take this across the line. It's already started out with a tag onto Rose. He's down to 77. It's the B site overrun. The A site falls. Hubert's being dropped by what could be a lurk. From Pacific's perspective, they have no idea if that's the case, but they're making the right gamble, moving towards this B site. Oh, the refract! It drew LaRock's attention away. VALORANT is able to drop the second man, not expected. But the same can be said on the side of BBL, as they're able to get the plant in now in a 4v3.
Spike
Managed to
planted.
get ahead of a few things, but it's the player in the window that could be a problem. Cena, he's not quite able to bypass Lover's Rock. A nice shot, though, from Ninja. He wanted to take the long-range battle with the pistol instead of the sniper. An interesting choice, but it has worked out. This is where this thing kind of...
Sorry? Slaps?
Slaps, yeah. No, I wasn't going to say sucks. I don't know how that's worked, but hey, he'll take it all day long. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous. It is only 7 remaining, but only 7 has been enough for quite a few rounds. Even just as a bonus, a chance to make this costly. A rifle retrieved, but he's just looking for the exits now. Looking to try and do some real damage, and damage he will do. It's a round for BBL, but a very, very costly one.
Yeah, look, when the guy is 20-9 on the other side, pops off like that, punishes you, makes you lose every weapon you came into the round with, where you're talking about how many you can carry through. I think it's a round win, but it doesn't necessarily feel like one. No. As now the pressure is on.
Of course you are gonna make them die, bro. Of course you are gonna let them.
CNED's hyping him up. 7's looking good, and now a chance for Pacific. If they win this,
CNED pumped up. That's when you know you're doing well.
The thing is, winning this now means that BBL will have no money. So this is almost a worst-case scenario for BBL if they can't connect the 2 victories in a row.
Honestly, a lot of teams wouldn't buy here. Like, they would go for pistols. They would go for something like risky or aggressive in terms of like maybe you dive in with SMG, because this really is a damning position to try and come back from it. It'll be a full reset of your economy.
You'll have one more buy round.
Tony's down.
So this really is an all or nothing feeling, and it kind of does feel like what this game has been like. BBL trying to break out of the cycle, which is the Pacific win streak.
And they are close to some things that could help out. I think especially for Rose, an orb, a plant, a pick will give him that Hunter's Fury, which has already swayed a lot of rounds in retakes. Beautiful opening with CNED down. Man advantage now for BBL. The few bits of weaknesses here or there stop mattering as much. And if they can group, take control, and get that Hunter's Fury post plant, this round might already be over. Pacific, they've gambled. They've gotten up close, and Alorante's been spotted. Huge wide swing. This should be done. And with LaRock's triple, I think that should cement it.
Yeah, we're kind of back to where we were at the beginning of the map. LaRock just finding a triple kill. It's almost feeling a little bit more like the Foot was in their game versus Mates, though. You're very, very reliant on those individuals popping off, and if not, well, it does just feel like the game falls apart. But that's the lifeline. That's exactly what BBL needed. A huge individual round from LaRock, the guy that has been promised for the Tier 1 for a couple of years now, showing exactly why. But it's not too damning for Pacific. I do think like an unfortunate position, especially when you have that outlaw in play in middle. Kind of expected a little bit more from Cena, but sometimes someone runs at you and domes you. There's not too much you can do about that. And then I think unfortunate timing. The players pushing on main, a little bit whiffy from Valorant, which is not something I've said throughout this game so far.
Yeah, I'll give you this, though. You know, from his perspective, hiding in that corner, he doesn't think he's been seen, and then Loida wide swings him by about 3 kilometers. I think that's an understandable surprise element for him to have to face off against. And indeed, now here's Lover's Rock, 19 years old, and a Michael Jordan fan. You can talk to him about that.
Yeah, no, I definitely. Oh, you can. You know,
can ask him about Scotty.
Go on.
Pimpin'?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Moving swiftly on. Yeah, that is not his name. Definitely not his name. Anyway, yeah, he's someone that, again, I've said it earlier in the series, but I think Lover's Rock is almost criminally underrated because of the comparisons we've had to him. Like, he was the guy who had to come in and replace Comeback. And from speaking to Rose, the differences between the players is, okay, if you were to put someone in a 1 versus 1 aim fight, you probably want Comeback in there. But if you want someone as a teammate, that's where you want Lover's Rock. Like, he is someone who is very vocal, always going to be trying to like input into the team, and also they're happy to just almost not be the star, like as a duelist. Like, he'll get the kill, get out. He's not the guy who wants to stick around and try and fight everybody, which is definitely what Comeback will do, but succeed. That's why he does it. But he's a very different Turkish duelist, so it's someone I'm very excited to have in the league going into this year. And well, if they end up playing against Heretics, I'm sure sparks will fly in that one.
A 2-round gap. BBL, 2 in a row. A big performance.
I need a drop.
It could have been a very shaky start to the second half, and it very well could have been Pearl's setup already, but instead, here we are, round 17, attack side for BBL. Couple weaknesses, but Lover's Rock coming in with an Outlaw, a Hunter's Fury, and a Convergence Path online for the attack side. This is either, I mean, the thing is, you can use either of those to get into a site or in a post plant. A lot of opportunity for Pacific. They've at least got their orbital strike. Finding I feel like it'll be more situational on that defensive side to find a high value place to use it.
Yeah, the thing that worries me a little bit is obviously Pacific's comp revolves around, you get a lot of information. You have the drone, you have the knife, you have the constant ability to re-aggress. What? Oh, I thought for a second he was going to catch a timing. But the double dive can sometimes negate all of that because you can just all in at any moment, and that's exactly what this is here. 3 players in the right place at the right time for Pacific. The trades already coming back, but that's okay. Pacific already have the man advantage, just not on the site. They need to wait for the cavalry to arrive. Cena trying to play defensively. Ninja a bit whiffy. Kreven will take down both. Now that advantage goes back the other way. 7 desperately trying to get in there quickly. Don't allow them to have those post-plant positions, and he's being revealed, but he doesn't care. Still just W-keying it towards the site.
Nowhere to run! Oh, Hunter's Fury got outside the range of the knife. Orbital Strike will be sent through to try to punish, but no players pulled out by that. Big bit of aggression from Loida. He's on the site. That's huge. Denying the defuse. And VALORANT being found in the open. But the clock here could be his biggest enemy with Rose dropped so quickly, though. It looks like that won't be a problem.
No.
Not playing the clock, not winning the fight, and BBL now trailing by 3 as a result.
Red Bull Clutch coming out for VALORANT is someone that, again, in those late round scenarios has been good. I do wonder maybe if that was a miscom, because Rose just walked straight out into the open. I can only assume that he thought the guy was already on site, and because of his position, he would have had to run all the way around. So he was thinking, okay, I need to cross here. But that... Yeah. I have a feeling something might have been miscom there, because just how angry both of them were. It definitely seemed like that, because the way he walked out at the end was weird, from our point of view.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the frustration from Rose. Hunter's Fury was put in the last round, so now we're back to just the Convergence Path. But a hell of an ultimate it can be.
Oh,
The Rock sends it through, pushes them off the site. Deep control taken with the TP. Now Lover's Rock ready to battle up close. He's gone inside the smoke. The flash could come out at any moment, but he backs off. Moving instead to the site. Post plant will be from main. They're ready for Pacific. Then come knocking on that door any moment with the null command already in. Here it comes. Great flash! The Rock's still able to get one though, making this costly in the way through.
He's back.
Seven's right back into the game as well. A 5 versus 4 as Loida surrounded now, but he's got a teammate with him. Lover's Rock holds on, gets that gate crash out of there right as Cupid arrives, and the time continues to tick. The defenders needing to get on that, and now inside the smoke, it's underway. Rose needs to land a miracle shot through the smoke, and he's too late to the party.
Yeah, I really love the Flood back in on that retake. They were so quick with everything. Like, forced out of the site in the early take. That was what BBL wanted. They wanted a post plant. They wanted a post plant with space. But the second you see that rush back through before they can get into positions, it just becomes impossible for them to find anything. The hold not good enough. But it was mainly just the disruptive nature of that retake. And you can see Key looked very frustrated after the last round. I think this pause might have been queued up already.
I think it's pretty safe to say at this stage. I gotta say, man, huge props to Ulysses and his foresight. He talked a big game about 7, a big enough game that I was like, I think we're overhyping him, right? Like, you don't want to set the expectations too high.
He's never said that someone, maybe even a team, would be really good and then they were awful all season for, what, 3 years in a row?
Yeah, we won't say who.
No.
But, Uli, you know who they are.
You can make an educated guess.
Yes. So things did not go swimmingly.
No.
They were a little fish in a big pond, so to speak. But for Pacific, having a guy like 7 in here seems invaluable. So many big rounds. He's not afraid to play risky, to get inside that smoke. The lurk is a KO. He's got the energy. Last round, standing up immediately, jump to his feet. He's getting in their face, and he's bringing up the rest of the team as well. Look, it's no surprise with a guy like him. that CNED's also getting hyped up. We usually see him as a cool, calm, collected guy.
Yeah.
I remember the old meme, it was like CNED when he dies, CNED when he opens the round, CNED when he clutches, just the same picture.
Well, the good thing as well is he's doing that. Like, CNED is hyped up while not performing, which was never really the case.
No,
like,
never.
If he was having a good game, yeah, maybe he cracks a smile. But when he's having a bad game, you would know about it. But in this case, it doesn't seem like he cares. The team's winning is good for CNED. And while they are winning, 2 rounds away from taking their map choice and moving us on to Pearl.
A big accolade early on. Deep aggression from Pacific as well. That's caught Kreven off guard. Again, like I say, not afraid to play a little crazy sometimes, but they've lost CNED towards that A site. Lovers Rock with a big pick and a gate crash to get right back to his team. It drags some players off of B, which has left Cupid isolated for a moment. Luckily, Seven's here in time to save the day! The man's getting more and more every time! A 3K here to put Pacific onto 12. Look at him! He's losing his mind down there, and I'm not surprised. He looks like he's smurfing on the Tier 1 stage.
Yeah, 27 and 10. The team that, finished second
on B
over in America's Ascension. Well, one of the players from there is currently... he's currently farming the team that won EMEA Ascension. 27 and 10.
We've created a new rule, haven't we? Like, we always have this, when it's a clutch, always observe the one player. When Seven's about to take a fight, always observe him, because he's insane.
Yeah.
This is his easiest job of your life. Let's go.
Nice. Gonna survive just about. He took a dink in the process. Trying to put the pressure on. That was almost a panic ult just to try and keep himself alive. Lovers Rock has been able to do that. 5 in a row needed, and from anything I've seen in this second half, I don't believe. There's nothing that has made me think that BBL are going to be able to turn this around other than individual brilliance. That's about it.
Well, they used to say belief is everything, right? I don't know if it carries over, but...
I don't think so. I don't think that's this team.
Well, maybe it will be. They can make this 5 rounds in a row right back. A belief in this would be something else entirely for Pacific.
But they've already got all the info.
Just got to tee it in, and rotations seem to already be underway. Even putting the drone through on mid, just to be sure. It's not a late play mid through A. Now they can rotate a little bit quicker, and their BBL are taking so long to hit B.
Yeah. Valorant waiting.
30 seconds left.
Nice shot from Cupid as well. This puts Valorant under pressure, but he still found one for his troubles. A decent trade from Rose. There's CNED as well. Just up from above, and the ultimate being put through to give him that additional space, taking the site back before they could even get the plant down, and there's no way out of this one. 13-7, a bounce back from Pacific, and already after a map where we kind of thought they were going to get banged out in the beginning, they have proven that they might just be here to stay.
Yeah, that bounce back, especially with that 4-0 start with map 1 as well. It seemed like BBL were going to run away with things, but instead, Pacific have proven that they are here for a reason. Map 3 is coming up after the break.
I'm actually way too good. Yo, you see that? Yes! Come on! Bro, you see me. Yo, you see me. KO lurking! Nice! Oh my god, we're so good, bro!
You're only gonna hear this from me once, okay? And once only, so enjoy it. I would like to, on behalf of everybody here at VCT EMEA, give a massive thank you to Americas for letting us have this guy. You would have thought they would learn, right, from the previous imports, but so happy he's here with us. So happy.
They're enjoying themselves so
What do you
much
want me to
here.
say? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? We have to repeat, okay? You've seen him now. You cannot take him away.
Yeah.
You let him go. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay?
It's over, guys. It's over.
Yeah.
Did you
He's
see what
ours.
Hero put on Twitter?
Yeah.
He is the truth. 7 is the truth. He
Yeah.
is the truth.
Yeah.
Every single round. In so many of those occasions, you saw the plan coming in from BBL, the way that they were using the Whaley, going in, it doesn't matter, 7 was behind, 7 is good for 1, good for 2, good for 3, and that is why I chose him as my rookie quote-unquote, to watch, and why he has been extremely good on this.
Okay, that
Slow start.
lower third is illegal. Like,
We're
come
too
on,
old.
we
I'm
can't,
too
we
old.
can't be doing that. We can't be doing that.
I mean, we
Yeah.
can. We absolutely can.
No,
and I can also do it on the
Lou,
desk.
no.
You know, no. But I mean, yes, 7 has been like insane also on the impact that he had on the KO. We know it's a map where the duelist is highly, you know, he has to have a synergy with his KO, otherwise it cannot entry. And I feel like he helped CNET so many times, but also his other teammates. And the KO lurking had me. So yes, indeed, girls, 6-7.
And I think it's the energy, right?
Yeah.
Because looking at this roster, I think it was fair to think who's going to be the hype guy, who's going to be the Cortesia, you know, the Solstice. But I think he might have overtaken both of them because the hype was there, he was cool, calm, and collected, and I really would love to be on this team because Valorant too, right? He was going for it.
Yeah, I think that Valorant, especially in the second half, so we were speaking about how Breeze started to get close, and probably it was because of some of the Valorant rounds. And if we look at his numbers, especially on those second halves, is when he's really coming alive. So I love the fact that, as you're mentioning, the mental was not destroyed after the first map. They were hee-hee-ha-haing and maintaining all of that coming into Abyss. Probably one of the reasons that they started bouncing back. They still have a little missteps at the beginning of the map, but they remember who they are pretty quickly.
Yeah, and then another thing that players tend to struggle with sometimes on some maps where they're going with like special picks that you're not used to playing in ranked, for instance, and you don't have, you know, everything automatic in your head, is that you're overcooking, overthinking a little bit too much with your agent, which wasn't the case at all for Valorant on the second side. He could have been playing a Jet, he could have been playing an Omen or any normal agent, it would have been the same.
Yeah, because we are going to head to Pearl, and normally I get a little bit nervous, you know, we're EMEA, we're not good at Pearl, we're good at other things, Fracture, Split, you name it. But we have a spy! So surely 7 is going to be insane on this map, right?
Yes, and not only that, if Pacific is able to, you know, fulfill this
You're going to say BBL.
Yes.
Yeah, she was.
I am
Yes.
trying real hard. I am trying real hard.
Yeah.
Could this be one of the biggest upsets that we could have this week? Would we consider it?
Oh, I would consider 100%.
I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
I think all of us were expecting a 2-0 from BBL, so yeah, for sure. It's already impressive for them to win a map. I didn't expect that.
We should have learned from not doubting CNET as well.
Yeah,
he would have never done that.
Okay,
he would have never done that.
I had no doubt. It wasn't the doubt in my mind. It was more like the stocks in BBL was just so high.
True.
You know, we're not expecting BBL to just be this team.
Yeah.
We're expecting BBL to beat the other 3 teams in their side of the bracket as well. I think that's why it feels like a bit of an upset. But how much can you realistically do on Pearl, Lou? You know, they already brought us some spice. Some sugar and spice,
Yeah,
so what else can you do here?
I think Abyss was the map that you could, you know, bring up the most surprise with. On Pearl, it's going to be a bit more like...
I mean, Brimstone on Pearl?
I mean, yeah.
If they do that.
Yeah.
If they do that, yeah.
What are you going to be bringing?
Yeah,
they could go for the double controller. I'm seeing probably like normal comps, like duelist-wise, probably a Yoru, maybe a Waylay, I'm not quite sure. But I think if...
Sounded very British there. Yeah, it was a very British way of saying it.
Yes,
Sorry, I just
thank you very much. I'm taking the compliment, especially from
No, it was
you,
very
Sue,
good.
you
It was
know?
very good.
We're in the EMEA.
Well, what are we thinking from the other side? Because we have seen a
worried.
BBL
I'm
that
very
has been
worried.
very like on the Sentinel side that we know if that we don't see a lot these days. Are they going to maybe explore a little bit more, be a little bit more cheeky? And it's not only about the double controller. Are we going to go back to double duelist? If it's double initiator, what are we going to see? Is Fade coming in? Are they sticking with the KO? I mean, after what we just saw from Seven, the fact that when he ults, I would be so scared, being like, no, please.
We're gonna see it now, but they're gonna stick to that double duelist. That's why I was worried.
Sage!
Oh my god, I love Sage! But also Valorant Killjoy! Valorant Killjoy!
Now he's double epic.
Don't get me started on Valorant Killjoy. He had the biggest live game against us in Spotlight Series on Killjoy, so he needs to be as good
So how would you
today.
define him as a Killjoy player?
Annoying.
Annoying?
Very annoying and tilting. So yes, I have all my eggs on him.
My worry is this double duelist on BBL. It's supposed to be one of the best, right, in the entire league.
Yeah.
It didn't work on Abyss.
I mean,
it just didn't work.
There's still time for redemption at the end of the day. Let's get our feet back on the ground. It's the first day of kickoff. Everybody comes in with new ideas and curveballs, and especially teams that we have never seen before could come up as a complete surprise. Maybe for Pacific that was the case. They can settle on Pearl. What a way to start the year.
Also Cena Yoru as well.
Yeah.
I am
Love
still not
that.
quite convinced with the Cypher from BBL. I know they use their
They're so Cypher-pilled, aren't they?
Yes, they have
Yeah.
Cypher everywhere, basically like on every map, each front. And I'm not quite convinced of the impact that the agent has in the current.
For me, it's the mental game, because if you're Pacific, the job is not done. But for BBL, they don't lose a lot. Unless, I guess, it's against Enzo's team for some reason, but they don't lose a lot. So how do they bounce back? Because this is VCT now. It's not Ascension. It's not
Has
tier 2.
to be mental, maybe a little bit of that extra aggression, something that brings the confidence back, because we're seeing a Pacific that is having a lot of fun. Also, my question is, how many rests are we going to see on that first half, knowing that Sage is on the rest? How many players are playing on that side?
Yeah, but his Utah's been so on point, so I fully trust that this could be, you know, the Battle Sage hoodie performance, Mitchman and Tombiz, that we're going to get on Per. Over to you.
The Battle Sage hoodie. I was just happy when he stopped playing Jet, but now it's time to see as we move to map number 3.
When
how
you said
Seven's
stop
gonna
playing,
perform.
I thought Sinner was about to come after you.
Jet. Jet. I think he's great on other roles. Very smart FPS player. I
Mitch
love
Man
you,
hate
Hoodie
watch
Cino.
coming.
Please. Please don't hate watch me. It'll be too easy for you. So for Seven, phenomenal performance last 2 maps. No surprise he's taken the eyes of everybody backstage, front of stage. I'm now excited to see what he can do though on that stage. I think that last time having the KO, so many little flashes coming out of smokes, aggressive angles taken. Will we see that battle stage? Will we see all-out aggression from Seven? I hope so.
Yeah, if he keeps this up, NRG are going to be looking at his buyout. That's all I'm going to be saying. He's been insane so far. And yeah, it's difficult to keep it up. I think especially with this double duelist, the Sage is just annoying. Like, you can keep slowing down the Neon, you can keep putting walls up to basically block these super aggro plays. And while speaking of super aggro plays, BBL are pushing up mid, but it's solo. Yeah, I was about to say, LaRock is taking a bit of a risk because it seems like Pacific have been perfectly happy to just wait at the beginning of a lot of these rounds just to catch those sort of aggressive plays.
Look at the sneaky play by Valorant. He's caught Kreven completely off guard. And it's not even like Pacific are going off the back of that. They're now waiting. And it's the right call with 3 players towards B. They want space elsewhere, assuming those rotations have come through. And Valorant, he's got the rotations back to A. He's heard 2 going. Now they push into the B site, knowing that whoever's there should be on their own. It's a free pick onto Loida, a wall that isolates an angle deep on site that Ninja can pounce on the back of. This is a really nice pistol from Pacific so far. And finally, a blow will be dealt. Damage onto a player as CNET goes low, but LaRock finds himself alone to finish his dinner. And it's a big plate on front of him. 4 players left even after he's taken down 7.
Another solid round for Pacific. The push and pull that they have, constantly baiting in aggression from their opponents, and then the crossfires left at the end. The second they get into the post plant, you have to feel confident in this team. And Yeah, it feels like BBR are almost falling for all of the traps that are being said. Like, we make a little bit of sound, we put a bit of pressure, and then they're just trying to put too much into, okay, I've got to now take space. I've got to go into this position because we've lost this position. I need to take here. And there's just a player waiting there from Pacific every single time. Like, the amount of free kills we've seen in the last couple of maps where BBR are so convinced they're doing one thing and the opponents are doing the complete opposite.
You know, the mental game's certainly been in play so far. A 1-0 start for Pacific, pistols in play for BBL, but they've decided to gang up towards this A site. Strength in numbers, perhaps even safety. We'll see. As BBL look to execute straight out into A main. A lot of players waiting there from Pacific, but the slow down, it's not going to be an easy push. Straight into the meat blender, head first as Ninja picks up the triple. And finally, a kill will come in on the other side. Hey, that's something. And, 4 more to drop. The question of damage, I suppose, now in play.
It's whether or not he can drop any of those weapons. Likelihood is slim. It would have to be a whiff shot or 2. I think there's one. Even just the heals coming in. Nice shot onto Ninja at least. Anything more would be impressive. And well, they're going to at least manage to keep all of the rifles through to the next round. It's the bare minimum, you'd say, for Pacific and for BBL. A couple of extra orbs here and there. But I kind of do feel like BBL need to get back on the horse a little bit earlier, because the last map, it just felt like after those first 4 rounds, they almost just choked out the rest of the map. And I think if Pacific get a good start, well, think if they got a good start back on map number 1, they might have 2-0'd this.
Without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, that first half of Breeze was so damning that we didn't even think there was a game to play.
It feels like it was about a week ago.
It does.
I'll be honest with you.
And I think the reality is, for them to bounce back is remarkable in and of itself. Now, immediately, this slow has caused some problems.
They were
Luckily,
both
deep
seized
smoke
as
on
well.
the other side. That's going to stop any capitalization, but slow down that takeover A. Usually players would rotate out already. Luckily, you've got the gate crash to immediately send Lover's Rock to the B site. And from now, this is fine. BBL have fought for some early control. They've pushed Pacific back, and it's the attackers that need to now make a move with no real info to play off.
And they managed to clear out a lot of this early side for utility. And that seems to be the aim of the game so far for Pacific. Just try and bait out any util early and then make a decision. They've been happy to execute late. Kreven, though, he's just decided to try and take things into his own hands. Fights aggressively. Wall to block things off. They can now make the sprint back towards the site, and there's no real chance for a flank to come in behind them. At least not very quickly. Loiter in a good position, though, and the crossfire is magnificent. Lover's Rock and Loiter thriving as they look to try and push in. And, well, Cupid's left to try and clutch this one out. They are not going to jump peek that again.
Even with that opening fight not going their way, Kreven falling towards Connector, I like what they were setting themselves up for. BBL obviously reading into the fact that an early play from Pacific in the pistol was to make a little bit of noise and then exploit that space towards the double door, and thinking that maybe they'll do it now, then they're on that low buy. They stack up numbers there. They're ready for the fight. The bonus is being denied any real impact as a result. Again, even though the first fight went their way, I think very nicely done from BBL. And just to add to that, the fact that they decide, I think it was Loida who was in connector deeper. As soon as Kreven falls here, Loida leaves and sets up this crossfire on site. That was the right call.
But that has been, I feel like, something missing, especially in the last map. Like, it felt like a lot of what they were doing was, I'm going to make a play. I'm going to do this. This was much more of like a, let's play this together.
Yeah,
let's
exactly.
get that crossfire set up. And I think that's probably what Key, or Coach Key, was sort of hammering home in the break, that like, yeah, sure, Pacific called a fantastic game. Great individual plays, but there were also moments where you felt like BBL lost themselves the map as well.
Well, BBL have gone for, again, a lot of aggression towards A main. 3 players there, and it seems like a lot of commitment. Last time, they had the gate crash towards B to fall back on. So that sort of spreads out the numbers a little bit more evenly. This time, though, it's sitting inside the back of the A site. So putting a lot of resources towards this side of the map, while Pacific are trying to figure out where BBL have battened down the hatches. Prowler on B, players poking and prodding on mid. They're going to re-clear A main late as well.
Right there.
They haven't really got anything to work with on the side of Pacific, but it seems like they're making the right read to move this towards A.
Yeah, I think for the BBL, you have that aggression because you want to, like, if you play on the sites against a Nightfall, there's going to be a lot of angles that are just cleared out by the attack almost for free. So you get aggro one side and you leave the other side empty. But they've not come into any resistance because of how slow Pacific are playing, and now they're going to get that same execute anyway. But there you go. They can avoid that Nightfall, or somewhat avoid it. He can fall back and at least get himself out of there and play for the retake, and then the full squad will be in, just trying to delay as much as humanly possible. And they have actually managed to stop the plant going down.
They've done really well. BBL responded to every piece of info sent their way. Ninja's already down. Good spam from LaRock. Gets a second. This is clean for BBL. Half the players they're not even seeing. As Cubert eventually finds one, there's 6 seconds left. The spike's not being picked up. They have to stick the plant, and they can't even get close. Very nicely done by BBL. Again, I think there's a number of moments here where they're playing a main aggression at the start. They go back, they clear art, then they go towards the double doors because that's where Pacific have found that weakness before. Yeah. It's what they've tried to leverage, and it was even faked out by the Yoru there. So it felt like BBL were being taken by the hand down the wrong lane. They were being misled by that information, and yet they then quickly make the adjustment to realize something's wrong here. Stack up that A site, get the numbers in there on time.
I think it was just clever as well, though, just like looking at the ult on the other side and going, we can't play in the site.
Exactly.
Like on either side of the map, both sides, the site was empty. They were like, okay, we're going to continuously rotate, allow ourselves that space, and then the LaRock spams were perfect. To get 2 kills of players you can't see, it's easier. Well, it looks easy when he does it, but it really isn't. Well, that's a big punish for Pacific. That was them coming in with 2 fairly high-impact ults. Obviously, the res fairly situational, and rifles, and now they're right back to the pistols once again. I do wonder when is the moment the Pacific pick up the pace, because I feel like they were able to punish in the last map by being this slow, but if their opponents are not giving them those fights, which, look again, they're not, you now need to pick up the pace to force them into some decisions. Otherwise, that util is going to be held for a long, long time.
Usually you get the Cypher around here. This time it's going to be LaRock. Luckily, there's a stun from Astra and from him, but then he goes back into the angle, up against pistols. This is crazy. He's giving them the best fight, the dream duel for a gang of pistols rounding the corner. Rose does well to find 2, but again, these feel like fights we shouldn't be giving. And with the res coming into play, now there's 2 rifles recovered and a man advantage to work with. Pacific are right back into this round, but they're under pressure, and they need to deal with Lover's Rock right away. He finds one, he gets out. That's a big problem.
This is what he does best. Just making it impossible to trade him, and that was something they desperately needed in that moment. Flash is even going through the trip. It's just going to have to be ignored because they need to get that plant in, but that allows Lover's Rock again just to reposition. Not gambling anything. They still haven't been able to destroy that piece of utility. The questions were asked of the Cypher has helped them out massively. But that's a Lover's Rock round. That's a prime example of what I was talking about earlier. That is a safe pair of hands who still gets 3 kills.
It is a Lover's Rock round. He plays it perfectly. But the fingerprint here from LaRock is so funny. The fact that there's a Sage Wall coming into play from the attackers to block the spams means that there's a gap that they can walk around the backup. So they're so worried about that dead man spams that they end up giving an avenue for this squad to fight right back through. I think an
also,
unfortunate
that
scenario.
Trick, by the way, is just disgusting.
Yeah, just
like you can see them spamming. Like, where the hell has he put this? I can't break it. That's irritating to say the least. And well, again, they're a little bit worried that maybe that previous map was going to sort of cause problems for BBL, but 3 in a row after the pistol and follow-up, building a decent economy, and again, fighting for this early control, fighting for the orb. That's the Hunter's Fury online. And that's the other thing. They haven't had to use any of their ults in these last few rounds. They have just been building them up over time.
Now a plethora of safety nets to fall back on for BBL. They can play patient.
They can't allow LaRock to keep this space. I feel like that's something that... I understand that running into that is running into the blender, but when he can cut off a big half of the map, that really does box them in.
The other thing you're worried about is the op that was there in so many of these initial round starts. Lover's Rock has been there to take that fight. This time he's moved over towards the B site. Benefit of the gate crash and the quick rotations, but only good for one. Putting the pressure instead onto Loida, but Krevin, he comes through to help out. He's dodged the Prowler. He's found one. A little bit more with Loida by his side. And Valorant is all alone. the world against him. It's a fight he's not looking to take. Saving this weapon now. Perhaps the goal. Although I see him moving towards the spawn. He's got a fight on his hands, whether he likes it or not, and it's Kraven on the angle. He will fall. Perhaps a chance.
Yeah, the problem is just the amount of time on the clock, and he's going to assume already that the majority of players are already there just waiting.
And there was an op before on that angle, so now he's going to take it without smokes. Good luck.
It's not really worth the weapon, especially when you look at the economy that they have.
10 seconds
Your
left.
lurking player left, but yeah, I think BBL made some fantastic adaptations over the last couple of rounds. Like, once the play was spotted, you saw the immediate movement to just double up that crossfire. And as I said, like in previous map, we were talking about them over-facing individually, taking 1v1s. Even on Breeze, they were doing the same, but they were so far in the lead that you kind of forgive it a little bit more. This is where you're seeing that structure that we've kind of come to expect from the side of BBL. They are a bunch of youngsters. They are a couple of 18, 19-year-olds that are just going to take crazy firefights. But when things go wrong, then you get this. You get the structure. You get the fallback plan, which the coach put into play, and probably was why he was slamming his hands on the desk in the last map, because it didn't happen.
Yeah. On the side of Pacific, though, I do wonder, you know, and I'm sure we'll find out as time goes on, but sort of the mentality of these players. Because I know on the other side of the stage, BBL are coming in thinking, we are just the best. We're better than them. We can beat them on an individual level, but we've got the tactics to fall back on if we need it. For Pacific, though, with a lot of new faces to this level, and I know CNET's always been a super chill, kind of humble guy, despite even when he was at the very peak of his career on the Jet. So I do wonder sort of the mentality of these guys. If they're like, if they left today on a 2-1, having really pushed BBL with the performance BBL's had, will they be the kind of team that sits back on that and goes, you know what, we did well, or it says we didn't do good enough?
No. Just from knowing any of the players on the other side, I think Valorant, for example, a loss is a loss. I don't think he'll be like, hey, yeah, we were pretty good. It's like, yeah, we lost.
We're improving, a team for the future. No. We're not a team for today.
They're going to want to win.
Okay.
And I think that's why they're 4-2 down here. They're taking those proactive pauses. I think Leader as well, I don't think he's the sort of person, but like, he will look at the positives if they lose, but before they lose, he doesn't care.
Exactly, yeah. I do think for BBL, though, as well, learning how to lose at this level is going to be a big thing. If they have to. You never know.
Yeah. Hey, they lost how to lose a map, and then now they're in a position where it's like, okay,
that's enough.
Let's not do that again. I didn't like that.
I've learned what it's like, and I'd like to forget. But for Pacific, rifles and a slow approach here on the attack, they have to be cautious. Remember that operator picking them on B last time, but again, it's towards A now. It's going to constantly be moving around the map, and so they have to be very, very conscious of what risks they're taking on this attack.
He hit Ninja there. He traced where he thought the Prowler was coming from and almost managed to kill him. Swing. Patience from Seven, waiting on the edge of the trip. Starting to piece things together. Lovers Rock's position, though. This is what I said about them, allowing them that main control. Is something you really can't do a lot of the time. How much can he get? That's already one, and now he even has the get out of jail free card. He can just look to try and give information, knows there's only a singular player here, and they've lost the B site. That's the thing, they weren't just sitting pretty. A nice clear, though, gives them that man advantage. CNET trying to lurk on the back line where he's going to be revealed. A high-impact ultimate in the Neural Theft will mean that there's only 3 players on the site itself, and while CNET trying to find a fight.
That's the problem with him giving those fights on the A site. Kraven's already taken CNET down. Cupid and Ninja to do it all. Ninja stuck in the corner, finds one, but now he's boxed in, and he cannot fight his way out. Another round for BBL, climbing up further into the lead.
He's fully giving it after that round.
I didn't hear what he said, but I could hear him from outside my headphones.
Yeah.
Bleeding in. That's impressive down on that stage, the reach up here.
That's the problem. I said it a couple of rounds ago. You allow them to have that A main control, and then it did, like, okay, you can try and swing into Lover's Rock there, but
Oh, I heard it that time.
Yeah, he said, I think you guys should stay seated.
I believe that is, yes, a translation of what he said.
Yes.
A paraphrase, so to speak, but...
I translate from, well,
vulgarity.
English to the Queen's English.
Yes. English vulgarity to English office speak.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
very nice. Very good job there, Tom. 5-2. Round number 8 sees rifles in play for one team. Ninja's gone for a Guardian. The rest of the squad, a couple of upgraded pistols. You got the 3 Sheriffs in play.
Oh.
Timing, not great for Lover's Rock. Could have been the picks. He's forced back now instead. Again, I'm drawn to this fight on the double doors, Tom. BBL up against the pistols. They've been keen to take a lot of risks towards double doors. Just look where Kreven is. I mean, now he's backed off, but both himself and Loida were tucked in that little corner there. And that's risky as hell.
Minute gone. Oh, he's not able to escape this time.
Right here.
Tried to duck away from it. Rose is also holding on to the angle. A lot of the time, Lover's Rock is seen alone, but they don't want to try and put too much here. Loiter is waiting in the second. Yeah, immediately. Smoke up. We'll just look to delay them as much as possible. Pull the rotation in. His teammate's just about going to get there in time. Kreven waiting and watching, but it's only now that the third is getting into play. Seven trying to make his way, but the cage would give away a lot of the noise. It's not perfect, but Kreven is there to pick up the pieces. Nice work. Had a quieter prior map, but he's definitely looking like he's having his moments in this one.
I love that target selection at the end. He swings out, aims at a player, goes, oh no, my teammate's got him. I'll take the other guy. No problem at all. Quick adjustment. They take them both down like it's an execution. 6-2 for BBL. But I think the big part of this round is the fact that Kreven, not only in the end getting that impact, but had that trap online in Art. So yes, they get a pick there. They're trading out that battle. But when the trip goes up and nobody breaks it, BBL immediately rotate out. They're worried about to push through double doors, and then they go to spawn and move on to that B site. Already ready for the battle. They did really well to set themselves up for that.
Is where they finally challenge for that A main control. It's a little bit worrying, and they've lost the rest of the map. It's almost like BBL had the perfect read. It's like, okay, they're finally going to try and deal with that position. Let's all push them in. Let's start getting a little bit risky in Lover's Rock again. It's looking like they might just be slaughtered. CNED's done well. He's going to get traded out immediately. And VALORANT, okay, I didn't expect him to win that one. Ninja as well has caught the rotation. What was looking like a potential dominant round from BBL now comes back. Now this lockdown, it doesn't clear everything.
Rose has the angle.
Face your
that
fear!
wall, there we go. He has to be pushed back by the ultimate. Otherwise, that was a big gamble on a player with 56 HP. That shock dart was so close. This one's bouncing. But VALORANT dodges them both. The shots of Loida, though, they land flawlessly. And Ninja, maybe with no hope, he has to walk through that smoke or wait for it to fade. 30 seconds. And they'll start to think maybe he came mid. He might have wrapped around. You know, that ult came through. What if he's gone through the spawn? But
it seems they know.
They do, for now at least, hold the same angle. 20 on the clock. He could have went back to mid, but they are still certain that he'll come through that smoke, and for good reason. 7 on the board now. BBL, it's not the first time I'll say this, but they're running away with this first half.
Yeah, it's if anything, it's a little bit more concerning than the last, because at least there was blips rather than just the pistol in the second round, but this has been fairly dominant in the manner they've done it. I'm also just, I don't know if Ninja thought there was somebody coming in from behind, but it seemed like the two players in that clutch were just not on the same page. Alorante's trying to plant, and the other player is just trapped outside. It left him in a horrible scenario to try and face off in that 1v2 while planting the spike, which you're not really going to win.
Well, a timeout for Pacific, as they will take a moment to go back to the drawing board here. It's been a BBL show on the other side of the stage. And let's get to know Loida a little bit better. Eats blueberries before the game. Interesting.
When was the last time you ate, I don't even want to say a blueberry, a fruit?
A fruit? I had some raspberry chewing gum today.
That's, no, the actual fruit, not like
it
something
has a picture
with,
on the...
Yeah, it doesn't matter, no.
It tastes like it, so I think it has the vitamins.
No. Well, genuinely. Do you actually know the answer to that question?
My dog eats blueberries. They're good for dogs.
So you own blueberries, you just don't eat them?
I have not eaten them unless it was in a smoothie in many years. Many years. That goes for all fruit.
Okay.
No, I mean, I'll have a banana here or there. A little apricot. Those little Saturn, what are the ones
and you love cucumbers.
You got me in Ukraine,
well.
What are those ones? Saturn peaches. Those were fire, bro. You introduced me to a whole different, thing.
I think that was like 3-4 years ago?
No, that would have been like 5 probably at this point.
Okay.
Early days.
Good to know you remember the last fruit was 5 years ago.
Well, no, I mean, I've eaten a Saturn Peach since then. That's when I got addicted to Saturn Peaches. Real life, beautiful. Oh, CNET. He almost had it, but Lover's Rock disappears, and now CNET does too, but not to safety. Oh, a sacrificial lamb. The whole squad seems to be. VALORANT doing his best, but it's just not good enough when it's the entirety of BBL that you need to take down. 8-2 now for this squad. The defense looking flawless.
This might be a bold thing to say considering the players that we have in the league. I genuinely think the player that we're most annoying to play against is Lover's Rock. Because, like, I would say a solid, like, 90% of the time he gets a kill, he's gone. Like, you can't trade him. Like, I can think of once where they've managed to insta-trade him. And that was with the pistol, and he tried to duck and immediately TP, and they caught him in the last split second. There, he's being run at by an ult.
Yeah.
He shoots the guy behind, he's gone. And again, look.
Can you imagine how good it feels to be Lover's Rock, to come into this league, and then the devs are like, yeah, we're going to actually make it easier for offers to have impact. We're going to take away some of that pesky initiation utility. And this guy is just having the time of his life out here. An unbelievable debut on that stage. Well, with the EMEA colors.
Yeah.
He's been technically down there.
Yeah.
But
he was the
there before.
top fragger in their fight. So he knows what it's like to get a lot of kills with an operator on that stage. And yeah, as you said, since then they've helped him out.
And it is something incredibly rewarding to watch a player like that really hitting his stride, finding that impact so early on in his career, because how much further can he take it? I mean, you think about being down on that stage, playing on those PCs, on those screens, it takes a while to get used to. And they've come in looking like this is their second home, maybe even the first home.
Yeah. The story that was always told was that he had probably some of the biggest boots to fill.
Yeah.
A man talked about as a prodigy, and he has filled those boots incredibly well. Still alive on the site, looking to try and deal more damage. Oh, he's going to get out of there just in time. I feel like he maybe could have got more, but that's the thing. Look at the weapons on the other side. He doesn't need to take a gamble, take a risk. In fact, he's got that dimensional drift just to try and give his teammates exactly what they need. Nice shots from Loiter and Cupid. All he can really hope to do is slow them down. Any utility he could place will only buy so much time. Immediately has to use a piece of it, just trying to get himself a little bit of extra space. And actually, there's not really anybody watching from the angle he's coming from. That's a good chance! 2 already found! It's a bit short on 2 on the other side, but unfortunately, couldn't quite close out what would have been a miracle clutch. A very nice try. But the round still ticks over for BBL.
Oh, it's going to be heartbreaking being that close to, again, a breakout round for Pacific. I hope this, oh, yes! Oh, he's so good at the game, man. We saw that from the perspective of the second guy he killed, and it looked more outrageous, to be honest. Spinning on a dime for Cupid, the IGL down there. He's been having some great rounds, but that one would have taken, in the series, not in this map. But that one would have taken the cake.
What sound did Pinky just make?
Not sure I want to answer that question. I plead the fifth. The Pacific 2 rounds on the board.
Heard Zesh make that one.
The team who has the most dominant scoreline of the match so far on Abyss, 13-7. Pacific made it look easy. They dismantled BBL, but now the shoe is very much on the other foot.
Yeah, I think they've got the shoe, the tracksuit bottoms, the jersey, the hat. Like, it really isn't. Let's just say the first half of map 1 and the first half of this map are looking very similar. In fact, we might end up with the same scoreline if Pacific can win a round. They won rounds 1 and 2. This has been 9 in a row. And I can't think of any of those 9, other than maybe the Cupid clutch a few seconds ago, that looked like they were going to win it.
Yep. Yeah, and even then, Hubert was, really fighting an uphill battle. In the rain, in the muck. For Pacific, third round. It's what they want, and they've started out well. LaRock dealt with off, posted on the angle. CNET might have seen a hair from Lover's Rock's head there. Lover's Rock makes it out. Hunter's Fury good for the first. Oh, Ninja jumped back into it. Tried to bait him out. Big tag. Ninja gets brought back, but in goes Lover's Rock now. Posted on the angle, and he'll catch Ninja a second time. The spam from Rose finds another, and the off-down prime for a little bit more, as CNED needs a 1v3, a spike plant amongst it, and he's got no time. It's gonna be Lover's Rock to put 10 on the board for BBL.
Ah, what a recovery in that round, especially. Super impressive, 10 in a row. We were questioning after the pistol and second round if they would be able to come back after the last map defeat. They have. Well, let's see if Pacific can do the same in the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, BBL have come in with the intention to win this map in record time. 10-2 on the board. Pacific, they faltered. It's been a good series so far. In fact, Pacific, if you look at map to map, they had the more dominant victory. They looked like the better team in the last map, but
yeah,
that has changed
not
here.
including this.
Yeah, first two maps I'm talking about. Right?
Yeah.
The math ain't that bad.
No, Lover's Rock has been a different beast, and if it wasn't even if they dealt with him. If Loiter found himself in the right position, 14-4 as well. He's being overshadowed by the duelist that just doesn't die.
Yeah.
Like as I said, he's got to be one of, if not the most irritating player to play against. He is just Houdini. Like, you see him for a second, you're either dead or he's gone.
Well, the next generation of Turkish talent up against the old guard of CNED. And in a pound-to-pound comparison, granted, it was the attack side for Pacific. If we saw CNED playing defensive off for a whole half, maybe it would be a different game. But it ain't a different game. The one we're looking at right now, Lover's Rock, is drawing all the eyes and X's over the face of his opposition. Pacific, 2 on the board. Losing this pistol probably means losing their first series on that stage.
Yeah. And they won the last pistol, and it still didn't make a difference.
Yeah.
So
2-0 up.
It's a lifeline, if they can get it. They've been decent in these pistol rounds, but it's safe to say the buy rounds have firmly gone the way of BBL in this map. Bandit Purge. So we're not seeing too much of the new weapons so far, here and there, but not so much in pistol rounds. We'll see if Laroc can show us why people should start buying it. There isn't any head armor anyway,
30
so
seconds left.
He's going to be finding himself a little bit extra. CNED's there to start. The push is looking to go in the other direction. They've left the lurk of Kreven as well to try and catch them on the rotation. It is that initial site take, looking for the plant, but Cupid is going to deny an audacious place to even try and plant in. The spams have been fantastic, leaving Loiter, and well, just no time. There's no way he gets a plant down here, and he may survive a little longer than expected, but it's Cupid that gives them a lifeline.
10-3 for Pacific. Indeed, as you said, Tom, it is a lifeline delivered. They're going to need to be close to flawless from this point forward. But the first step has taken them in the right direction. As you said, a very nice round from Cupid here in the pistol. bringing him up towards the top of the board, and I think that's been the problem for Pacific. They have
That's
just
not a
been,
good sign.
If a 3K can bring you from the bottom to almost the top, we are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Unless everybody's got like 20. Hey,
or unless it's round 1.
Sure, yeah. That effect is fine there. And it is round 1 of the half, but not of the map. So for Pacific, we need to see them find that confidence. Because, again, for me, I understand it won't be the same for the players, but for me, this is a team that can bomb out of kickoff as long as they bounce back stronger, as long as they're learning, as long as they're improving. But I want to see the promise. And in the first 2 maps, we did. It was late coming in on Breeze. It was there from the start on Abyss. And hell, if slow starts, like if they manage to, again, climb back a bit and slow starts are the biggest problem, that's fine. Just don't lose to the pistols up close with the Judge. And then lose the round. Don't lose the round as well. Great job, Ninja.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Oh, there you go. You can be happy. I'll let you take this one away. I'm sure.
Phenomenal work, really.
Loiter's not going to lose to Timmy the Turret, but he might lose to VALORANT the Turret.
He has the human turret. Strikes again. His Pacific bring us up to 4 now. 4 to 10. It's a big old gap. It's not an easy one to work with necessarily, but this round here is where it could start. You do come in with a lot of promise, I'll be honest. Like Bulldogs, a Spectre, and an Outlaw. It is a mixed bag. Throw in a Sheriff. Pacific are playing for the next. They're playing for it to be 11-4. For it to be a strong
So that's
economy.
your friend, right?
Yes. That's
okay. Just checking.
That's my duo. And the reality is it's not a round that they should win, but they have a lot of promise in it. That Outlaw, a few shots landing from that can completely turn the tide into Pacific's favor.
I got a question.
Damage is the name of the game, yes.
How many times do you think Pacific has managed to get the A orb?
In the first half?
In any?
Spike down
I'm thinking
A.
it's 0, or maybe 1.
Yeah, I don't remember on the attack. They often gave up A main. They took an initial fight, and the utility sent them back. Deep Astra smoke stopped them from pushing through.
It seems like BBO they got it on the attack side as well. They're just running it, taking it early. It doesn't matter. Obviously, the early pick is way more important, but I do think that's just been almost free ult economy throughout this game so far for BBO. A big part of their game plan, and something I wonder if it's going to be pressured. Sage Wall will slow them down, but they're pretty happy to wait this one out. Cupid, he doesn't have to worry just yet, but the second that wall breaks, which will be soon, he doesn't really have the weapon for this.
He's heard them though. 3 players breaking it, plain as day. They know this is an A hit. He's got safe inside the smoke now, looking to take the fight up close, but it's the Outlaw CNED that I'm worried about. That man is going to have a tough fight. Smoked off, walled off, and there's not much that he can do. They left the player on site isolated as Cupid falls. Now Pacific have to think about the retake. They're not going to deny that plant, but they have taken down the Rock. Numbers advantage back in their favor. Lovers Rock looks to recover though. It's a big play from Lovers Rock. A triple under his belt already. And with Ninja, the last man standing, he's found the disappearing man, Houdini, in front of him. As Lovers Rock goes back towards main and now baits him into a fight. He shot there, he gave away his position. He wants the battle with the 50 HP Ninja, and it's Lovers Rock to win it out, to push BBL closer to that finish line, 11-4 on map number 3.
He's 25-8. Like, a lot of the beginning of this round, again, it was a solid start. I think Cena did a fantastic job getting openers with the Outlaw, but this was just disgusting. And then just the confidence at the end. We talk about how he's always repositioning, always taking different fights. That one was, I am standing here, try and kill me. And he couldn't.
I also don't think he knew it was 50 HP, because unless I'm mistaken, he was the only player to do damage to him. So he lit him up in the earlier fight, and then just went, screw it, come find me, bro. Come find me. I don't care. I can play time, but I don't want to. I love that attitude, and it really is just, as I said, BBL are a team that came in and said, we are better. We can beat you individually. I don't care. And Lovers Rock's embodying that right now. He's going to stick that TP. Of course he is. The ult into the spawn. He's taken down CNET from behind. He's overran the B site, and now he's gate crashed out of there.
He took his up. He took his up. He went in with a rifle, went, I'll have that, disappeared, and now he's got the up locked in. I wonder if they'll even realize that it's gone. And that might just be a nasty surprise. They look to come back into the site, and Operator trying to hold from the heavens of smoke will block them out at least a little bit. For Pacific, this is everything. They desperately need this round, and Loiter's just playing from afar, but up close is Rose within the smoke, dancing with death, and he's taken them all down. Only Ninja remains, and well, that's about the only hope he has, is if he could Ninja defuse, and that's not happening. Just forced into a retreat. Another BBL round, another beginning of a streak, and it is looking like the only round Pacific are going to get are the pistol and the second.
Oh, that's really sad, especially it being the third map. You know, I would expect Breeze to be somewhere that, it being the pick of BBL, Pacific are caught off guard, the new map back in the pool, but they came in with a new composition, new ideas, and those ideas were pretty good.
Okay, I will say, that C-Net shot was utterly disgusting, but he didn't know there was a man behind him.
Got executed immediately.
And got robbed.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think for Pacific at this stage, like the performance on Breeze, the ideas they've had, how well they played Abyss as well on a push and pull front. Some risky plays in there as well. It was fun to watch. To see them now completely fall apart on the third map is really underwhelming. But it is good to know that they have that potential. We've seen the ceiling is high. But here on Pearl, maybe we need to bring that floor up.
Yeah, I think also it's better for me to see a team go into their map choice and look very good. Yeah, it means that the prep that they've done is good. It means like with time you should see that extend to other maps. I think as well, it's clear that the calling coming out of Cooper is solid because it's their attack side. Their attack sides have been great. Yep. That's why I was a bit more worried on this map when their attack side got wrecked, because on the other two maps they didn't do particularly well on the defense, because that's going to be more down to structure. That's going to be built over time. So once the synergy picks up, that's where my expectations will grow there. For having a good attack just means, okay, fundamentally, there's something there. Maybe they're not quite on the level of a team that's been together at least as 4 for 2 years, which, that's fair enough.
I will find it within myself to forgive them for that, Tom.
Yeah.
Generous as I am.
That's because he's your friend, isn't it?
It's just because he's my mate. Otherwise, it's on sight.
You'd never forgive, you know, Enzo.
Oh, goodness gracious. C-Net. He's ran out.
Don't.
Oh, my goodness. The slide around from LaRock is madness.
Can you forgive Cooper for that?
Oh, it's going to take some time and a lot of love.
Oh, no. LaRock should be dead. LaRock should be dead twice. Oh. The only problem is that the time here. The spike needs to now hightail it to the side.
10 seconds left.
Run!
Yeah, he's fine.
Put the smoke down, man. Plant the spike! Okay,
that's the cockiest I've ever seen anything. It doesn't even get it planted in the end. Lovers Rock just goes, well, I'll do this one myself. And that was the entirety of the map. What a map from Lovers Rock. Loiter there too. And what was a surprise, I'll say, in map number 2 at least. A surprise that they weren't able to take it over the line. A surprise that we saw Pacific play as well as they did. That very quickly dissipated. A 13-4 with 0 pistols won and 0 second rounds won means they've won every buy round, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, we spoke at Pacific as being a team for the future, for your later stages of kickoff. For stage 1, they need more time, and they need more practice down on that stage. But PBL, they look like a team for now. There were a couple blips on the radar. They gave some opportunities. They maybe played a little loose at times, but my God. Players like Rose down there, I think he shut up a lot of haters out there. A lot of people that say, like,
a good game
he
today.
can IGL, but can he shoot, though? You know, does my boy need a new mouse? No, he needs to change absolutely nothing except the narrative around his name, because that boy can shoot, but the rest of the squad as well, there with him. Lovers Rock has to be the standout, though. That map right there was as dominant as it was because of that man.
Yeah, insane operator player. I think that he was great before. I think the meta now is even better for someone like him. And I think a lot of teams are going to have to go, okay, we don't only have to beat like a LaRock or Loiter, these youngsters, we have to beat Lovers Rock. We have to make sure that he's not able to get away with as much as he is, because he genuinely was playing like Houdini. He found one, he disappeared, and now you have to find him again. And, well, it's like the toughest game of Where's Waldo you're ever going to play, because if you get it wrong, you die at the end.
Yeah, Lovers Rock, your young C-Net down on the stage. Just got a meta crafted for him as well. This could be his year. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him lifting something, especially not playing like that. For Pacific on the other side, it is this situation that, you know, I liked a lot of what I saw there in terms of the vibes today. I think we saw a ton of promise, especially from players like Seven, Valorante, and some clutch moments really showed up. Everyone had their time in the spotlight. It just was that little bit short-lived. And looking at a man like C-Net as well, honestly, from a human perspective, It feels great to see him on that stage always. That's always true. We love him, but seeing him laugh, seeing him with his shoulders relaxed a little bit, yeah, that's a great look because I've seen him be very quiet in the past. But for now, it's time to go down to the stage where Lou is standing by with perhaps a duelist for the future, Rose.
An IGL and a captain like no others joined me on stage after beating his former organization 2-1. Congratulations, Rose.
Thank you so much.
Zafarişin tebrikler. Congratulations. And the first thing I need to ask you is that Ascension walkout trophy that the Pacific boys did. Did it surprise you? Do we have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, when I saw the trophy, I was shocked, literally.
We were
I didn't expect that. Like they're gonna bring the trophy from Turkey to here.
Yeah.
But it feels good. Like I just, how can I say? I feel good, but I cannot explain with the words maybe. You know?
Yeah, but it was surprising, right?
Yeah,
that they did
that was
it.
surprising. Yeah.
I think it was good banter also, but in the end, you took the win, and what an outstanding performance from you on Breeze. For a debut as an IGL in VCT, you are top fragging, you brought up the clutches. So I was wondering, because there is this cliche of IGL not shooting, so how are you the exception, Rosé?
I mean, like the community and people says, I mean, like the Rose and the lover stack or someone, it doesn't matter. Like the IGL is not gonna, he cannot get like heavy frags like in the maps. But like I don't care like their thoughts, because I know my team. If my team did something on the game plan, and if they are not shooting, I mean, I can try to shoot for them. It doesn't matter.
You can compensate, right? There is
of course. I'm a
exchange.
captain. I have to do that. Like when my team is not shooting, I have to try to shoot. I mean, that's
and
what
you
I can
did.
say.
You did, and you played insane on Breeze.
I mean, like I felt so comfortable on Breeze because I love to play Breeze, to be honest. From when the map came first. Like I don't remember the year now, but like for Sova, I think that's a great map.
I play Sova 2 on Breeze, so I can relate.
That's why, that's what I can say.
And you did amazing on it.
Thank you so
Congratulations again. I also wanted to speak about the energy that you boys bring on stage. You have insane shouting and stuff. So how important it is for you as an IGL to have, you know, the boys hyping up and bringing up the good vibes?
My boys is hyping everyone and just killing everyone, you know, like for the enemy. I'm pretty sure about that. Like they have like literally so clean aims. I mean, like for everyone, I cannot say the names, but for the hype, like when I'm down on the game, they are just trying to
boost you
hype
up,
me,
right?
boost me up. That's what I can say, and I'm so happy to play with these guys. Like I think it's gonna be the third year.
Third year, yes, exactly.
And it feels great. That's what I can say.
And we understand why you guys are sticking together too, of course. Last question was this: when you're going to be facing Fnatic next match. So I was wondering, what are your plans for IGL diffing? Boaster, what are you the most excited about for this
We're gonna see. I don't wanna say anything like about that, but we're gonna see. I think
you're teasing. You're teasing us. I like that. Rosé, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
And of course, good luck for what's next. And speaking about next, don't go anywhere, because we're going to see Vitality Super Team debut against the ULF Ascension boys. Stay with us.
틱틱 문을 차고 있자 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
she a gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. That just a warm up or get fade. 빛이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fly. Win, I'll sacrifice. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Get my head up high. Ride through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
BBL, this roster's first win in VCT. BBL has won a lot of games already here, but it is your first time, Lovers Rock. Congratulations, welcome back. It feels like Ascension again, right? We were on this couch, you guys were winning back there as well, but is there any difference for you today, winning in VCT, winning in Ascension? Is it harder?
There was no difference actually, but I think I'm thinking about the pressure. I don't think we felt pressure at the start of the game. I think we felt pressure on second map. I don't know what caused it, but we felt pressure second game for sure.
How was it like from the beginning of the map? Was it something that started building up? Because I mean, we definitely could tell it, and Seven looked like he was unleashed. But how did it feel from the inside?
It wasn't from start, obviously, because we were 4-0 leading. Then we lost one round, and we were just complaining about that one round for too long.
Oh, in the game?
Yes, that's what we shouldn't have done that. I don't know. It was like pressure, complainings for sure. Then at the end of the game, I saw like 7 going 27 and 10. I was like, what is this? Like, go back to America. Then because I didn't want, and I was like, okay, here's the thing. When we get live gamed from someone, we are doing some tactics, I'm not gonna say, and we didn't do it against him as well, and I was like, next game will be my game. Then I did the same thing to him, so I was happy.
Oh, you have like a strategy. You have a strategy for this.
Yeah, against live gamers.
Oh, is it players that you don't expect to have a live game, or is it just because there are some players, you know, if you play against Vitality, for example, like Dirk is probably gonna have a live game, Crom probably will. So is it for those type of
I actually
type of
don't
players?
mean live game. I meant like someone who is, let's say we pick somewhere and we get wanted by X guy every time.
Okay. I understand. Yeah, like CNED.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the days.
Back in the day. Don't worry. It's your time now. It was definitely your time in that last map. I don't know about Abyss, but on that Pearl, what got into you? Seriously, what was it, a plus 20 end for you? How do you go from a loss to having that confidence?
Lost to having that confidence. I'm a guy that never loses his confidence, and I know my teammates always hypes me up, and I hype them up. And as long as we trust each other, that happens.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because now we have you here. I'm just going to ask you straight up, because every time, you know, we have these conversations, you're always honest with me. Everybody said that when you won Ascension, you were going to get picked apart. You know, teams were going to come and steal your players. First of all, is that true? And second of all, why did you stay together?
Yeah, that's true. All the news about Larok and Loita are true.
Did they come for you? Did you get...
That's a little bit complicated, but I didn't want to leave at first place. Why didn't they or we left? Because we believe in us, that we can actually win something, do something, and we didn't wanna cancel our chemistry, but because you know it will be hard. Let's say Larok is a superstar, he goes to the X team, he knows he's gonna have hard times as well, getting used to them, getting used to everything. Same for Loita, same for me, same for everyone in the team. Yeah, but what brings us together? I think we did sometimes we do days when we talk about us, not only in game, about everything, like how our life will be changed. And we did one night, I don't know how to say it in English, but some nights you talk as a group and you
Aw.
say everything in your mind. If you are mad about mad at something or sad at something, and we just say to each other that happened, then we stay together.
That's so healthy.
Yeah, but I would love to know, did LaRock and Loiter come to you guys in one of those nights and said, listen, we have offers, these teams want us, but what do you think? We're going to stay. Like, how did you all find out? What was the process?
Yeah, that's what exactly happened actually.
Oh, really? In one of these nights you're talking about? Or?
No, we don't talk. We plan the nights, and we know what is gonna be talked.
Oh, it's like an agenda. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Like an
then-
assembly kind of thing.
Yeah.
Then they came to us. We said our opinions. They said their opinions, and at the end we stayed together.
What was your reaction when you learned that they had these offers? Where you were like, oh, I hope they don't. I hope they don't go. Yeah.
I want the best for them, and even if they went somewhere, I wouldn't be mad or sad on them, because I know they are super cool kids, like I'm told, and I want the best for them. But when we stayed together, I was really so happy because I love them. At the moment, I don't want to get used to some new people in my team, and yeah, that's it.
W friend. W friend.
It looks like it's a constant honeymoon period. If that is the way that you communicate with each other and the way that you feel about each other and you speak about each other, incredibly healthy. On that note, I don't know if you guys if they asked you this in Ascension, but of course you got your first win. There's a lot of opponents here in EMEA. Anyone in special that you would like to go up against? Or
I
you would like
remember
to
your
bet?
answer for this because I think we did ask you, but yeah, I want to see if it's been updated.
Was it Navi because of Ruxik? I think I said Navi because of Ruxik.
Yeah.
But it's not Navi anymore.
Yeah.
Who is it?
I don't know.
First of all, I think you said something like, I don't even know a lot of the players that play there or something like that.
Who?
I can't remember, it was you. Somebody on your team was like, oh, like, I don't even know who really plays in VCT. And then someone else was like, Ruxik. And then all of you went, oh yeah, Ruxik.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, we will play against Fnatic in 2 days. It's going to be a good match, I believe. Yesterday, we played against Crashes in a ranked match. he was smiling for some reason at Larok. And Larok was like, see you at stage and smile in the game chat. And we were just laughing all night. And we will see, yeah.
Did you win?
No, we lost.
Oh my, these Americans, am I right? Lastly, before I let you go, very surprised you didn't skirmish today, but then again, looking at your team, like, anyone can go. You know, Rose can go, Kraven can go, any of your players can go skirmish. But I don't know if you know, but for the next skirmish, for Vitality versus ULF, it will be Coach Pal versus Fabian. Can you give us a prediction?
Fabian versus Pal? I love Pal. And he's a very good guy, very supportive guy. But I think Fabian gets this one. But I think if we let K go, I think we don't lose like today. We prepared K for the skirmish. Then Larok came out and he said he wants to play. And we let him play. What a disrespectful coach, right?
Oh, wow. Okay, so your money's on Fabian. Yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, why are you not sure about this? I'm
Because
scared.
I don't want to be rude to Pal, you know? I believe in him.
It's okay, don't worry.
nice.
Thank you very much, Lovers Rock, for joining
Thank you.
us. Good luck in a couple of days. For now, I bet you guys are itching to learn more about the new Vitality roster, and I am here to give you exactly what you want, so please enjoy a snippet from this week's Spike Drop featuring Pal and Chronicle.
Yeah, we sat down with management and tried to build out what are we going for. We've got, a couple of players, we've got a whole squad from last year. What do we want to keep? What are we trying to look to do differently from last year? Because I think that was starting point number one. And then, really build out the vision of what do we want from the people rather than just the professionals, the players first, who then potentially fits that list. I have to remind myself, obviously you've got people like Durkheim and Sayonara that were already with us, so that made things infinitely easier for us. And then it was just about filling in the gaps. I said basically to Yampi and I said to each other, we really want to be sticking together. Wherever we go, ultimately the most important thing for us is going together. So I went to Vitality first, took a little bit longer to sort Yampi out. He then came on board as the IGL. We started to build a bit more staff. Profek was coming in soon afterwards, and that was roughly after Paris had just finished. And then from there it was a bit of an exploration about, okay, let's run some trials. We're trialing multiple other options for Kron's position. We carried on trialing. We got to very, very late stage trials with quite a few people. I think we were basically on the day we were choosing between 2 others.
Ooh.
We got the phone call to say, by the way, this guy's now free to start talking to other people, and you guys are potentially an option. So that's where things kicked off. So we've got Unfake, and thankfully, we've got Unfake, because it means it's not much of a challenge. I think we've all been quite surprised at just how easily he has slipped into the way we want to do stuff, given his experience before as an IGL, given just how he is as a bit of a person, given the fact that him and Profet can now be speaking Polish as well, as we've got Russian and Finnish in our clutches. No, he's slipped in really, really well in ways that has surprised a lot of us. We spent a long time thinking about who we would want to have play in this spot. But no, we've adapted things around him. He's adapted massively to us and put a lot of work in. So look, we're very, very happy, and I don't think it's really gonna. It changes stuff, obviously, but I don't think it's gonna present. It's not presenting us with any new challenges to get over. We've just cracked on from where we left off before Christmas, basically.
Oh, what?
changed.
Yeah, in what sense?
I think he became more mature than ever.
Ah.
I mean, obviously everyone becomes more mature over time, but like with him, with this vitality, like the previous year one, I mean, he had a lot of experience, and he obviously like considered that like it wasn't a really successful year for them. They had to overcome some problems, plus a lot of compromises on his path. I think he got a lot of experience, and for him it will be very helpful this year, I think. And yeah, and I mean, I can already notice in some parts like he is making his solutions, like he is doing decisions that he will do different, for example, in Fnatic 2024. It's hard to lie, Derki is still literally a top duelist.
Yes.
And like his ability to sometimes even full carry the matches, sometimes be a very nice roleplay teammate, like is just insane. Like he is mega stable with that. Like, and also I know how to help him to become more stable, especially like when we are playing together.
Vitality Chronicle. I know we weren't really getting used to the BBL Pacific whole thing. Can we just Vitality Chronicle? Are we
Can we talk about the perm?
For him, a huge upgrade, and me sitting here instead of Lovers Rock, huge downgrade. So, you know, nice,
I wasn't
nice
gonna
swap
say
up.
it. I wasn't gonna say it.
I mean, I have to say...
Did you see how he played?
Yeah, but are you more of a lover or are you more of a rock? That's what I want to know.
I'm rock bottom of my team.
Unlike Chronicle, because that's got the craziest off-season move.
I think it was my second favorite Vitality pickup for this year.
Oh, what's your favorite Vitality pickup?
Sitting in front of me.
Ah!
Okay.
Do you know what? For some reason, I thought you were going to say Scott. In my mind, I was like, surely it's Scott.
In my head, I went, oh, Yumpy. Yeah. I didn't catch on.
Yeah, but I mean, Super Team 2.0. Is it Super Team? Yeah, Super Team 2.0. Surely this is it, right?
I think...
This is such a beautiful roster. I know, obviously, Unfake is subbing in, but it's still, this is strong.
This is like in my mind, this is the clever rebuild. Like the other ones were like the slap money on the table, buy all the superstars rebuild, especially with like less in there as well. Like I think this one is like Palace said a million times, like, oh, this is me picking pieces to fit my system. It just so happens that those pieces are just the best player in the world, maybe for the last couple of years. You know, it's a pretty good piece, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that some of the previous picks were a little bit blind, as you're saying. Go for someone that has been very good. We go for someone that like less, like we go from someone from another region, we bring in here. But now it's like people that have already been tested, that you can also see the projection from last year into what you can expect from something that is a little bit more long term.
Yeah.
Not also in the fact that we will have to wait for Sayonara to be able to play, but I think it looks very promising to think about the pieces that they've put together and how they were performing last year.
What I'm very disappointed to hear, though, is that the sitting order is not bold hair, bold hair, bold.
Yeah.
How many
I'm very upset
how many
about
bold
that.
heads is
3,
the limit?
but they're not spreading them out. Yeah.
It's the limit.
Yeah.
Why would there be a limit?
Because it has to tip the scale.
Why are you limiting
Too much buff, it's a nerf.
Okay.
There's no such thing as too much buff.
I feel like we need to, we don't have a lot of time, but I love this combo. I want to just dedicate the whole day to this combo. But
That's why I'm here.
On the other side,
The
we also
expert.
have 2 subs in the Ascension winning roster of ULF. Admittedly, I think maybe the subs I'm a little bit more worried about, but they're Turkish, Bear. Like how they're gonna be fine.
Yeah, they're going to be fine. I think that, but especially with the showing that we just had, I know that the situation is not the same. But again, the pressure is not that much on you because of the them not being able to play because they're too young. We'll get there as well. But I think especially them, I think it's a good pickup for this. He won the Northeast League, one of them last year. I think he's got some experience and he can bring things to the team. It's not just a patch to me. I think that it makes them competent. And I love the story of we get together in Premier, we grind our way up, because this is something that many people at home, many players dream about doing, and they've proved that it is possible.
The crazy thing is, if Sop and Echo were here, I would be so scared for Vitality.
Yeah, like, especially when you look back to both their Red Bull performance and their Ascension performance, like, they were the two best players. It's kind of unfortunate. I guess the one good thing for Echo...
What to say about Stark, though?
On their team.
Oh, okay.
Like,
yeah.
We also had BBL Pacific there. I don't think I would count them out completely after what we just saw. But no, I think both of them were fantastic in different ways. I think maybe it gives Echo a bit more time to work out if he's still going to play the Cypher, because that's definitely a bit more problematic.
Yeah.
But I also think, like, I agree that there's no pressure on the org. I do think for those two players, though, you kind of go... This is my opportunity to maybe buy myself a spot. Maybe if teams make changes soon and I do a really good job. That's where the only piece of pressure is for them to almost, maybe they'll overdo it because they want to be like, this is my moment, this is my shot.
And what I am excited about, though, is their new coach. Well, coach...
New old
returning.
coach.
Yeah, new old coach. But because, my goodness, this guy's resume, like, any cracked Turkish player that's ever stepped foot in any competition ever, he has had something to do with it, and it's insane. I'm very, very excited about what he can bring.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I actually got to speak to Echo before his Ascension run, and he couldn't stop saying how good like Afro Fire had been as a coach. And like, I went, like, no offense to Vlad, but I went, oh, what about Vlad? He was like, he's good too. But it was just like, he kept bringing up this guy who brought him through the system, found all these young players. I think that's what he's best at, is the scouting of these youngsters. And so to have him back, like, sort of have that sort of like VCT caliber as well, that's really exciting. It's just unfortunate that he's had to almost like pivot to get new players to fit into their same system again.
Throw some names. Alphayear, Rian, Sociable. Like, he's been like, if you think about
Echo,
the top players.
Stop.
Yes. But if you think about in the past, the top players that we've seen coming out from Turkey, that man had their eye on him, and they all speak very highly of him. So
for sure,
let's see what he can cook up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy task. You know, this is probably where a coach is going to have the most impact, and you got to work with the pieces you don't usually have. My question is one sub better than two subs? In theory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like him individually, maybe not, but it is like having to just swap out one player easier, definitely.
Well, we already had one Ascension trophy being brought onto stage. It's time for another. Here comes ULF and Team Vitality.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Esports.
Keep calling. Took a risk even though my head the fire in my chest keeps burning. I'm a crew out of sight. But it won't be falling.
Team Vitality.
Cause keep calling. Took a risk even though my head the fire in my chest keeps burning. I'm a crew that won't be
It's time to see if this super team has what it takes to go all the way this year. And you know what? That could apply to either side. If they had both had their full roster, it is really two super teams. And the more important thing is skirmish. Fabian versus Pal. Now, Lovers Rock said Fabian should take this, and the scoreline also went to the side of Fabian, but Pal did get 2 rounds though.
That's the most surprising thing of
One round and I
that
win.
he managed to get 2.
And he's trash talking.
Wait, what's he saying?
Good luck.
You too.
Do you call that trash talking?
No, he is.
Okay.
Oh.
Vamos!
Vamos!
Oh, it was actually even for a second.
Nice
I think Pal was
Clear
even
window,
in the
bro.
lead. I think that might have been the most high-pressure moment of Fabian's whole career. if he'd lost the PAL, I think he would have had to leave, like, honestly.
Seriously.
That's when you retire.
That he could have perfectly won that. How do you go back to the room and say, guys,
look, leave the game before the game leaves you.
Where do they take the vetoes? Because obviously they have that advantage, and Vitality, Big Breeze.
Yo, what's wrong with the vetoes today? We're
love
supposed
it.
to be EMEA.
I love the double Breeze. Thanks for it on this. Do we like it?
I think it's exciting. I think it's new. Love to see no Holy Trinity today.
Yeah, I guess as well, like, you're going in with someone like Dirk on a map like Breeze. I just feel like it's going to be fun for him to potentially pull out that operator, get on some of those long sight lines. I do think, though, on a map that you won't have had that sort of same official experience, that's where these Turkish youngsters can just take over. We saw it in the last map from LaRock just running it down mid and taking fights. If we could see that from maybe someone like Fabian, like, who has that raw individual skill, I'm hopeful that they can at least do some damage.
Oh, Dirk is sitting next to Krong. We used to pray for times like these. They're back together. Of course, Yumpy and Profek, you know, this
still together.
They've moved over as well, and I'm so happy for Profek because I think he was horrendously underrated in his role last year.
Yeah, I think that it was a bittersweet end of things for 2025. It doesn't matter because things are looking promising, extremely promising. But we've said this so many times for Vitality. Yes, this year could be the difference. I want to see also if they have cooked some things. I expect that. We're speaking about the individual pieces that they have, but how do they fit into the new meta? Where are the strengths relying in this roster? Are we going to see that double duelist? Also, how is Unfake going to affect the plans that they originally had?
Well, that's the thing. There's aspects of their team that, like, he definitely can fill in, which is that initiator role. But you do talk about Sayonara having the ability to play like a Phoenix or a Yoru or any of the other duelists. I don't want to see Unfake do that, preferably.
Yeah, but on the other side of this, I also want to gas up Fabian a little bit. Honestly, his Breach, this kid, he's a freak. Like, he's so good. He's so goddamn good at shooting and util and setting his team up. He's almost like a unsung hero, but he is very much sung. You know, he does sometimes, you find him on the top of the scoreboard, and it looks like, Sliggy, this could have been you. You could have made a decision to put Yumpy on Yoru, and you missed your opportunity.
The thing is, like, you look at it after his previous year and you go, that's ridiculous. But going back to when he started out the game, he was a crazy strong duelist. And I said, I don't want to see Unfake taking up that secondary duelist. It's very popular right now. Yumpy's going to be doing it. It does worry me a little bit because he hasn't played anything like that role in quite a while.
Let me sell it to you, though. This is what he wants. This is what he wanted. Back in the days on Liquid, he was always like, put me on Yoru, put me on Yoru. They never listened to him, so he asked for it. He asked for this.
But then he was dropped from Liquid and ended up in BBL as IGL and as Initiator. So I don't know.
Maybe he can do it
He
all.
was not the problem.
Let's just say Sayonara can't come back soon enough.
Whoa! Okay, I completely disagree.
Wait, what can we do if he's absolutely unreal?
Yeah, and it's Fabian's playing Jet!
Yeah,
what is happening?
Flexing is what he used to do, so...
Yeah, but not on Jet. But I like it because he's Turkish. So Turkish player, they're never going to fail on Jet, right? Surely.
Exactly. They're
surely
born on the Jet, and then they have to kind of
good.
move away to everything else because that's just how the game works. Everybody can't play Jet.
Yeah, but he's an outlier. He wasn't born on the Jet. This is a
No, I don't mean an official. I mean the ranked
like
demons.
Yeah.
It's basically everybody has a little mouse clicker thing to get them Jet first.
Yeah, and this is what's gonna happen on Breeze. A lot of new things to break down and talk about. So I can't wait to hear the opinions of Panty and Hypog. Over to you.
Yeah, a lot of new things. You're absolutely right, Yinzu. There's a lot of new things.
Yeah.
Now, the one that's really caught my eye here is what Yampy's up to.
Really?
Yeah, I know, shocker.
Wow.
Talk to me. Explain this, Michael. Because there is method maybe to the madness. I don't know if I like it.
There was a time. There was a time when Yampy did duel.
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, they're in a weird spot right now.
Of course they are.
Bit of an overlap in terms of the sub being selected, as obviously we do have a chance to check in with some of the changes on Breeze as I talk over this. Yeah, I think it's a little jarring visually, just to look at it.
That's a really nice way to put that.
Proof's in the pudding. Yampy's a very capable individual player.
Of course he is.
But for me, it's like, would you not just put Yampy on the Jet and let Durka do the Yoru things more so than do the Jet things?
Because look, in the nicest way, ULF shouldn't be a problem. They have 2 stand-ins. I think they were with their main 5, right? Like, which they can't.
I mean, yeah,
have.
even with this up, I think we still lean Vitality way.
Absolutely, right? This is meant to be, you know, a team toward the top. I think that's a fair assessment. ULF, I loved watching them, by the way.
Oh, it's super exciting too. I'm absolutely not selling them short here and selling them out of this series.
Exactly. The thing is that if they came in with their 5, I'd look at that and I'd be furious if Vitality had done this. Now, if they're taking it lightly and they want to kind of play to the strengths they have and keep, you know, people within certain areas and try and play to those sort of strengths for later down the line once they get their full 5, okay. I just think that you're really hoping that ULF have nothing to say about
the
this.
contingency here is that Yampi's so comfortable in the initiator role that Sayonara comes back and it is literally
And he
just
doesn't have to worry.
Yeah, it has to be revert back to actually our comfort zone, right? So it's, I guess, the least amount of friction once they get back to their 5.
The lesser of several evils?
Several evils.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Yampi on Yoru is one of the evils.
Yes, yes. Summoned into existence here. We wait and see. I think that... Oh, free cam! Oh, hello, observers! It's us again. And Breeze. How are we feeling about Breeze?
Well, I think Breeze is probably a map that would allow you to kind of stretch your legs a little bit with something a little bit funky and players maybe not on specific agents that you would expect to see them on. Prophet going to open things up here, finding the first. There's still a fairly comfortable post plant here.
Yeah, it should be. Let's see. Anyone able to pressure this? Unfake. We can try to set a little bit of chip on towards site. Neki then going to be, feeling that next layer up, and of course it's Yampi. Finding 2, and Fabian trying to backpedal away. Yeah, of course, Yampi's had a round.
Well.
No sweat, no problems. Who are we to doubt him?
Of course.
Idiots.
Of course.
Idiots.
Why ask before the game starts? We'll wait for the pistol.
True.
Okay.
True. We can be hindsight Harrys.
How you have cooked.
And, and the fun thing is, they're quite loud replays today.
One enemy.
The thing I would like to say...
It is good to have Yampi's energy back on stage.
Genuinely. But the thing is, I put a lot of credit and a lot of attention towards this team. I like how it's built. I like what they're planning. I like how they've sourced their players. They are a team for me that I expect to see towards the top end of this by the end of the year, right? And maybe even by stage 1, as soon as they get their full 5, whenever that may be, I need to see them right up towards the top end of things. Now, in this game, I don't know what to expect, if I'm honest. Same with ULF, really. I think it's a lot on their shoulders. It's a tough opponent to start against as well. Welcome to the big stage, I guess. See what you can do.
Yeah, certainly a wake-up call to ULF here in terms of facing off against Super Team. But again, just looking towards maybe Vitality showing us that it's not going to be a concern whilst they're still lacking Sayonara, and ultimately for ULF to still show presence, to be honest.
And
show up today.
Exactly that, right? It's put up a bit of a performance, see what you can achieve here. Kron, man, it's a massacre. Bloody hell, he got 4. It's who's sharing it about, but this is something that I will look at, and in-zone flawless there coming in, obviously. But in my eyes, my worry with KC was that I didn't see that nice synergy. I didn't see that coordination. I didn't see them playing as a pack. I didn't see that nice work as a team. I want to see that here from Vitality, even with an additional player right now standing in place. That's what I want to be seeing, is how well they synergize. Do they look like they're on the same page? Now, it won't be perfect, but they also have so much firepower, they don't need to go too far beyond that at times.
I think I'm with you. They're almost under more scrutiny versus ULF than they would be against maybe a regular name in VCT. Here into the buy. I'm looking to challenge forwards here with Yampi. Trade off in terms of information here. Dirk has found one. Yampi and Prophet following up as well. Spike noted here, firmly in the hands of Vitality now.
And the scary thing is they're playing really loose, it looks like, kind of fast and loose, pushing up towards that A main side, taking a brawl. The flash looked a bit dodgy from Yampi, but it got them to turn, got job done, easy. Spike now left in a really prime position. So for ULF, they have to go back through this, right? Kind of play back almost on their defending side, it feels like. Whereas Prophet just playing first contact, Yampi can swing. Obviously, no more ropes there either. And ULF struggling. You can already see that gap closing in. Look at Dirk's positioning. There's no really way out. They're boxed in on this, so got to fight forward. And the shots aren't coming in here. It's just all that's left alive. does get the spike at the cost of his teammate and at the cost of his life. So clean 3 to start with for Vitality. And the thing that I do want to look at with ULF, if people didn't see them in Ascension as well, was they were quite a bravado-based team at times as well. I loved that about them. Confidence, a bit cocky, willing to give it. Obviously harder to do that when you are missing 2 of your core players. But I like that. I wanted to see that here, even obviously at such a disadvantage.
Holy shit, guys. Good fight on A, boys.
The energy's certainly there for Vitality to kick things off. We'll net them a 3-0 start. Sheriffs across the board here. Oh, maybe you heard me. No, yeah, Sheriffs across the board. Full Chico. Vitality again looking to twist the knife even further. Apply pressure.
What the hell?
A ton of damage done on this mid-cross.
I mean, Unfake is down low though. Man. Some days it's harder to do our jobs than others. This one might be a toughie because it feels like Vitality have just been let the lead a little bit, have fun, take a ball, be super confident, take fights, and well, so far they're winning them. It's down to 1, and once again the spike is pretty much fully controlled by Vitality, and Durka's probably walking a smoke in middle, knowing how this is going. Good to see Durka though on a bit of form here.
Yeah, stretches his legs a little bit.
Yeah.
I think for Durka, in terms of his career, this is an opportunity to get back to the heights that we have seen historically. They're certainly going to want to get off on the right foot.
Need that back.
Start of the season, Prophet going to catch this. Stern found an upgrade, chance to do some damage, but it will be a 4th here for Vitality, relatively unscathed.
I feel like we haven't even kicked into 2nd, 3rd, 4th gear. This feels just like at the biff. Go take a fight.
No, I don't think strategically here Vitality are going to want to be tested in terms of allowing ULF to even explore their playbook.
Yeah, this is something that I'm quite excited by. I think it's a nice mentality to come in with as well, because it keeps the rest of the teams who are probably watching this unsure how they want to deal with Vitality still. Yeah, okay, cool. We know that Chronicle can anchor a site really well, and Dirk is quite aggressive sometimes. I mean, that's what we found out.
The off-season tape is somewhat of a concern for Vitality over the off-season.
Yes.
Dirk opening up round 5, though. That operator removed immediately.
Christ, that shot was pretty close as well. So just the Tracer cup.
There's another one. Fabian's down.
Is this the return of informed Durka? It might be. And this is something that actually I really was excited by, is having Yampy at the helm of someone like Durka and how he implements him, because I think the previous iterations of Vitality, when we looked at them, was that in-game leadership. I don't say issue, but was it could be a strong enough voice? Yeah, no, I'm trying to
I mean, they were vocal about it themselves,
yeah,
the
that's true.
issues they were having.
So I think, for me, seeing that you have that really core, nice skeleton structure of having Yampy there, who I think is underestimated sometimes as an in-game leader. I think he's vocal and people like him as a player and personality. I think this is the biggest test for him personally as well. You have probably one of the strongest fielded teams once you get the full 5 in. So it comes down to that in-game leadership aspect. The next layer to that is, I love the fact that you have Pal still with Yampy. You've got that synergy there, and this should be, ideally, one of the genuinely most scary cores we could have in play if all lines up. But obviously for ULF, this has not been the dream start. This has probably been as rough as it could be. Don't know how deep they are on Breeze either. This is one of those maps that's going to put teams to the test. And it's been kind of a whitewash here. You know, only 2 of the players even getting off the starting blocks kill-wise.
Yeah, unfortunately not much to report back from the side of ULF just yet. Oh, maybe something coming out of the timeout. You've changed it, Bark, today.
Well, because it's ULF.
I know, but it was a little gruntier today than yesterday.
Don't call it gruntier.
Well, I mean, it was.
I didn't appreciate.
Yesterday was a yap. Yappy.
Yap hour.
Don't take me back to yap hour.
Also, did you see that Pal was wearing his Sunday best shoes?
Yeah.
In his sports jacket.
Set of winkle pickers out on main stage. It's crazy work with them.
Bro's got
Were
church
they
after
brogues,
this.
actually? I've got them down as a brogues, man.
You reckon?
Yeah.
We'll have a check-in afterwards. Maybe a halftime interview, perhaps. Who knows?
Tan winkle pickers.
Wild with the kind of windbreaker from the 80s. Day one, he's setting a tone. I don't know what the tone is, but the tone is set. We're going to have to watch those shoes going forward. That's any foot watch.
He's on foot watch.
Oh, it's 5-0, folks. Let's see what the timeout has done, eh?
They're coming back into this. The Sheriffs not necessarily going to see much of an adjustment. in terms of the approach here. Maybe just looking to do some damage once more.
Fake teleport.
And an upgrade in the previous. Obviously, Stern lurking. Here, a little more stacked up. Nobody really shown their face just yet. You can see Unfake and Profek both getting pretty curious.
Profek's got a nice little smoke until now. Doesn't refresh for another couple of seconds. So the pop flash and the swing coming in. Good timing on that little bit of a paranoia. There's the stall. Good layering to this. Looks super comfortable. I think we've kind of heard various interviews now about his comfort in this role and how well he's looked at it. And the faith that the team put into keeping him here. However, Audace has drawn blood. So taking away Unfake has given at least an advantage for ULF here, but again, keep in mind the weaponry on those Sheriffs, but a bit of an extended battle there. Profek finally comes out on top, but it wasn't with him, it was with Fabian. So, pop of the ult for Yampy. This is the best chance that ULF have had yet.
Here. Chance here. Yampy's actually going to flip the site as well. A chance on Fabian will fall. 12 HP though. Demur going to find it.
Chronicle 1v2. Has to respect that. Time to take a wander. Gonna hear that jump spot. And his timing's right. He's actually threaded the needle. Nicely done. Oh!
Wow.
Getting the first.
Said maybe not going to see anything change in terms of the approach here, but able to actually get a round on the board after the timeout. Put them in good standing now in terms of the finances coming into this buy round. And some beautiful shots here. It's Neki to close out. Some ultimates started to come online as well, only missing, I mean, one away from Ordaz and Demur, so chance here to maybe get a couple of rounds, string them together. Well, one of the quickest first bloods I think we'll see today.
Yet.
That was so fast.
I was still looking at my notes. There's been a kill. Yeah, okay, so Yampy has taken the space, kind of given over, and it's, I love this push and pull. And I didn't expect to be saying about Yampy on the Oru, if I'm honest, but hey, if that's...
I mean, he is, again, harping on it, sure, on the Agent Select, but he's a talented individual. We know that he's been through the motions in terms of playing whatever any of the rosters he's been on has needed. He's been the one to kind of pick up. It's just still weird to look at.
It's true. Site now controlled by, once upon a time, Fnatic's finest. Chronicle will be going down, but Dirk is still toward the back of the site, and he does have deeper support from Yampy, not quite there on site, and the rotation's on the way. Easy, comfortable work. Vitality, not really looking pressured here. Can't really sell it to you many other ways, folks. Maybe the bias accusations will be back here.
Well, they follow Chronicle, would be the theory then.
Oh, maybe
He's
it's
the common
Dirk.
denominator.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Actually, we weren't Vitality biased.
No, we really weren't.
No
one's
one
gonna accuse
ever.
that of us. Now, though, I mean, I'm kind of down. 6-1.
As you see, all the ultimates available now for ULF.
Get out of my way!
The purchase still a couple of people with money, but Dirk are looking for something over the top here with a Blade Storm of his own. It's only information though. Gonna trade off, maybe. They actually send the right click in there. No though, switch out to the operator, still gonna find a kill. Ton of pressure coming his way still though. Chronicle gonna find Stern on the backside.
It's just mad seeing the X-Factor power in this team. Jesus. Okay, Fabian, nicely done handling a rather confident Dirk playing the smoke, but it's just one man left alive. And it's a slaughter any which way you look at this, 7-1. And there's no weak link so far. They haven't been able to exploit Unfake, which you could argue would be the person who you'd look at here as obviously not the main five, stand-in, tough one. It's there is no weak link in this
how do you
team.
get to him with 5 players standing with Dirk? Because dominating the early round. Obviously alongside that, Yampy complementing nicely, sitting at 11-3 and 10-3, respectively.
You just got scared of the chair, did the little lean back, and it doesn't like lock in. You feel like you're dying.
Well, new chairs. They don't know
New chairs.
Yeah.
True, they are not used to them yet.
Always the problem.
That's true.
I feel like I've nearly killed myself several times. You all right there? Good.
I was trying to have a
Spilled
sip
another
of a drink.
coffee, have you?
I didn't spill it.
Oh, well, you did. It was
Do you want me to
Anyway,
tell
so,
chat this? Do you want me to tell
no,
chat how you threw a coffee at me? No, Michael knocked a coffee all over my lap, and he then got absolutely hammered on the Uber rating on the way in.
Yeah, I've
Have you checked it yet?
I got reported so fast.
Because, like, I had a coffee in the car, any caffeinated beverage would have done. However, Michael, being Michael, clumsy, just not locked in, not focused, knocks it all over my lap. All over. It's been a rough day, honestly.
It's a good start.
It was a great start to the day, yeah. And yeah, the man in the Uber looked fuming.
He immediately brought up
Your profile.
my profile, just hit the exclamation mark. My German's too rusty, but I'm pretty sure I got reported. Second timeout.
7-1 now. Brazil hating the scoreline, of course.
Still a purchase, well, still investment. Here's some ultimates to rely on. Going to be utilised here to try and get access towards A. Profect on guard, though. Pinged out, but no pressure behind us. Oh, as I say that, actually, Neki.
Nice.
A wild swing.
Okay, a couple more of those, then unfaked. I say isolated and vulnerable, but this time looking for the backup. Isn't quite there in play yet. He does have support now through the double door and CT. Fabian trying to hold space towards that CT side, kind of playing around that pit that is keeping 4 players somewhat secure. I'm getting a bit nervous about this one. They are closing the gap. Yampi getting closer. Unfake finding Neki, and now you've got the rest of ULF hopefully on red alert. Yampi smartly trying to navigate around the pit, but did take a glance towards main, but didn't really go for it until then.
Beautiful.
Brilliant awareness. But the timing not right. Vermeer allowed to play out of that. The flash just on point, but a 3v2 and time is ticking. And of course, Durka is there. 2 kills, defuse. Vitality keep them down at 1.
Maintaining composure as well. Chronicle still very conscious of another lurk. Ultimately identifying Stern over towards main was basically the green light to pressure towards that pit. Nice approach here, and again catching Profek behind that wall when he's, I guess, ahead of any reinforcements. Ultimately got ULF the plant, but...
Nice,
Durka!
Nice, Durka!
Roll the R, come on.
Yeah, roll the R.
Durka.
You got to work on that scut. Shameful.
It's like you never knew him.
Profek now looking to actually respond back. The paranoia to land here, slow things down in A main. Find some time for Durka to pick up a sight line here. ULF looking to really force the issue once more. Themselves a plant. Hunter's Fury will come through. Unfake no tag on the first. But
Hey,
does
give
try
them
to kill.
sheriffs. Keep them on sheriffs. Why is this the best version we're seeing? Plant in. Oh, God.
It's like, quick on that.
Yeah, it's like you feel you have a chance. But here we go. Neki gonna have a little bit of an upgraded weapon. Maybe, I don't know. The Outlaws, sorry, the Sheriffs seem to be the best option, and they fade out quickly. This is maybe quickest day yet. It's pretty early.
Don't say that now. We're only in the first half.
I've had a rough day, man. Get me home.
Yeah, you started to one down today.
It is over.
You were actively inting. You int my day.
I didn't.
You int my day. That's actually crazy. You've accused me of this. 9-1. And look, double timeouts burn for ULF. 2
Yeah, we're in limbo now.
Yeah. You're here with us.
Yeah.
Locked in.
Again, in this situation, ULF are stacked up again. I think I'm fairly confident they're going to force A once more. Call me crazy.
Are you sure?
Something's telling me.
Okay. Let's see.
We have the benefit of Stern's ultimate here.
divided!
Divide up to layup. Alongside that Viper wall, Vitality actually very quickly going to look for Stern.
Man.
They're going to isolate him once more. Yeah.
Oh, it feels kind of brutal to watch this, but it's well considered every time. So they've removed the kind of backline threat, but obviously at the exchange of site control. So now things get a little bit trickier. Yampi can't overexplore, but now the divide's dropped. So
they know they flipped the site as well, based on Yampi's info.
Yeah. Let's see how ULF hold this one down. Utility obviously going to start looking sparse in the first challenge. Neki looks nervous. Fabian on the swing, going to find one. Nice from Fabian! Big 3 kills, and that is what they needed.
Beautiful stuff. Again, the dart not dealt with. A couple of pings coming out off the recon, but Fabian just comes alive. A crucial moment there to find Ulf their second. A disadvantage, no less. Super clean from him.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Ordaz alongside finding the other 2 kills. So a curse on the cards potentially here.
Oh, yeah.
To pin your hopes to.
Could you imagine?
Fabian, though, the wind in his sails.
He's up for it,
Yeah.
isn't he? You might learn a very quick lesson, though. Let's. Yep. Yep. There it is.
So
there it is.
quick on that.
There it is. There, ooh. Have a seat. I mean,
That's Profit that gets shut down on the spam there.
And I was going to compliment him before. I really liked his balance of how he was kind of controlling A main, forcing that util just to keep him off the angle, but stuck around a little bit too long there.
I mean, Unfake luckily equalising as well, and it's Stern that took the brunt of the damage here. So what, basically 2.5 left standing here for Ulf. Like I said, you're really banking on a third being found.
Struggling. I mean, you've got omnipresent players.
Down A.
Dirk is here, there, everywhere. You've got the rest of Vitality trying to backfill the gap, and they're doing well. The only thing is that maybe Ordaz has
The jump on somebody.
No. Chronicles found him. And Durka. Dude, he's quick today. He's, like, even for Durka, he's quick today. Yeah, 10-2. Mike, how are we feeling?
Pretty confident about Vitality, to be honest.
Yeah.
Loving Yampi on the Yoru.
Can't wait to see that, hopefully, for the rest of the season. However, we'll see how it looks for the rest of the next half. Don't go anywhere.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
All right, 10-2. Mike, how do we feel about both of these teams so far? Because I think it's only fair to say, yeah, Vitality, tick in the box, they look confident, but are they exceeding your expectations?
No. And I don't think we're likely to see that in this series, to be brutally honest. Like I said, it's a tough break for Ulf. There's no other way to cut it. Yeah, it's to draw this, obviously, to open up your season. Again, we're just looking for, dare I say it, we're looking for glimmers of hope, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just a tough situation to be in with 2 subs to start off the season.
Yeah, and something that I think was just up on the screen there, actually, the fact that Yampi and Durka did go to the same school. It's quite funny how many weird little connections there are throughout this team, through the coaching staff, through ex-teams, through... What's that?
Durka and Chronicle, last time they played together, Soul, 520, that's crazy. Time needs to
Calm down.
Yeah.
Easy. All right, what we got here? Ulf, you got something for us? You're going to try and put on a bit of a run it back? Easier said than done, obviously.
Well, start here for Vitality, though, expecting the aggression from Ulf here in the pistol. Durka actually going to catch the worst of that engagement. Down to 62. Vitality still with B's sight in mind. Durka able to transition fairly comfortably towards sight as well.
I mean, you might argue that this is a side that might be a little bit trickier for Unfake and...
Spike planted.
Can't see him. There's like 3 smokes in the way. But again, this is where you might see a little bit of that issue when it comes to like the synergy and scaling timing and kind of that utility work coming out from Unfake to support maybe Yampi or Durka, but the bulldozer's in effect, so Ulf just have to hit mental shots, I guess, is the win con right now. Durka's a little bit lower. They're on an island. Does it? Oh God, man! Thank you. It took an army to take him down, and then you have the rest of Vitality to try and find. Not gonna happen. This is one-sided and a half.
Up to 11. Ulf now in a situation where they have to potentially force up. Try and make a play here in the second round. Not much else to really pin hopes to, and I think coming back to that previous discussion as well, strategically with the expectation isn't too high for Ulf, but again, seeing a few people frag out, put up some rounds, and look comfortable in the server, honestly.
Yeah,
look comfortable on the
it.
stage versus these opponents. That's about the only positive. Really, we're left wanting.
And it is getting reps, and I know this feels quite negative, I guess, if you're an Ulf fan, but I mean, reality is what it is. I can't change the scoreline as much as you believe it is our fault. The fact is that Ulf just need time to get used to this. Hopefully, once they get their 5, they can start really feeling out what it's like on these stages to do it under these conditions. We talked about it in Ascension to try and convert that. Obviously did well enough to get here. This is not the team you want to start against. Hopefully, it doesn't cause any further knock-on effect when it comes deeper down the line. But for Ulf, let's see if they can just start maybe just getting mechanically going. And again, it's the Sheriff's match.
Perfect example. Get themselves 2 kills here, sorry. Chronicle will trade off. Still 3 members of Vitality, very healthy. Spike already made its way across the site. I don't even think we really have a chance to find these upgrades either.
No, Kron's very aware. Okay, 12-2. Might be a blink and you miss it game. Although, do keep in mind, when we were downstairs in the green room, people were saying 2-1. They thought
Yeah, I'm not saying
3.
I'm not saying who.
I was going to, but now you've said that, I feel too mean. I
On
can't.
your head be it. Vitality's latest fan club, make of that what you will.
Bro, because you were running, he didn't expect me.
The frustration being displayed.
Yeah, and I imagine it is, right? You've probably wanted this for so long, right? Finding that big chance on the stage, and you're up against probably the most confident, loose version of Vitality, where everything looks really synergized, and they're just firing on all cylinders. It's hard to overcome.
A team that hopefully is coming into this season viewing themselves as a top 3 contender, right?
Yes. It's not easy any way you cut this across the board, but for me, I'd have loved Ulf to maybe try and... You almost have to get Vitality playing normally, right? As much as that sounds silly, ease that confidence off, kind of temper them into line, but you're not able to do that yet. We're seeing it mechanically just not quite in play. The difference is pretty palpable. For now, Vitality, though, kind of drifting back to this 8-8, 3 players on the defending side. Demure going to do well to find Durka. Very. As Ordaz had a couple of moments here. This could be the best attempt yet. Oh, able to deal with the scale up quite comfortably. But not taking too much damage yet, though. Kron down on 11 HP kind of keeps this one well within check.
Spike in an awkward position as well. Favian here to apply further pressure. Here these steps for Chronicle. Chronicle's not expecting it at all. Shut down, it's just perfect now. In a 1v4. We'll need this first clean and not take too much damage, but takes a chunk here. Neki to seal the deal on a 3rd round.
String them together. Give me a reason to pay attention of. I want to, because I really liked them during Ascension. Because they had such an attitude to them. I loved how they're talking about the game, how they're talking about each other.
Wait, what?
That was how he got it.
That was actually disgusting.
I bet.
I still didn't even really catch what happened in the replay, to be honest with you.
Need it again, Andy.
7 seconds.
Yeah. I'm not doing it. 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 No.
Yeah, NT.
NT's in chat, guys. NT's in chat. Durka's got an op, though. And that's kind of what stopped the spiral last time. Let's see if it does now. Good info early. So that does set... I just get scared, even if they're behind a wall. You can see what I think it's Favian doing, trying to slip down middle, get some positioning on this. Neki almost outrunning behind, kind of selling that concept. Gonna hear plenty of info, but just kind of trying to play around Durka, it looks like. Let him try and have a pick, let him have a play on this. Big investment on him.
Avian's found one.
There it is.
Again, only on a Sheriff, so no chance to really pull up a fight here.
And no trade available. That's ideal, right? He can get away from this now, reset a little, hopefully find that next position to play from. And that's the problem, though, is that then Dirk has opened up one of the sites. He's taken a quick TP in rotation. But again, the space he's taking alone is scary. It's causing these pulls of players. And Vitality looking to maybe still explore the rest of the map. Don't fall for it just yet. They're still trying to show a bit more.
Dirk has so much info here as well. The fact that he heard that flash, it's going to keep a couple of these players interested. Vitality actually drifting back this way, reading into that rotation.
He's almost over-delivered.
Yeah.
And he's not stopping, that's 3. Durka is having a vintage game. Yeah, keep lining him up. Keep challenging him. Does he want to just close out on an ace? He bloody well could. Ordaz has to face the music one way or another.
Pop the Blaze Storm.
Do it, why not? Dare you. Oh, there we go, okay. Ace denied, Ordaz gonna try and put in a shift here. This would be a miracle, and that miracle is not coming true. 13-3, Mike, it is a clear-cut affair here. Vitality off to a blistering beginning.
Absolutely, some chance here to restore faith in the second map of Corrode. Obviously, Ulf's pick, but it's looking pretty bleak out there.
It is, and there's not too many other ways to say it. I think we call it what it is. This has been a display of force from Vitality. Looking sharp, looking locked in, and now looking toward map 2.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Wanna feel the freedom of choosing, 'cause I'm in this ship for life. Minding you. I let you fly. Please let me fly. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light.
Who should we thank for the idea of Yampi Yoru?
Himself.
That's the most disappointing thing. I wish we could say it was us. We wanted to test a bit of his flexibility with Unfake coming into the roster and also being a very good Sova player. But yeah, he's been absolutely begging me for that for, I think, probably the last 12 months, to be fair. So definitely thank him. He's the one that's the madness behind it.
Well, thank you, Yumpy. Again,
As
Sliggy,
always.
you see what could happen if you just listen to your player. But we had doubts, you know, Tom, you know, rightfully had some concerns, but has everyone sort of been ironed out now? You know, Yumpy, Yoru, is it the truth?
I like it. Do I think Sayonara will do a better job? I mean, time will tell. I do think that this is not like, it's still a real test. It's good to see that they have the performance that they have, that Derke is absolutely Derkin, that Yumpy's having a good time, that there's a lot of operator action and whatnot, that they're also down to test the new map, that they want to actually use this experience, even though they come in with the upper hand and they should be the rightful winners of this match. They're actually using it, putting it to good use. It's not like, oh, just this like gets the nerves out of the way. These people should not have nerves.
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, make the Yumpy's performance small, but when you have Derke 7-2 on the opens and, you know, just Durkin, as you said, it's hard, you know, not to perform. So I'm wondering, you know, if things get a bit tough for Vitality, is Yumpy going to step up on this role? And this is the question I really wanted to answer.
It's hard because it almost felt like bullying a little bit at times. You know, it's a team with all rookies, 2 subs. How much do you read into this? Are we overreacting?
Some of these kills from Derke were like,
that's
listen,
just a Tuesday night
because
for
I
Derke,
think
though.
that Vitality showed a lot of respect for the opponent that they had in front of them. As
I
we're
agree.
saying, two subs and whatnot, but they treated this map at least with the utmost respect. The performance that we were seeing were not like, hee hee ha ha, I'm gonna go try and knife you. No.
Shorty and stuff. No, I agree. There was a lot of respect on the server, even though Derke 400 ACS, what can you ask for more?
I mean, he did. I heard a rumor that he woke up today, said it's Durkin time, and then Dirked all over them. Not sure if it's true, but that is what happened.
True.
Yeah, probably true. But again, this is just a normal day for Durka, though. How many times have we seen this sort of performance out of him? What I'm happy is that he didn't let what happened last year, you know, stop him from being able to return to form. But the question is, Corrode, is it going to be a similar story, you guys think? Easy 2-0, we just classic Panpok blowout?
I mean, it's difficult to say after the breeze that we just saw to think in another direction. I want to see where that duo is going. What if there's something else that is cooked? I know that we heard from Coach Pal that yes, this has to do with the fact that Sayonara is not here and Unfake is. And Unfake is more comfortable on the Sova. Yumpy wants to be flexible. Let's see how flexible he wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, to make an analogy with previous game, you know, the breeze was also a bit one-sided, you know, on the side of BBL, even though they trolled like a few rounds afterwards. But I'm wondering if this second map can give, you know, a new start, a fresh start to them. And I hope it will be, because we're taking... I want to see a closer match. I want to see Vitality doubting and struggling and see how they're going to bounce back. This is
It's
what
all
interesting.
stick. Yeah, I was going to say, it's their map pick for a reason, you know. Breeze is still, I guess, in the context of things, relatively new. And it always amazes me that fans have only joined like this year into, as in 2025, into Valorant. They don't know what Breeze is. To them,
And
it's
I
like
wish they would've known about it.
yeah, it's a brand new map. But Corrode, though, we saw Vitality. I know people credit NRG for the Odin, but Vitality last year, they were Dodening. They were double Odining on Corrode. I want to
Things
see
have
that.
changed.
Yeah, I want that to come back, though. I actually really love the Doden.
I may have like a hot take, but I don't think that Odin is cringe at all.
Agreed.
Like,
You don't think it's cringe?
I don't.
It's skill
know
diff.
I mean, you guys have tried it, but it's hard. You
I
know,
completely
especially
agree.
against players that are like Radiant top players in the region. It's hard to get kills with Odin. So yeah, haters, please chill out.
And as I was saying, is in this patch there has been some changes to Corone. Some of those walls have been reinforced, so the penetration is not as important as it was.
But there's still penetration. That's what I love. Yeah. Especially with 2 Odins. For Ulf, though, it's just it almost feels like a silly question to ask. But what they gotta do?
So here's the thing. I feel like at round 1 and 2, Yumpy was like, I felt that we were very close to hear him bark again.
Been a while.
It's been a while, but he got a little bit more quiet, and I think that he understood what the situation is on the other side. The ball is in their court. Now from here, they can go whatever they want. When we speak about having the subs and whatnot, at least one of the maps from the pool has to be ready for you to feel 100% comfortable. And unless that is the map that Vitality decided to ban today.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to see it.
Yeah, if you just come with like 2 maps that are like ready, you know, VCT ready, I think you can try something, and I hope for ULF that Corrode is gonna be that one.
It has to be so scary.
But Vitality, they're no slouches on Corrode. This is the other thing. It's not like they've gone into a map that maybe, you know, Vitality uncomfortable on either. Of course, Kron, great performance, but again, just another Tuesday for Kron almost. We expect it out of him. I just want to see on the other side what they have prepped.
It's our first Corrode. Like,
Yeah,
we haven't had it yet. So yeah, we saw.
We've been loving the split and stuff and
Yeah,
Haven and all that
exactly.
jazz. Yeah.
Seriously, today we don't feel like EMEA.
Yeah, it almost feels like America's. But yeah, for ULF, like you guys said, they chose this map. I want to see what they have prepped. I want to see them to give Vitality at least a challenge.
Yes, a challenge, exactly. And there is one dream that I have, but I don't think we're gonna see this happening, is seeing Unfake on Duelist. Can I get that at least once? At least once.
Bro, it took Yumpy 12 months of begging.
So here's the thing, and I do think it's a good thing. Maybe if we were to see Unfake on the Duelist and just we see that swap from map 1 to map 2, that means they stop taking it seriously.
Yes, yeah, and this would be maybe a little disrespectful.
I love how like Yumpy playing Duelist is not taking it seriously. Fabian's on the breach, yes!
Dirk's on the Phoenix?
Honestly, I absolutely love this because
W.
I think he doesn't need to stat pad right on the Phoenix, but I like to see it.
Yeah, Chronicle Chamber. Chronicle Chamber, what do we think? It's giving me 2022 vibes, I'm not gonna lie, and I love it.
Oh, 100%.
He's gonna be great on
Chronicle.
it.
I mean, he's absolutely goated. For them, this feels like just a warm-up for the rest of the year, but I like that they're not shying away from showing these kinds of things. I do not think this is a last-minute decision, and I want to see how much they actually have to show with this. I want to see if Dirk, with all the kills that he got on the previous map, how many ults he's going to get onto this one. And for the other side, I want to see them more, a little bit more active. Fabian now being on the breach. I know that you are a big fan of
I'm so happy. I think this is what they should have done, just comfort, right?
Yeah, exactly, and I wish
Probably
that they
they
have
did
like a nice synergy to show also on Corrode, because bringing Breach is a very, very cocky and hard, you know, agent to get. So I wish that Fabian and Demure synergy is going to be working on Corrode.
Not only with him, with Neki and Stern, we're looking at a very easy combo with the Fade, the Breach, and the Astra. Probably something that we're not going to see a lot, maybe, you know, only time will tell, but there is a lot of stunts and a lot of possibilities, especially for them, considering they started the attack.
But can we say that they've been cooking? This is an original comp, right? I've never seen that. I've never seen Breach, Fade, Neon, Astra. So who knows?
It's definitely an interesting. It's an interesting take on Corrode. I think it's an interesting take on Corrode. But it's time to jump back into game, and I hope Sayonara has given Durka all of his tips on this Phoenix. Over to you, Pansy and iPod.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully ULF aren't left bereft after map 1. That's my main thing. They come back in with high hopes.
Hang on, I'll come in here with a caveat because I said it would be harsh to expect much in terms of strategy here from ULF.
Sure.
Or expect them to really demonstrate their best, but around with this composition, I mean, I'm absolutely with Lou here that there is a chance to show us something they've been working on.
I like that. And also, I must know, do you feel the same way as Yinzu did about the Odin?
Just remind me, what was the quote?
I didn't hear it verbatim.
Okay. Yeah, to the toasty. Good point, Alberto.
What's up there?
Vitality's roster contains all 3 of the ball players in VCT globally.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
A great caveat to get me out of dicey waters.
Oh, dearie me. Speaking of dicey waters there, we are on the way, looking to try and start things off, but Yampi's having absolutely none of it. It looks like we're back to what we expected. However, Durka... yeah, he is on it today. 2 kills there, clean. They look good. It's Vitality up with the first.
Turn of pace to start the second map, but Vitality just shutting down any hopes of getting on the board to kick things off here. Chronicle standing his ground here. The 2 freebies here.
Nice, Derke! Come on, boys!
Derke. One knocked.
All of my finish is really inappropriate. I can't say a word of it.
No.
Not a word.
I'll find most European languages, actually. Maybe rinse and repeat here. TP sent across, so Yampy going to be able to provide some support if Wolf decide to commit, but fast pivot back in towards mid. Walking straight back towards Durka once more. Ooh, little dicey there, but
Spike down mid.
Durka catching a little damage in transition as well, actually. Was the weapon recovered? Saw Demore just looking for it there, but
I don't see him having it, so...
I think now we're going to look to investigate, take control of this space.
God, they're confident though, just walking mid after this, and the
Just in
timing's
the
so
space.
early. Yeah, circling back around.
Back over towards A.
Oh, sorry, bro. Catch as well. Lovely from Durka. Again, this feels tough because I feel like Ulf maybe have these plans in mind. Obviously, you're not going to see it so much in this round, but Durka's doing Durka things, and you need to tame Vitality. And credit to Vitality for playing to their own level here. They're playing really strong. They're playing confident.
Yeah, not leaving anything up to chance.
And I like that.
Yeah.
The amount of teams who don't do that, they'll kind of just sit more passive, play a bit more standard.
May feel like low-hanging fruit because obviously some of these players are just going to farm in these situations. But like I said, the chance to see Durka get back in form, back on the top of a scoreboard and looking comfortable as well, certainly a positive. See an operator out here already for Chronicle. Don't see it often.
Yeah. Where are we? This is the...
Hard to miss.
Yeah, this will be a bit of a test, but look how uncomfortable it is to even just try and be on that site. So you can see the concept from Ulf. They have got themselves a plant, so they've done what they needed. This again, this is what we're looking for. Try and tame Vitality, bring him into heal. It's going to be easier said than done.
Like I said on map 1, force more of the playbook out, right? It's a Breeze, very fast and loose map we know historically, and I don't know how it ended up in map 1. Durka, though, going to be here very quick on the flank. Stern catch that full flash.
Come on, let's go.
Clean up here. Ultimate popped as well, so another chance to do damage here. Ultra responded.
Yeah, there's something to this, but the numbers still concern me. There's still 3 alive, even with that time ticking. They've been cleared. Vitality leaving it late, but getting the job done. Kind of hoping that could have been the real starting point for Ulf. Not to be, as it's a 3-0 start.
Round 3 ultimate from Durka as well. Happy to throw that in the mix, just to prevent anything happening here in the post plant. Looking very coordinated on the way in, but I think Vitality maybe got an appetizer in the pistol. That pace might pack a punch in terms of a fast hit on B. Oh, stacked up once more, maybe gonna roll the dice with some of these stingers. Okay. And again, it wouldn't necessarily be a negative to see Ulf just try and brawl some sight hits here.
I think you almost need to.
Which he can with his composition.
Yeah, they have it. Oh, man. But it's just that first angle, still not perfectly clear. The smoke just plumes at the right time, and you've got Vitality in full force. It's ugly work there from Unfake, but those next steps are the ones you're probably not going to get, and you don't. Vitality, it's a hand around the throat sort of situation.
See another chance to purchase back in here. Ultimates just on the horizon here for Ulf. Again, the way they've kind of set themselves up here, looking more towards potentially Fabian. Says something in motion. Neki as well. 2 orbs away for him. Some of these ultimates that really pave the way to create some chaos. Actually put some pressure towards Vitality, who are just at a cruising at this point.
Yeah.
Happy to play this sort of game, to be honest with you.
I actually thought he hit that for a second. Of course, it's Durka, silly mate. Silly mate. Finally dealt with. Good stuff. Okay, so maybe they can now take a couple more steps towards the A site, but you talk about X-Factor players, every single person seems to be able to fill that void. Chron, still willing to stick around. Yampy with the pop flash, doesn't fit off the back of it, but it's Chronicle on the other side. Now things get difficult, but a lovely scan. Brilliant reveal there. Set into motion by Unfake, and Vitality is taking everything. Fabian doesn't want to let this one go. He is trying to be, I guess, an impact player in his own right. It took the ult. See the desperation, but how do you get it done? You don't. Yampy there, Vitality. Unstoppable at this point. You're eyeing up the stage. What's going on?
Yeah, no, again, just noting the frustration in map 1 and just seeing ultimates like that make me curious of kind of what the energy's like down on stage.
I think it was Fabian who was the one looking frustrated before as well.
Yeah, and once more. I think you're right as well. Maybe trying to make a play.
Try. And I know it seems silly in the grand scheme of things, but that's what.
No, I mean that's the primary objective.
You
here.
kind of.
But
yeah.
To detract away from, like I said, this composition and how you want to play it. It's something you don't necessarily want to see in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah. And it is that desperation, though, right?
Could be what spurred this
timeout on. Yeah. Hell, it could be the scoreline being 5-0 too. You know what I mean? Like, there's no good scenario to walk away from. Dirk is kind of picking up where he left off, just different agent, and everyone else kind of keeping where they are. This is, it's an uncomfortable, really unforgiving game for ULF, and I don't know how to tell you it any other way. And for the players, obviously, they can't let this get the best of them. This is the first time they're in this predicament, and hopefully not something they're going to have to keep going through. But it doesn't get easier from this point out for them either.
No, you come back to the age-old kind of rip the Band-Aid off. Don't let a game like this get in your head.
Yep.
Ultimately, there is a huge shift in terms of expectations for ULF to kick this season off.
That works.
Again, putting something up versus a team like Vitality is certainly a positive to take away. Back to practice some of the downtime they potentially have following this.
It's even hard to take away tangibles from a game like this too, because you're not getting to kind of play your own game plan. You're very much at the behest of the opponents.
Yeah, the mercy.
Yeah,
of Vitality.
And that mercy is in fleeting amounts here. As it is, again for ULF, the reality not going to be feeling too pleasant, but can they recover something? Can they salvage some parts of this?
Well, maybe the memo was to slow things down a little bit. I expect Vitality to be the ones on the hunt here. Again, got some reps on this map in particular. We saw some very promising performances. Went out of Vitality on Corrode. Yampi will be tested here.
Face your fear!
Get out of dodge though. Is he played into? Digging very deep on a solo endeavor.
There's desperation. It reeks of it, right? There's no support there. There was no good spacing on the next player, and it's easily punished. I mean, Yampi probably surprised Don't even went for it. Profit's caught the back line, and now they've got a lovely 5v3. I don't even want to discredit Vitality because they've done this very well, very composed in this. And good flash, lovely clear, good timing on this now to try and clear through sight. Knows the lines, knows the places, but ULF trying to keep at least some presence in this game, but cleared in the end. And look, you can watch this VOD back and you'll take away bits and pieces, but that round, it felt just as desperate as that ult did almost. Pushing there, wanting some space, wanting some security. You're kind of going to get what you're given in this. You're not going to get that far.
Purge is going to be difficult to follow this as well. That pressure just compounding round by round. As I said, to get something on the board, right? Somebody to make a play, and that's reflected here.
He looked human.
I mean, that is a concern to see that sort of frustration, but again, something that new to the stage, new to the opponents, this environment in general. Can take it with a pinch of salt.
You are divided. It does feel different at this sort of level too, right? You could probably scrim this team and get better results every single time you get to a stage like this. Suddenly again, Demir, a million miles on his own, so far up. And look at the punish on this. A small mistake made twice in a row, punished back to back, and then double, tripled down on. You're not going to get away with any of those small errors, those small windows of chance you didn't get punished on before. This is the higher end of things, and this is a wake-up call for every other team. The Vitality are absolutely merciless.
Holding no punches.
Nope.
To be honest. You're going to be absolutely embracing the fact that ULF are going to play like this.
Again, just like ahead of the Prowler, no one there to trade in, not really breaking it.
I got 3, bro.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't have.
No, one's probably a lot. 2 even, you're like, oh, that's a bit much. 3. Oh.
Well, Dirk is certainly looking comfortable on the Phoenix as well.
His off-season's been solid, man. Like, he's been working, putting in some work. Here we go.
The ULF just commit to a couple more of these sorts of rounds. Yampy taken up to 33, has to TP to safety. Again, Demore removed here at the start, unfake to double down on that.
Down B.
The trade does come through, which will net them the plant.
Might be
Spike planted.
small silver lining. What's the post plant looking like? Let's see. Yampy down a little bit lower, so that's going to make it tough.
It does get it, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Chance to
extended.
reset his HP as well.
Yeah, there we go. Gets himself back to business. Profik in the meantime, then finding that push and pull, the attention drawn. And this is a caliber difference, this is a skill difference, and this is going to be a very clear-cut scoreline.
Said just hoping for something to be put up of this round. Again, the purchase just doesn't amount to enough.
One enemy remaining.
Again, at this point, I think Vitality can buy out effectively.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Certainly examples of frustration shown on a couple of the faces of ULF, so certainly something you would hope would be cleaned up here in some of these timeouts.
And for Demore, I mean, he's 0 to 8, right? It is a hard game. He's trying to be selfless on the entry. He's trying to put himself in for that next layer on the trade. But for Vitality, they have the absolute perfect solution to this. They're not allowing anyone to be able to scale up with him. There isn't much
I mean,
there for
again,
it,
just to
you know?
peel back the layers a little bit on that.
Yeah, roll it back.
You're a Neon walking into Durka, Chronicle, and Yampy. Like the double duelist and then Chronicle on the chamber. Notoriously one of the best anchors we've had.
Now, don't forget about the Odin as well.
Well,
the Odin is also in play. Not
it's a
having as much
Sodin, not
impact.
even a Dodin.
True, true. It is a Sodin. I mean,
I did just hear a chuckle from over the wall there.
The peanut gallery. Yeah, to be fair, we do have the analyst desk now within like throwing distance, so we do hear the occasional reaction. And I do hope, for me, the takeaway is I want to see how ULF look in the future. This is, I want to say near on unrecoverable. I'm not going to lie to you at home. This is what it is. It's top end against the brand new upstarts, right? I want to see how they come back. I want to see how they adjust. It's something about you either grow from these instances and these games and these scenarios, you take it as a sort of lesson, and you want to avoid that for the rest of your career, right? You're like, we never want to feel like this again.
Yeah.
Let's work, right? This is the level we've got to hit.
Baseline, yeah.
Okay, fine. That's what we know now. And here comes the pace. Demure, can you find a way on the board here? You can see how much he wants it, but Durka divides again, takes away 2. And now it's down to Fabian and Demure. And this time, okay, Sheriff is out. That was something that was working well on map 1 for them. I think Demure does get himself at least that Phantom. Down to Unfake, Profik, and Kron.
Chance to make something happen here. One away from the Rolling Thunder again. Plenty of time left to work with as well, so they can try and slip the net a little bit. Now Fabian's got an upgrade as well. So certainly the most recoverable situation we've seen them in so far on Corrode.
But probably 2 of the players who've looked the most frustrated so far as well. Fabian and Demure, both of them have been showing that sign of real uphill struggle. Okay, and there's a layer. All eyes turn towards the CT side, and it's sadly not threatening. And once again, similar scenes. 9-0. This is a one-sided affair, and I think we're not even getting Team Vitality push that much. That's a real annoyance too for me. It's like I'd love to have seen them threaten a bit, pressure a bit, see what they can bring out, what they've been up to. Obviously, for Vitality and the fans, you're beaming, right? This is, you've got that big cheesy grin on the face. You're loving it. This for them.
If you're a Vitality fan, you probably remember when was the last time you saw them 9-0 up.
Yeah, yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. They've been overdue,
They're
all right?
feasting.
Eating
good tonight.
The VODs will be watched. And do you remember that 9-0?
Oh.
Here we go.
Here.
First time in a while it's not been traded to.
Unfortunately, in this situation, not in a position to really springboard off that. Spread a little more thin. Again, good isolation here. Hunter's Fury going to come out. Does find the first tag and the second, so equalized here. Neki will fall. Unfake keeping them in check for the time being.
And I'd love to say this is composure, but it feels like fear at this point. That ULF don't want to take that next step. Where do you choose to go? What's the plan? Who's calling this? Someone's got to instigate something. They look a little bit kind of frozen in place here.
Look to maybe set something up with the Rolling Thunder towards Chronicle here, but he's going to be able to slip away.
Right here.
Even catching the TP himself, so denying the possibility of Ordaz getting into the back lines.
There it is, the first domino falling. Fake, maybe looking to tee up anyone else on site, get good info. They've got it, that's 2, and there's the kill. Strike off the back, straight through the wall. And we're down to just 1.
Spike
more.
down
1 to 9 in a 1v3. That's not bad, that's better! And you get the final one. He cannot, sadly. Vitality keep the clean record, 10-0. They want out of here.
Certainly got dinner plans. Chance here to find themselves a flawless first half on Corrode. Back on an ultimate. Stern just one away from the divide, but plenty of ults to work with on the other side. You see, again, maybe we're misreading the frustration here that they're so desperate to put something on the board. Not necessarily in terms of hindsight of misusing ultimates or misplaying potentially. Again, we don't know what the initial plan was coming into some of these rounds. But split through mid here on the back of the Nightfall. Unfake going to be shut down.
This is way better though. We're seeing a little bit of life coming out from the Neon on the offside. Oh,
that's the spike. Come on, let's go. Durka got to be careful here though. Very punishable on the recall from this ultimate.
He's just going forward. He's just pressing W. Does he get punished? Yes, he does. Brilliant. Okay, that's good. This is ULF finally with a man to the good, player advantage. Spike recovered. Couple of issues here and there. Prophet does go down. Yampy falls. Kron last alive 1v4. Surely not. That's a start. More low.
There they are.
Surely not. Surely not, right?
I'm scared because you talk about X Factor and what Kron can do. He's not got much play here. There we go. First is there for ULF.
A little positive energy now to flow through the ULF camp.
That was Prophet's first death.
Next?
Yeah, it was.
I'm just...
Anymore? Oh, I thought we did have... When the package stretches on that, I was like, surely we got another one.
Let it breathe.
You are divided.
Bam. ULF looking to continue with that pace. Durka, though, same position as last time. Looking to shut things down as 2.
He keeps going.
Nearly gone for the 3rd in the same spot.
And you can see the overconfidence is such a punish, right? It is such a you don't get to play your game, we're not going to let you. We're going to take a running fight with an Odin and we're going to win it. Put them in that 3v2.
hasn't used any util yet.
No, he hasn't.
Here.
I wonder where they are.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be
Chronicles on the way.
Difficult to flip this.
Hello. I'm walking smokes. Yeah. 11-1. Mike, you got plans later?
Well, I might make some now, to be honest. This could be a very quick affair on the second map as well, Lauren.
Yeah, this is what it is. 11-1. Oh, you can't really take too much away from this that we didn't really expect to this extent, sure, but, you know, it's the first step in hopefully a long road for them. It's probably not the step they wanted. However, while we wait for the second half, let's hear from how Yampy's been finding his new teammates.
First impressions of coming to this team is incredible. I can see why these individuals have been successful before, why they are part of this team. I don't know if I can say surprised, because of course I have played like such players as Chronicle and Derke before. I know how talented they are, but just how hardworking and how like good-minded people and kind people these are has been the most like amazing thing to be working with them.
Come on, boys! Eco! Did you guys have eco? Oh, bro, I can't say that we lost a million ecos past couple of days.
Yeah, I see a lot of people calling us a super team. I don't consider ourselves like that. I know we are an incredibly good team. Yeah, a lot of eyes are for sure on us because a lot of people want us to not succeed because for whatever reason. And yeah, I'm just gonna be excited. I think that gives me even more power to prove people wrong because a lot of people are wanting us to fail. What I will bring to the 2026 roster, comparing to previous years, I think you'll get a lot of energy, a lot of fun moments for sure.
Jumpy, start calling better. Let's fucking go now.
Finnair Airlines to Sunset, gonna have a little bit of turbulence.
My Twitter name is fishandships.com and you can follow this guy over
Baked
here.
potato.
Baked potato with beans and eggs and sausage for breakfast.
A lot of excitement to the games and never giving up attitude, that's for sure. About ULF, I think everyone got surprised how fast Rise they did from coming from the Premier and straight up to qualifying from Ascension. So you need to be ready for everything, and the individuals of that team are very scary, so you should be ready.
How can you not love Yam?
You'd have to be delusional not to love
Truly.
him.
I mean, he's barking, he's doing all sorts. A humble king, talking about the ecos. How can you not?
Interesting though, we're not a super team, we're an incredible team. Maybe I'm missing the context there, but he's actually gassing them up more.
Yeah, super team doesn't quite cut it actually for us.
Yeah, actually,
we
we're
are
not just super, we're incredible. So
actually immortal.
I need you guys
basically.
to get on board with that.
Yeah, let's change the branding up. Well, 11-1.
2 left to find. Starting things off fairly slowly here. Chronicle just catch a glimpse of Ordaz. Tap of the orb to maybe try and bait out a swing or some utility.
There. Swing.
Take flight.
Oh, you look at me like that.
Drone actually still connected here, so Ordaz in check for the time being. Neki on the drive-by.
Did you just dink Durka too? That's it. That's what I want to say. Okay, yeah, well, Vitality seem quite good at pistols too so far. I don't know if we can already use this as like a bigger test of things, but they do be clicking heads. Down to 3, Ordaz, Stern, and Fabian.
Last player standing.
A shocker. Not finding much here and not even seeing the majority of the opponents. 12-1. I think they'll be happy with that.
Oh yeah, Vitality, definitely. Unfortunately in the situation again in round 2 where they're going to be forcing up or investing in here to try and hold Vitality on 12.
One enemy remaining.
Looking for a miracle. Nothing short of in round 14. Prevent this being a very, very fast series.
By every kill, every round, they are proving why Vitality are the team to watch. We know it's a mismatch. We know the context. Can't stop talking about it. But you can't deny there is an X factor to this team that we are seeing in droves here. Sadly for Ulf, they're on the receiving end. But not much to be done. We'll try the best. Give it a damn good go. However, Chronicles having none of it. Unaffected, unfazed. Able to find a pretty much fair 1v1 aside from the weaponry. Obviously comes out top.
Potential here to catch Stern, who's curious outside B. Have Fabian alongside, but just guarding this smoke for the time being. Vitality looking to maybe just play with the mentor a little bit. Nearly actually catching Fabian on the adjustment here. There's Yampi. Stern and Ordaz have both found kills.
Good with these sheriffs.
To a 3v3. Oh, saying on map 1, come on Sheriffs.
They do all right. It's the next couple.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Bucky. Yeah, all right.
Spike down A.
Yeah, they've got the
I mean,
switch
I
out
kind of
here.
like the look of it, but
Enemy remaining.
it's now down to 1. Stern anything to say or do about this one. A 1v2 required to stay alive in the game. And Chronicle wants it done. It is swift as anything. 13-1. Vitality. Hell, that's a strong message they've just sent.
Yeah, I think probably the best way to summarize this, solidifying our expectations for this roster for this year. Obviously with the asterisk of not having Sayonara here, but such a confident start here. And for Ulf, again, sure, commiserations, but again, it's a tough draw to make. But welcome to the big leagues. Fortunately, this is just a taster of, unfortunately, the talent we have on some of these rosters in EMEA here. It's not necessarily that you're going to get a good draw.
No, it is tough. And for them, it hopefully is a bit of a learning lesson and they can try and pull something together. Obviously, wait and see what they look like with their full 5. We've lost a lot of us, even Yampy in the interview, were impressed with Ulf during that Ascension run they went on. And they're a team to be watched and looked at. This, however, will be what it is. There's only so much to be said about it. For Vitality, though, I don't think we could have asked more from them. They played a confident game. They came out.
Yampy on the Euro.
Yeah, Yampy on the Euro, man. There it is. And as an in-game leader, you couldn't ask for a better confident start. Coaching staff saying, make sure you're on shoe watch once again here.
Are they winkle pickers? They look like winkle pickers.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
Actually getting a reaction from mostly crew and staff. They enjoyed that one. Fair play.
But they're not rogues. We've settled the debate.
There we are. Maybe we can have a chat afterwards with Pal about the footwear for all the foot watchers. Of course.
100%.
Of course. Yeah. What the people want. What the people want. Something else the people want. We'll be hearing from Yampy. So if you are curious, do stick around because I think Lou will be down on stage in just a moment's time once that's set up with the man himself. And you can't help but to enjoy the prospect of this team. Something I'll be certainly keeping an eye on.
No, definitely. Again, I think probably the team that's going to be under the most scrutiny, not just in terms of the fan base, but I guess in general for the EMEA viewers. So this is certainly a positive to start on, but really want to see how this develops throughout this year.
Yeah, bang on. So let's hand it over to people you really want to hear from, which is Lou and Yampy.
It's IGL time tonight, and Yampy is no exception as he takes the win in a clean 2-0 against Elf. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Of all, what a start. And talking about a start, I want to speak about your start on the Euro. How has it been IGLing while playing one of the most technical duelists in the game?
Finally, I've been waiting this my whole career. No, but it's fun. I think it works because we play double duelist, so I don't need to be the actual entry fragger. So it works a little bit like initiator in some ways. So I can still control the map because I need to look at the minimap a lot of the times.
Yes.
I mean, if I'm honest, we didn't get to, play that much attack side today. So we will see how it's gonna work out on officials. But it's been super fun because on defense side, it's just shooting basically.
Yes, right. But do you mean that you're baiting duelist in attack? How does that work? Are you baiting Durka?
No, pretty much, yeah. Or we are setting him up. Who knows, But he's the main duelist. I mean, he played incredible today as always. So
But I'm waiting to see you then play the Euro in
every map.
Probably on the next matches, of course. And you went from being underestimated back in 2025 to being one of the players that everyone had their eyes on during off-season. And now heading in 2026 while being the favorite. So what was the reason behind that and how are you handling it today?
Yeah, I mean, I think last year was a really comeback year for me because I think 2024 I was one of the worst years as a team in Liquid and as a personal level.
Yeah.
And I mean, I said it before, I was really close to going to tier 2. So I think last year was like a big comeback year for me as a team level, and it gave me a lot of confidence how well we did because as you said, like the expectations was no expectations. I didn't know, because I didn't know any of the players who I was playing with. I didn't know how I'm gonna IGL, and then it worked out pretty well, and I think that's a big confidence boost, so that I can do it. And yeah, off-season was good, and now we're here.
The confidence you're bringing into 2026.
Yeah, exactly. Like I found last year a lot of things that worked for me, even though like we played good year, but we didn't qualify to any of the internationals. So that's what we're gonna change this year, hopefully.
And that's all we wish you, of course, Yampy. And despite not having Sayonara with you, you're doing insane with Unfake. So I was wondering, what was the reason behind his choice? What does he bring to the team in general?
Yeah, I mean, I got really surprised by him because I never played with him, and he's been like super good. He also has some IGL experience, and he's a very calm person, which is super nice to have in a team. Like always somebody who can rely on, that he's not gonna be, too overexcited. Yeah, exactly. Like when things are going well and when things are going bad, he's always gonna be a stable person, and like he's been really good to the VIT inside the game, outside the game. Yeah, he's taken my roles as a Sova, so I can play double duelist, so thank you.
And you can have fun.
Yes,
thanks
exactly,
to him,
so
right?
thank you, Bartosz.
Thank you, and Fake, for that. And finally, you've been sending your coach to work with that skirmish duty.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Any thoughts on this? Do you think you can win some of them during the season?
Yeah, so, I mean, every team we're gonna face now, if you don't put your coach versus our coach, you're gonna be a bunch of...
Oh, threats now.
Yeah, so let's see the coach 1v1s, and I have one shout out also. Jake House the Bacon 9 Lloyd, I was watching him playing Ranked yesterday. He had 0 kills.
Yes.
So today I had so much confidence that I cannot do worse than Bacon. So like, thank you Bacon, I miss you, and all the best.
Fair enough. An invitation for every Vitality opponents to bring their coach in the skirmish lobby. We'll see if they do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Everything worked out well today with my Asus keyboard.
Yes, you did amazing. And of course,
Thank
a
you.
little shout out that we always take. Well, after BBL and Vitality's win tonight, it's time for me to say goodbye. But make sure before hopping to bed to join Durke, Yinsu, and Kakuka for Postblend.
See you guys.
I can't believe Bacon got a shout out. Bacon of all people. Welcome to Postblend. That's right, I've got Kakuka and Durka here with me as well. Congratulations, Durka. I know Lou asked Yumpy about this, but why didn't you go skirmish? Why was it PAL?
I don't know, the coaches wanted to, because when I heard the news about it, I was like, oh, just send me, because I'll have fun with it, but once we heard that the coaches can play, I was like, oh, it might be the only opportunity for coaches to play, so might as well just let him play, and he had a lot of fun too.
Do you know what I love is a lot of players we've spoken to, they're like, I don't care that much about it, but you're like, yeah, send me, let me go in there. Do you think we will see you at some point, because it's a long year?
If they ban coaches playing, then yeah.
Okay, who do you want to go up against?
I'll call my people. I'll make it happen.
Go against?
Yeah, in the skirmish.
I don't really know. I don't know. I always just like playing 1v1, so just send anyone. I don't really have preference.
I'm surprised you didn't say Boaster. That will be a generational
Yeah,
skirmish.
but he's actually good at the 1v1. So,
So you're scared to take on that challenge?
yeah, Boaster, I feel like Boaster will be the only one to beat me, actually.
Oh my god, I love that, Durka. But today, though, it was, I felt like you were waiting longer to start the match and the match itself. Did you expect it to be so quick?
Didn't really expect to be quick. I thought it would be a bit more kind of like unpredictable, because of course there's not much footage on both of the teams, and it's a bit hard to play. Like first match, you don't know like how the team is going to act actually on official and stuff on LAN, but felt really different this time. Kind of like everything just clicked, and we were just having fun. And I mean, for me it was a good game, because yesterday I'm on like 8 lose streak in ranked, and I was like, okay, this is not going well. Yeah, I was like, I'm not going to sleep until I win, and I never won, and I was like, okay, tomorrow.
You can go to bed now.
Yeah, tomorrow I need to redeem myself.
Yeah. Are you happy that Bruce is back?
Yeah, I kind of wish it would be more open, because it feels so close now. Like even with the tube and stuff, but
you still shined a lot.
Okay, yeah.
You still made it look like the old one. And also talking about the old, talking about the new Phoenix.
Better than Sayonara's.
Yeah, I mean, Kid can play, yeah, so I was like, just let me play the Phoenix and stuff, because I don't know, first we were testing before me on Phoenix and Sayonara instead on Yora and stuff, but then we kind of switched it up and stuff and saw how it works the best, and now kind of like Yumpy wanted to play Yora on this map and stuff, so I was like, okay, finally I can go on Phoenix.
Yeah. Did you like it? Was it fun?
Yeah, it's always fun. I mean, I just like variety of agents. I like playing different agents.
Okay.
That's why I like a couple last years when I was on Yora Jail, it was just boring.
What would need to happen for us to see you on that Sky?
I don't know. I actually asked Pal one time. Like, even if there's one troll game, maybe just send me on Sky, fix the ACS.
Yeah, this is the thing for the people that don't know, that aren't knowers. You know, the stat padding. There was an off-season tournament where maybe we thought you could stat pad a little bit on Sky, but it didn't go super well. So I think you need a redemption. Yeah.
I think it went worse.
Yeah, because your
than it was.
VLR is like insane stats, and then the
Yeah.
Sky is sort of, you know, a bit of a black spot. I feel like. You mentioned rank. Are you Team Alpha or Team Omega?
Alpha, of course, for Brimmy.
What?
What?
That is outrageous.
How,
no.
how did you allow this to happen?
Join
He's
Team
Team
Omega.
Alpha.
Are you Team Omega as well, Ben?
Yes, of course I'm Team Omega. I'm Team Omega. Look at Pa. Look at Pa. Do you have a mic for Pa?
Are you Team Alpha or Team Omega? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why
It's
are you Team
cringe.
Alpha? What is this?
Alpha. What?
What on earth?
Brimstone, my first agent ever.
Oh, actually, you're right. You did.
He's
tell me
loyal.
this.
He's loyal. Green
Yeah.
flag.
Yeah.
I take it back.
And speaking of green flags, your new IGL Yumpy, we have a clip. I think you can hear this. We're going to throw to it real quick because I want you to sort of tell me what was going on here. So let's all take a look at this. I haven't seen this either, so let's see.
Do you guys know that my avocado can't drive even though he has license? Said once that I have a license but I don't have a car though.
Oh my god.
That's actually quite good.
Yeah, it's the dad jokes. To be fair,
I mean, I want Elias minus 100.
yeah. To be fair, his Finnish jokes are so funny because I haven't heard them in so long.
Oh,
and then
really?
he sometimes throws like a Finnish joke that only a Finnish person can understand, and it just always sends me out because I'm like, I haven't heard this in ages, but it's funny.
Are they like dad jokes or are they like
Yeah,
super?
really dad joke.
Oh, okay.
So now that you are both of you on this double duelist, that we are just going to assume quickly that is going to continue throughout the rest of kickoff. You don't have to give an answer to that, just play with it. Is there a moment where we could see you interact where it's just in Finnish? Because it would be, for us, it would be absolute content.
Oh my god, I nearly said the only Finnish word I know, which is
I
like
mean,
really rude. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, I'm speaking 3 languages in one team right
Mhm.
now. So every time I'm
Nice
in
flex.
clutch with Kron or Yampi, I just speak their language and I'm just chilling. It's always fun too.
This is how we do it in EMEA.
Yeah, I know. Do you like doing that? Is that like natural for you or?
Yeah, it's really natural and it's a lot faster too. And just more fun when you win and stuff. You can joke around.
Is that why the stage, the seating is arranged the way it is?
I mean, I always like that position and stuff. And then from Fnatic days, like Kron sat there and stuff. So for me, it was like a natural. And then, of course, I knew like Yampi would sit in the middle because he's an IGL. So yeah, I like that seating the most. And I was like, let's do it. And then we got the Polish dude on the left wing.
I'm glad that you mentioned Kron because he said to us that the biggest difference he saw in you, playing with you again, is that you've matured a lot since you've been on Fnatic. First of all, how would you like to react to that? And second, what's the biggest difference with Kron? Has he changed?
No, he hasn't changed.
What about the hair?
Huh?
What about his hair? His perm?
Yeah.
I mean, just hair changed, yeah, but I don't really care about hair, as you can see, but
He's the same? He hasn't changed at all?
yeah, like, I think personality-wise, the same and stuff. For me, I think it's just playing more, having different teammates, having kind of more, I mean, last year, you know how it went and stuff, and being in that kind of situation when things actually go bad and stuff, I think never had that situation before, so having a lot of those like in 1 year kind of like made me realize how to actually work on these things and stuff, because when you have a good team and everything goes well and stuff, it's a bit easy to kind of like, take it for granted maybe, or kind of like not realize that some things are just so small that you don't need to make noise out of it. And I think here it's just mostly like I can just talk about things normally and kind of like phrase them well, or just sometimes know when to kind of like just let it go and take it again later on.
I understand the maturity.
That sounds to me, that sounds to me like he actually has.
I understand it. And he's not even a little bit like zesty, Kron, not even zestified a little bit.
No.
Really? He dodged the Fnatic zestify?
I mean, he twerked on one of the social media posts or something.
Twerked?
Yeah.
Oh.
Kind of. I don't know. Maybe that will get posted soon. I don't know.
Oh, he's leaking. He's leaking. But let's take a look at the bracket because we know who you play next, and that's very exciting. Just, yeah, there we go. In a couple days, Team Liquid. I guess that's kind of, there's a little bit of history there. So are you looking forward to that one?
I mean, I haven't played them that much last year, I think, but I mean, always like playing against them, against that work and stuff, always solid games and stuff. So looking forward to it, and I think it's going to be a good test for us to how like our off-season went, how much we practiced, and yeah, like overall.
Looking at the bracket and the results that we've had so far, was there any team that has been the surprise for you for the good and the bad? You know, like maybe you thought a team was going to be very good, or you had an impression, or what you saw in Prax?
Right now, for me in Prax, feels like everyone's a god or something. Like everyone's.
Giant X, they prac Giant X.
I mean, for me, no. I think we pranked. I think we pranked everyone. I mean, even Giant X too. But for me, everyone just does so much like well and stuff. So for me, it's like interesting how it will actually translate into officials and how people are gonna actually play, because right now it's like I feel like the results are gonna be way different than they are in scrims, because a lot of players have kind of like more confidence in scrims when it comes to official, and like there's more stakes to it, and maybe we'll kind of like be more nervous about it. Whereas for me, it's like a bit different in Prague. Like I mean, probably coaches will say now too. In Prague, it's hard for me to play the same as official, because in official I actually like get more energy and excitement out of it, and in Prague it's a bit hard sometimes to do this when you practice like it's fundamental structured things.
True competitor. Last question before I let you go. Like I said, Liquid, I am assuming you're sending Pal for skirmish, because you know it feels like that he's perma-skirmishing. Who would you like to see Liquid send to go up against Pal?
Oof. I mean, Lohan probably, because
Yeah?
Jampi already said like, I'll send your coach. So, I mean, that will be fun, at least for me, to watch maybe. Because the sad thing is, I was warming up, so I didn't see Pal's skirmish today. But
Oh, he was open.
really?
Yeah, he opted. Yeah.
Yeah, he told me he won one Vandal round, and that's it.
Yeah, but I think it was a lot closer than it looked. So if Liquid, you better have the balls to send Lohan. I feel like Vitality have put it all out there. So
And trust me, we're going to be keeping numbers on the skirmish and the results.
yeah, we will. But thank you very much, Durka. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in a
Thank
couple
you.
days. Thank you, Kakuka, as well. Thank you to you guys at home for watching and joining us. We're going to be back with more Valorant action tomorrow. So make sure you guys have a lovely night tonight. Enjoy the Razor end of day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Kraven does well to find one, and it's Rose! 6 HP! He's made it around the corner! He's bought them time, and time enough!
Nice man!
Spike play.
No! CNET, he's a young Turkish fight.
No!
Lock in the corner. He should have been a dead man for quite a while, but he's going to survive the round. It isn't it so flawless to close. You see me! Yo, you see me! KO locking! Oh my god, we're so good, bro! Face taking the side back before they can even get the plant down, and there's no way out of this one. 13-7, a bounce back from Pacific.
Hey, 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 hey.
Oh, yes! Oh, he's so good at the game! Back in their favor, Lover's Rock looks to recover though. It's a big play from Lover's Rock, plus the spike!
Okay, that's the cockiest I've ever seen anything, and then it doesn't even get it planted in the end. Lover's Rock just goes, well, I'll do this one myself.
Exactly that, right? It's put up a bit of a performance, see what you can achieve here. Kron, man, it's a massacre. It took an army to take them down, and then you have the rest of Vitality to try and find. Not going to happen. This is one-sided and a half. This would be a miracle, and that miracle is not coming true. 13-3, Mike. It is a clear-cut affair. See the desperation, but how do you get it done? You don't. Yampy there. And what Kron can do, he's not got much play here. There we go. First is there for Ulf. It's one of 1v2 required. Stay alive in the game. And Chronicle wants it done. It is swift as anything. 13-1. Vitality. Hell, that's a strong message they've just sent.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire.